Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei's protector was an angel. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Hyoudou Issei is my name. My parents and friends call me Ise. And right now, I'm running for my life. Diminute. How could it come to this? I shouted as I ran, passing through many other students who would point at me and whisper to their friends. I barely could hear one of them muttering about the pervert trio causing trouble again. That's not fair. They don't even know why I'm running, but they are already blaming me and my friends, Matsuda and Motohama. What's with that look? Don't you believe me? That I'm sorry. It's our fault. Matsuda told Motohama and I that he found a peephole in the room beside the girls' changing room. With great spirits, we went there just as the kendo club is about to change. What Matsuda and Motohama did. I didn't manage to catch a glimpse because those two BS artists monopolized the peephole. Then Matsuda and Motohama gave several enviable observations about the girls they saw. I wanted to peek too. Just as I was about to drag Matsuda and Motohama away for a turn, the girls screamed, noticing us. We immediately abandoned the peeking spot and ran away. But the girls seemed to be empowered by their rage and charged at us as soon as they were clothed. And now we are being chased by a pack of sword-wielding girls who are trying to beat us up. Wait a second. Now that I thought about it, where's Matsuda and Motohama? I look to my left and right as I keep running. They aren't here. Did they get caught? Should I turn back? Hyoudou Issei. I heard a roar from behind me and I immediately uttered prayers for Matsuda and Motohama. Their sacrifice would not be in vain. I will escape. I imagined the girls chasing after me. Their swords waving like demons, their faces flushed from exertion, giving them a rather ceasy look. My imagination then took it a step further by supplying me how their épée would bounce as they ran. I could feel a different kind of strength welling inside me. I tried to turn my head to catch a glimpse of the girls. Seeing my gaze, they screamed and shouted death threats at me, making me discard any thoughts of slowing down or peeking, and focused my strength in running. Unfortunately for me, I didn't get a power-up from this, so the girls were growing closer with each step I took. Realizing that I can't escape like this, I turned in one of the hallway and entered the first classroom I found. Fortunately, or unfortunately, it happened to be my class and there's someone in here. A red-haired student with red eyes sat on one of the chair, reading a book. He met my gaze with his own. After a second or so passed, he ignored me and returned his attention to the book he is reading. I blinked, realizing that I didn't know who he was. Then the voices of the kendo club girls reached my ears and I ran towards the huge locker at the back of my classroom that we usually use to keep cleaning tools. I opened the locker and hid myself inside it. The door to the classroom was opened, and the girls entered. I paled as I realized they were approaching the red-haired student. If he spilled my location, I'm doomed. The girls seemed to ask the male student something, and he replied. I panicked, thinking that he told the girls my hiding spot. Unexpectedly, the girls left the classroom and I sighed in relief. When I opened the locker, I saw the student approaching me. I tried to recall who he was. I informed them that I did not see anyone entering the classroom. For now, you should be fine in here. I sighed in relief, thanking him for keeping the girls away from me. Then I asked who he was. He blinked, as if not expecting that question. My name is Potestas Kamael. I transferred to Kuo Academy last week. Now that he mentioned it, I could remember our teacher saying something about that and introducing a transfer student. Matsuda, Motohama, and I ignored them when we heard that the student was a boy though. So he is the transfer student. But, Potasudasu Kamiru? That was difficult to pronounce. He corrected me and told me to call him Kamael. You must be Hyoudou Issei-san, he stated as he stared at me. I felt a bit uncomfortable because of his stare. Kamael-san, how did you know my name? I asked him. I never introduced myself to him. Where could he heard my name from? Our classmates warned me of you and your friends. They claimed that the three of you are perverts. I rubbed the back of my head. I couldn't really deny that. I mean, being interested in girls and épée is normal for youthful guys, you know? It shouldn't be something that is abnormal, you know? I realized that there was an awkward silence. And I was stumped. With Matsuda and Motohama, I could just start the talk with girls or eroge that I recently played as a topic. But I don't know anything about this guy to start a conversation. Then I noticed the black book in his hand. The same one he had been reading before. What's that book? I pointed at the book. Kamel-san smiled at my question, seemingly happy at my interest. That I felt a bit guilty because I just asked him because I don't have any other topic. It is a Bible, Hein, he said as he showed it to me. I checked the cover. It looked different from the one I saw in my childhood friend's house. Let's see. If I remember, a Bible is the holy book of a Christian, right? Are you a Christian, Kamel-san? I seemed to have asked the wrong thing as Kamel-san showed a strange expression. As if he could not choose between offended or amused. I believe in the God of the Bible, yes. However, I am not a Christian, nor do I belong to any church. I blinked, so he was not a Christian? Does that mean there are other religions who worship that God other than Christians? But since I don't want to be seen as noisy, I didn't press further. The silence returned, and I started to wonder if I should just leave. But I thought that would be impolite, especially since Kamel-san had saved me from a brutal punishment from the kendo club girls. Unable to take the silence anymore, I blurted out, Kamel-san, do you like melons? Kamel-san stared at me with surprised expression. I soldiered on. I like melons. I think they are filled with hope and dreams. That's true. That's what I honestly think. Épée is a wonderful thing. They are beautiful and CC. It is a dream of mine to touch an épée. I do not have any opinion on them. I deflated a bit hearing that. I had hoped that Kamel-san would share my interest in épée. However, I perked up hearing that. I believe that it is good that you are passionate about something. Almost cried. Kamel-san is a kind guy. While it's a pity that he doesn't share my opinion about épée, he didn't insult me like girls in our class and some of the guys. In fact, maybe Kamel-san would realize the beauty of épée if I told him about it? Encouraged, I told Kamel-san about the tales of épée of womankind. About how they were beautiful. Their shapes and sizes may differ, but each are equally fascinating. I recalled the uncle who taught me about épée as I continued my speech. That's why I think épée is wonderful. I ended the story with that sentence. Kamel let out a small laugh. Hyoudou-san, you are quite interesting, aren't you? I didn't know how to react to that. I've been called pervert and idiot, but no one has called me interesting before. However, Hyoudou-san, while I'm sure you have other tales to tell, the sun has set, we should end our conversation today and return to our dwellings. I blinked at the strange choice of words but nodded. Kamel-san, do you want to join Matsuda, Motohama and I for lunch tomorrow? If your friends do not mind, then I shall intrude. I grinned, taking that as a yes. I was quite happy as I made my way home. When Matsuda, Motohama and I were found by the girls from Kendo Club, I thought we would have another bad day. But the beating and lecture did not come. Instead, I met and was saved by a new friend. Kamel-san listened to my stories about the wonder of épée and he didn't insult me. Even Matsuda and Motohama would make fun of me when I ranted about épée sometimes, though we did so without any bad feelings between us. I wonder if I was too rude and he was just being polite. That I have to ask him tomorrow. Kamel-san seemed like a good person, so hanging out with me might trouble him. I'm not proud about it, but I don't exactly have many friends. Neither does Matsuda and Motohama. Most of our classmates were scared away by rumors about our exploits. Most of the rumors were exaggerated stories about our adventures. But some of them actually happened, like that one time we tried to peek at the swimming club but was caught and thrown to the pool. And that time when we brought eroges to school, the eroges were confiscated and we got lectured and was told to stand at the hall until the class was over. Wasn't that too much? I get the lecture, but why did sensei took away my eroge? Excuse me. No way, could it be? Hello. Sensei wanted to play the eroge too. No way, could it be that sensei is a pervert? Excuse me. I was snapped out of my thoughts by the sudden yell. A beautiful girl stood in front of me. The uniform she wore wasn't from our school, it was like one of those high-class girls' school with red blazer and black skirt. There was a gold P embroidered on the blazer, maybe the name of her school? She seemed to be about my age. But her beauty far surpassed my classmates. Her long black hair seemed to gloss under the sun, her violet eyes and the faint blush on her cheeks gave her a cute, shy girl impression. In short, she was a beautiful girl, a bishoujo. I blinked. Wait a second. A bishoujo? A real-life bishoujo? Talking to me? Why yes. Minute. I stuttered that was not cool. But this is the first time I'm talking to a bishoujo like this. You can't blame me for being nervous, right? Everyone would act like this when faced by such a beautiful girl. She took a deep breath before speaking. Are you Hyoudou Issei-san? How did she know my name? Did rumors of me spread to other school already? Was she going to condemn me as a pervert? Did I somehow offend her or peek at someone she knew? Yes, I am. Who might you be? That I slipped into polite speech before I knew it. Minute. Bishoujos are powerful. My name is Amano Yuma, she answered with a bow. I have something to ask of you. Then she stared at me with a cute upturned eyes, her blush deepening. That's so cute. I want to hug her. Oh no. Bad Issei. I shook my head to clear my thoughts. What is it, Amano-san? I tried to ask her politely. Inside, I was dreading the answer. What could the bishoujo want of me? Someone who is only famous because of perversity? She opened her mouth to answer, and I braced myself. Please go out with me. Nothing in the world could prepare me for that. Pardon? What did she just say? A confession? No way, that couldn't be it, right? There's no way that a bishoujo would appear in front of me, with the setting sun and all that convenient romantic background, then confess her love to me. Amano-san seemed to be puzzled by my reaction, then she spoke again, louder this time. Please go out with me. Again, and this time I heard it clearly. My heart began to thump loudly as I tried to process that sentence. This was a confession, right? It couldn't be mistaken with other kind of request, right? My body shook. Seriously? I am seriously being confessed by a bishoujo? There was an urge, no, a massive urge to cheer welling up within me. I regrettably crushed that urge. She would think I'm strange if I suddenly shouted now. As I was too caught up in my thoughts to answer, Amano-san's lips began to tremble. That you don't want to? I want to. I shouted. No, in fact, please allow me to go out with you. She nodded cutely when she heard my response. Then she covered her face, perhaps to hide her embarrassment. I could feel a flutter in my stomach. Could it be that my springtime of youth has come? Father, Mother, I, Hyoudou Issei, am grateful for being born. Humans. Such fascinating creatures. Their lights, their lives were small compared to us, yet they managed to accomplish more than any of us ever did in thousands years. Unlike us, they were free to act upon their desire, their curiosity. And they have given birth to new innovations using what they have learned by HRNSS, the laws of the world. The last time I descended to this world was back when I hunted down the serpent. At that time, humans were still scattered, none knew of the other's existence. The humans who were created by the Lord, the humans who were created by the pagan gods, and the humans who remained untouched by the influence of gods. And now, they were able to contact one another from across the world, helping one another, speaking to one another. To think that Lucifer once said that they were nothing but transient guests in this world. That their short lives would lead them to their doom before they would place their marks on the world. Looking at the world, I could not help but marvel at the beauty, at the efforts that humans had given to create it. With the tools and knowledge that the Watchers had given them, they changed the world. It was but a minor pity that it limited our influence to the world. That they would lose their faith in the Lord with each new knowledge they gained. In some ways, I could understand the reason why the Watchers fell, why they would turn away from the Lord in their fascination of humanity. No, I should not be carried away. My mission remained unchanged. The Red Dragon Emperor? Such an interesting human. From within the fourth heaven, I watched many humans fell to the temptation of the Red Dragon's strength. Yet, this human remained unchanged despite the being sealed in him. His power did not manifest, he did not share the pride and lust for battle that most dragons possess. He did not wish for power, he had no need for power. Unlike many others, who would squander the gift given by the Lord by throwing away their humanity for power. He was different. The purity of his soul, the vigor he displayed, the conviction in his voice, the sheer potential in him. But of course, the darkness would attempt to taint him, to convert him into their own. I would never allow such thing to happen. The devils will never touch Hyoudou Issei as long as I, Kemael, exist. I screamed to the heaven from the rooftop of Kuo Academy. Yes, this lunchtime the school has gave us shall be used by me, shouting my appreciation to the world. The world is beautiful. Matsuda, Motohama and Kemael-san blinked at the same time after hearing my words. That I didn't expect that, I thought people only do that in anime or manga. Hey, I see broke. Motohama pretended to whisper to Matsuda. What's that supposed to mean? How did he reach that conclusion just from me declaring the beauty of the world? But I won't be discouraged. Unlike those two perverts, Hyoudou Issei has changed. I have evolved. I am now a Ryaju, someone who actually enjoys life. For I have met Yuma-chan. I grinned happily as I thought about her, how we met and her confession. Want us to call the hospital? Matsuda asked me with a laugh. You guys can only act like that because you have not realized it yet. Tremble in fear, Matsuda, Motohama. I waved my arm like one of those cool demon kings in RPG. For I, Hyoudou Issei, am no longer single. I now have a girlfriend. I declared thus, and it was the truth. That right? Let's haul him to the hospital. That hurts. Matsuda. Those eyes filled with concern hurts. And Motohama. Why are you taking out your phone and dialing 119? Hyson, Kemael called me out. Perhaps you should regale us with your tale. How exactly did you meet your girlfriend? I do not believe you mentioned her yesterday. I smiled as I thought about my meeting with Yuma-chan. I don't really remember what I said to them since I was so happy, but by the end of it, Matsuda and Motohama demanded that I prove Yuma-chan's existence to them. On the other hand, Kemael-san seemed to be deep in thought. If you guys want to see Yuma-chan, then I'll introduce you guys to her. She said she'll wait for me outside the academy after school is over. Matsuda and Motohama agreed, saying things such as breaking my illusion. What are you guys? Kamijutoma? My apologies, I will not be able to go with you. I was told to speak with the student council president after classes are over. Kemael-san seemed to be annoyed when he mentioned that, but I guess no student would want to be called by Shirtorai Sona-san, who is famous for being strict. After school was over, screams full of despair came from my two friends. No way! How come a beauty like her is going out with Issei? I can't believe it. Impossible. There must be some kind of system underscore. Say, don't tell me you use some kind of code underscore or illegal underscoring to the underscored. Serves you right. Watch in despair as I ascended beyond you guys and become a Ryaju. This is it. I opened my eyes wide and rushed out of the bed and dashed into the bathroom. I have brushed my teeth for dozens of times since yesterday night, but I couldn't be too careful and brushed it once again, making sure that I did not miss any teeth. Picking my best clothes, I checked my plans for today's date. Written on my notebook was a list of shops and restaurants that Yuma-chan and I could visit, the routes that we can take to reach it, and some suggestions from Matsuda, Motohama and Kemael-san about what kind of presents should I give to Yuma-chan. Matsuda suggested to buy Yuma-chan some goth loli outfit. As expected from a self-proclaimed lolicon. That I lost myself for a moment as I imagined Yuma-chan in that kind of outfit. Frilly black dress swinging as she twirled. Motohama's suggestion was glasses and mature women clothes. That I imagined Yuma-chan being a teacher, scolding me as I answered her question wrong and then praising me when I answered correctly. And lastly, Kemael-san suggested, a Bible? I blinked. He did say that he believed in God, but he said he wasn't a Christian. I shrugged, before suddenly a thought struck me. Maybe Kemael-san is giving this as a clue? A sister uniform for Yuma-chan? With her shy and cute attitude, a sister uniform would suit her. I can't choose. Then I realized what time it was. and I rushed out of my room, running towards the place where we promised to meet. Like a version guy, I arrived 3 hours earlier than the planned time. I guess I shouldn't have come here too early, I muttered to myself as I was given an occult-looking thing with a red circular symbol filled with strange words and shapes. Since I was afraid that Yuma-chan would think I was strange if she saw me holding this occult symbol, I threw it away. At the promised time, Yuma-chan arrived. "Sorry, did I make you wait?" she asked with an embarrassed smile. I grinned. I've been waiting for this moment. Don't worry, I also just got here. There it was. The sentence that I have waited for years to say. That sentence would be yet another mark in the birth of a new Hyoudou Issei. With that, our first date began. I was nervous at first, but when Yuma-chan grabbed my hand with hers, my nervousness faded away, replaced by happiness. Hyoudou Issei, is now on a date with a beautiful girl. Our hands are linked together. As we visited the stores around us, I made a mental note of things that Yuma-chan showed interest in. Motohama told me that I should buy things she is interested in as a surprise present. It would make her happy. He said he learned that from Hiroge. I grinned. That is Aromegane, the perverted glasses for you. His experience in 2D is deep. By the time lunch came, I had a list of several presents. One of them, a huge teddy bear, seemed to be a good choice for a Christmas present. Even though it was still far away, I resolved myself to buy it for her in the future. After that, we went to a cafe for lunch. Yuma-chan ordered a chocolate parfait, and I could feel my hunger disappearing just by watching her eating the parfait. The sparkle of happiness and smile that she had as she tasted the parfait was heavenly. And for the first time in my life, I actually felt alive for the first time. That happiness, I wanted to treasure it and protect it forever. Without us noticing, the sky was getting dark and the two of us were alone at the park away from the town. Our date was nearing its end, and my nervousness returned. Should I offer her a goodbye kiss? Should I ask her for another date? As thoughts ran through my head, Yuma-chan spoke as she turned towards me. "It was fun today." Her smile was radiant. I nodded, not trusting my mouth to speak before her. The sight of her being illuminated by the setting sun was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. "Hey, Issei-kun." Her cute smile remained as her eyes met mine. "What is it, Yuma-chan?" My heart was pounding. There is something I want to do to celebrate our first date. The pounding of my heart intensified. My imagination immediately went to a kiss. A real kiss to the mouth. What is it that you want?" I tried to keep my anticipation hidden, but my feelings must be visible to her as her smile seemed to widen. "Will you die for me?" What did she say? Sorry, Yuma-chan, I must have heard wrong. Could you repeat it again? There was no way that she sighed. "Will you die for me?" This time, she let out a giggle as she asked me once again. As I tried to process that request, something happened before my eyes. A pair of black wings appeared from Yuma-chan's back. Her smile that was beautiful now looked eerie. I couldn't believe my eyes. I did call her beauty heavenly, but those wings, is she an angel? A real angel? Honestly, that was the most boring date I've ever experienced. It was like playing house with a little child. Her voice changed. It was not the sweet voice I had grown used to. It was a cold and cruel mature voice. A buzzing noise could be heard as something appeared in her hand, a spear, a light spear that defied common sense and reality. I still could not understand. I did not want to understand. "Sorry, Issei-kun. You are a threat to us, so we decided to get rid of you early. If you want to hold a grudge, then blame God for putting a sacred gear inside you." With those words that was incomprehensible to me, she threw the spear. Unexpected. A few days ago, I heard from Hyoudou Issei that a young woman had approached him. At that time, I had believed her to be a devil, thus I advised Hyoudou Issei to give her a Bible as a gift. If she was one of them, then she should show some reaction. I had planned to interfere once the young woman displays her true face, thus I followed Hyoudou Issei today. When I saw her, I knew that I was half correct. While she was not a human, she was a fallen angel, and not a devil. Her black wings showed that. Those wings that was dyed black by their sins. I heard reports that Azazel had been recruiting sacred gear wielders, I assumed that she was a member of Grigori. If she was one of Azazel's, then there should be no threat to Hyoudou Issei's life. Azazel's interest in sacred gears ensured Issei's safety. All I must do is warn Azazel that he should not approach Hyoudou Issei, and this should be resolved. I was mistaken. The fallen angel now stood before Hyoudou Issei, a light spear in her hand. Such sacrilege. To use one of the Lord's gift to assault a human is unforgivable. His law had been broken. It is time to work for the Lord. Before she could throw the spear of light towards Hyoudou Issei, I moved. That I have no idea what is happening right now. Hyoudou Issei, a normal high school boy, thought as I saw another winged person, this time with white wings, standing in front of me with the spear caught in his hand. Hyoudou-san, are you unharmed? That voice seemed familiar, and the way the winged person called me sounds like. He turned his head towards me and my guess was confirmed. It was Kamael-san, the transfer student. I opened my mouth to ask what is happening, but he spoke before me. Please wait for a moment. Now is not the time for questions. We will talk once I am done. Done? With what? An angel? I heard Yuma shout in surprise. Why is an angel here? Kamael-san threw away the spear. I can ask the same to you, Fallen. Are you one of Lucifer's? I didn't realize that you still exist. Yuma had a disgusted face hearing Kamael-san's words. I am not one of them, you fool. I am Rainier of Grigori. A member of Grigori? From Kamael-san's voice, he seemed surprised. That is impossible. Azazel would never allow you to kill a sacred gear wielder. No, Rainier glowered. What would an angel like you know about Azazel-sama? The sacred gear within Hyoudou Issei may become a threat to Grigori. Azazel-sama will agree with me. You are delusional. Azazel's interest in sacred gear ensures the safety of all sacred gear wielders. I had met several members of Grigori who protected humans from devils. They are fools, Rainier declared. If we keep allowing humans join Grigori, one day they will betray us. I will not let that happen. As I said, Kamael-san opened his hand, and a sword made of light, similar to the one that Rainier had, appeared. Delusional. Rainier created another spear of light to be thrown, but before she could release the spear, Kamael-san's sword had stabbed her. My eyes widened seeing Rainier's face contort in pain as blood poured from the stab wound. From the strength of your light spear and your speed, it appears that you were in a shim before you fell. Kamael-san pulled the sword and swung it towards Rainier's head. I shut my eyes, not wanting to be beheaded in front of me. You. I heard Rainier's voice and opened my eyes. She was flying while clutching the wound in her stomach. Who are you? Power. To me, it was just a single word, a word that meant strength or power, but to Rainier, that word seemed to mean something as her eyes widened in fear. Why is one of them here? She muttered while trembling. They are supposed to be in heaven, they aren't supposed to be in this world. Kamael-san turned his head towards me and then back to Rainier. It seems that Hyoudou-san is quite shaken. I do not believe showing your death would benefit Hyoudou-san's sanity. You may leave this time. Hearing that, I realized that I was shivering out of confusion and fear. I felt as if I was seeing something that is alien, something that I shouldn't have seen. Rainier gritted her teeth as she clutched her stomach. Do you angels? So arrogant. Acting like you guys are better than us just because you're holy. Remember this. I will make you pay for this humiliation. If I ever see you again, you will die, Fallen. Kamael-san shot back as Rainier flew away. I opened my eyes and saw the ceiling of my bedroom. Was it all a dream? I wondered. I turned my head to the side and saw the date. It was the day after my date with Yuma. Did she really turn into a fallen angel and try to kill me? Was Kamael-san really an angel? I didn't know. My last memories were Kamael-san telling me to go back home and rest. He promised that he would explain it to me today. I rose from the bed, part of me hoping that the events yesterday was just a dream, that Yuma was just a normal girl. Matsuda and Motohama didn't remember Yuma. They said I never had a girlfriend, that they never saw her. But that's impossible. They met her, they even gave me advices for the date. They said that I must have been dreaming. Were they right? Was it all just a dream? Does Yuma really exist? When the school bell rang, Signaling the lunch break, Kamael-san approached me. Hyoudou-san, he greeted me. Kamael-san, about yesterday. Can we move somewhere more private? I would prefer if we can talk without anyone listening in. I nodded and rose from my seat, thinking that we might be able to talk on the rooftop. I wonder why the girls around us are blushing and sneaking glances at me and Kamael-san though. Please, don't tell me that you've defected to that side? Seriously? Has the pain of being called pervert and ignored by girls broke Issei? To think that he would swing that way? What are you guys talking about? And now? Kamael-san turned towards me as we stand on the roof of Kuo Academy. His face did not show any expression. Perhaps you have some questions, Hyoudou-san? Yesterday really happened, right? Yuma-chan is real, right? Kamael-san approaching me means that the date yesterday wasn't just a dream, right? Kamael-san nodded. I believe that you are confused because your friends do not recall anything concerning Amano Yuma. Fortunately, or unfortunately, Amano Yuma does exist, though it is not her real name. Questions flew through my head, such as, who was Yuma? Why did she try to kill me? Who are you? Why did you save me? What was that light weapons and wings? What was Grigori? Sacred gear. But I think the one that I wanted to be answered the most was, so, what the heck happened yesterday? I shouted, though I didn't know whether I shouted that at Kamael-san or at the world that had gone insane. Unfazed by my outburst, Kamael-san answered. Hyoudou-san, you were about to be murdered by a fallen angel. Thus, I intervened. I get that, but what are you? What do you mean by fallen angel? The boy in front of me frowned. He seemed to be thinking about how he is going to answer my question. That first of all, I will inform you that supernatural beings such as angels, devils, pagan gods, yokai, and other beings like them exist. They are real. That if it was any other day, I would ask if Kamael-san is sane. But after what happened yesterday, though she introduced herself to you as Amano Yuma, she is, in truth, Rainier, a fallen angel. An angel who is banished from heaven because she broke one of the Lord's law. So Yuma-chan was. Yes, Kamael nodded, a supernatural being. I am one of them as well. To be more exact, I am an angel. You and Yuma-chan are like the ones in the Bible? I remembered my childhood friend, Shidu, telling me about how cool angels are, that they are heroes of justice. It would be more appropriate to say that I am one of the angel from the Bible. I will explain more about angels later on. For now, allow me to explain why she tried to kill you. That's right. Yuma-chan tried to kill me because of something. She approached me to kill me. That's depressing. My first girlfriend asked me out to kill me. She said something about sacred gear, I think. I don't think that it's possible for me to forget anything from yesterday. Correct. A sacred gear is an artifact created by the Lord, the God who created me. Are you familiar with the concept of miracles? Miracles? Shidu mentioned that guy who caused miracles to happen, like reviving the dead or exorcising demons. You mean like that Jesus Christ guy from the Bible? Kamael-san showed a conflicted expression hearing that. It is the same expression as the one he had when I asked if he was a Christian. Yes, I suppose Yeshua would be a good example. One of Yeshua's miracle was healing the sick. One of the most well-known sacred gear is named Twilight Healing, the smile of the Holy Mother. It possesses similar, but weaker, ability. Twilight Healing has the capability to heal the wounded, though it cannot regenerate lost limbs, erase exhaustion, or cure sickness. Sacred gears are part of the Lord system, a system that enacts miracles on earth. There were humans with sacred gears who grew strong and influential thanks to their sacred gears. In fact, several heroes from the past were sacred gear users. One example would be Amakusa Shiro Tokisada of Japan. That name seems familiar. The guy from Samurai Spirits. Kamael-san blinked hearing my reply. I suppose? There was an awkward silence as I wondered if I should apologize for ruining the atmosphere. I shall continue. During the 17th century, Amakusa Shiro Tokisada led a rebellion in Shimabara. He was stated to be capable of invoking miracles and was considered as a messenger from heaven. Though he failed the rebellion, the fact that a 15-year-old boy managed to raise an army and rebelled against the shogunate is a miracle. Wow, so that actually happened in the past? I wonder if I should start paying attention in history lesson. But I digress. Let us return to your situation, Hyoudou-san. As you might have guessed, you possess a sacred gear. Even considering what happened yesterday, I could not help but feel excited hearing that. I have a special power. What kid never dreamed of having a special power and shouting? There's special moves as they do cool poses? What kind of sacred gear do I have? Do you think I can do cool moves with them? I asked with enthusiasm. Perhaps we should talk about sacred gears later. For now, I have explained about sacred gears, but a question might still haunt you. Why did she try to kill you simply because you possess a sacred gear? I deflated a bit hearing that. I'd rather not talk about yesterday, but I guess we have no choice. First of all, I shall explain about Grigori, since that fallen, Rainier claimed that she is one of them. Grigori refers to a group of fallen angels who fell from heaven because of their lust. In the past, they were researchers, scholars, a gathering of eccentric angels who loved to invent many kinds of devices, regardless of its actual usability. One day, Azazel, who they look up as a leader, spoke to the others. Kamel-sen took a deep breath as he seemed to brace himself for humiliation. Hey, don't you think the women in human world are CC? I think I'm falling for them. I didn't expect that at all. Kamel-san sounded like someone else. I don't know why, but I pictured a dandy perverted man who has a harem when I heard that voice. Kamel-sen sighed and his face became expressionless again, though I think I saw a hint of her embarrassment there. Regardless of how terrible Azazel's joke was, soon it was apparent that he was not joking. The Grigori defected en masse and descended to the human world. In exchange for a chance to study and mate with humans, they taught humanity many things, ranging from the knowledge to read the stars, to create writing utensils, and even the art of warfare and deceit. Why are they trying to kill me? All I get from the story is that their boss is a pervert and they are some kind of mad scientists. In my opinion, Azazel and most of the Grigori would rather recruit you and would never think of harming you outside of experiments. That I think I will ignore that dangerous last part of Kamel-san's answer. I believe that the fallen angel, Rainier, acted on her own discretion. She seemed to believe that humans are a threat to the Grigori. I know not what fuels her belief, but Azazel had nothing to do with this. How can you be so sure, Kamel-san? I mean, from what Kamel-san said, the Grigori betrayed Kamel-san and the other angels, right? Though I kinda understand the Grigori's feelings if they fell because of girls. But the Azazel guy might change his mind, right? Because I asked him, Kamel-san said that so casually. No, wait, aren't you guys supposed to be enemies? You guys are angels and fallen angels, right? Yuma seemed to hate you so much. How can you say that you talked with her boss that easily? We are friends. No, wait, that doesn't answer anything. Once you meet Azazel personally, you will understand, Hyoudou-san. Azazel can be insane at times, but he has a strange charisma that makes people befriend him easily. That I decided that asking more questions won't really do anything. And now that I have explained the reason why that fallen tried to kill you, I will ask you a question, Hyoudou-san. What is it, Kamel-san? Would you like to awaken your sacred gear? At the very least, it would ensure that you have a way to defend yourself if that fallen or other beings try to attack you. Hearing that, I smiled. Cool poses, here I come. Unfortunately, the bell signaling the end of the lunch break rang. Kamel-san told me that we would awaken my sacred gear after school. Well, that was the plan. But after classes were over, Matsuda and Motohama approached me and offered to hang out together at the manga cafe in the town. When I looked at Kamel-san, since we planned to awaken my sacred gear, Matsuda and Motohama misunderstood and asked Kamel-san to join us. Kamel-san seemed puzzled, but he agreed to them. No, wait, is this really all right? Isn't my life in danger without my sacred gear? I whispered to him. Do not worry, I will protect you. No, Kamel-san, for both our sakes, please don't say something like that out loud. Looking at Matsuda and Motohama's pale face and worried glances, I can only imagine how they interpreted that line. And so, it was decided that we would go to the manga cafe. Oh! I was impressed. They seem to have updated their collection. There are a lot of new mangas here. Hi-san, Kamel-san called me and I turned my head to the direction of his voice. He was staring at the racks of books with a look of confusion and fascination. What are these books? Well, they are mangas. Seeing his confusion remained, I tried to put it in another terms. Comic books? Picture books? Stories? Kamael seemed to understand what I meant and he nodded. And for what purpose do they serve? What kind of lesson would one gain from the stories in these books? Kamael-san, have you ever read for fun? Matsuda, who happened to pass by, overheard our conversation. He looked at Kamael with pity. You must have been raised in a strict family, Potastasin. It's Potestas, should you find it difficult to say it? Kamael is fine, Kamael-san corrected. Matsuda nodded. Anyway, here. He handed Kamael a book. It was Helsing. Manga. Did Matsuda seriously handed an angel a book with a vampire working for Christian Protestants as a main character and the Vatican Church as antagonists? With Nazis? Kamael-san seemed bemused as he examined the book. Then he opened it. Kamael-san? I called out to him. The angel turned his head towards me. What is it, Hyoudou-sen? Maybe you should read some other books first. I was about to offer him Dragon Ball, but he shook his head. Matsuda-san has given me this book. There must be a reason why he handed me this book out of the many possibilities. I shall read it. Kamael-san is a bit strange, I concluded, but I said nothing as I don't want to disturb his reading. I picked up a book of Ratman. A story of a boy who aspired to be a hero but was tricked into joining an evil organization instead. The so-called evil organization isn't actually evil though, and he acted like a hero a lot more than the real ones. As I read the manga, I wished that my sacred gear would allow me to be like Ratman and the tokusatsu heroes like Kamen Rider or Super Sentai. Unexpectedly, Kamael-san seemed to enjoy the manga as he finished one volume quite quickly and picked up another. Maybe he had some kind of super brain because he is an angel? That would explain the speed of his reading. Oi Issei. Check this out. Motohama showed me the manga he is reading. It was an Erodojin. A manga created by fans of a series with 18+ theme that should not even be here in this cafe. Did Motohama bring it from his house? Motohama, what are you doing? How could he bring such a thing to this manga cafe? Unforgivable. Let me read it too, UBSRD. Matsuda-san, I greeted the human. He seemed surprised by my greeting and fumbled to hide the book he was reading. How strange. What was he reading? Regardless, I have something to discuss with him. The book you gave me is quite enlightening. I did not realize that there are people who saw us in those lights. Matsuda-san seemed surprised by my words. You're a Christian, Kamael-san? I shook my head. He asked the same question as Hyoudou Issei, but I suppose that it would be expected. The people of this land were mostly exposed to the Lord's words through Christian missionaries after all. I am not. I simply believe in the same God as them, I answered. He did not seem to understand but nodded. Well, I gave you Helsing because I like it. If you don't like it because of your religion, then that's fine. I shook my head. It seemed that he misunderstood me. On the contrary, I find the book to be great. In particular, the priest, Alexander Anderson, fascinates me. He acts in accordance to his own code of honor. He is strong in both body and spirit. Even during his moment of death, he comforts his archenemy and reminds his children to live piously. Matsuda-san nodded. Yeah, Anderson-san is cool, but I like Alucard the most. He is badass. As I was about to answer, I noticed Hyoudou Issei and Motohama-san approaching us. What are you guys talking about? Motohama-san questioned us. Is it about Helsing? Hyoudou Issei asked us. Hearing that, Motohama-san grinned. If it's about Hirano Kuda's masterpiece, count me in. My favorite character is certainly Sarah's Victoria. That's just because she's a girl, right? Matsuda-san protested. If it's any other series, I'll pick Sarah's as my favorite too, but this is Helsing. You're supposed to pick a badass character. And you call yourself a fan? Are you saying that she isn't a badass? Motohama-san roared as he and Matsuda-san argued. Hyoudou Issei shook his head and added a few comments of his own about the book. After a while, they asked for my contribution and I did so, escalating the arguments even further and causing us to be kicked out of the cafe. But it was fun. This is embarrassing. I know I said that I wanted to do some cool poses, but this is too much. Kamel-san took me to a park near the edge of the town, and then, Hyoudou-san, do you have someone you consider as a symbol of might and power? It took me a moment to process that question. Seriously, why does Kamel-san use confusing words? Strong, like Son Goku from Dragon Ball? Of course, when talking about strength, it is without a doubt Goku-san. Goku-san is the strongest being in the universe and he is a hero. Kamel-san titled his head. Could it be he never watched Dragon Ball? Is he really from heaven? How can he not know one of the greatest series ever created? No, wait, Kamel-san did act like he had no idea what a manga is back at the manga cafe. How sad. I'll have to introduce more manga to him when we're free. As long as you consider him powerful, there should be no problem. Now, can you imagine the moment when he is at his strongest? Pose, words, anything. That would be Kamehameha, right? I nodded. Do it. Do the same thing as the person you consider strongest did. With all your feelings, with all your spirit. No, wait a second, Kamel-san. I had to stop him. Is this angel seriously asking me to? What is it? Are you asking me to do a Kamehameha? At this age? In public? Kamel-san seemed puzzled, but nodded. Yes, is there a problem? There are so many problems that I don't know where to start. As much as I would like to Tsukomi that, I doubt Kamel-san knew the humiliation that comes from doing Kamehameha in public. Still, I needed to convey to him that there is a problem, so I nodded my head rapidly. Unfortunately, this is the fastest method you can have to awaken your sacred gear. You need a strong feelings that allows you to believe that you can do anything. Do you not wish to awaken your sacred gear? That you do Kamehameha in public and get a superpower, or don't do Kamehameha and don't get a superpower? I have no choice. Feeling as if something died in me and knowing that I would consider this moment as the darkest past of Hyoudou Issei's life, I cupped my hands in front of me. That I could feel myself blushing as my mind once again reminded me what I'm about to do. I'm about to reenact a fictional character's fictional superpowered attack to get a superpower of my own, in public. Me. I moved my hands, still cupped, to the side of my stomach. If this was a real Kamehameha, the ki I am gathering in my hand should grow larger right now. Unfortunately, I don't think reality works like that. So what I'm doing is just muttering words while posing like Goku-san. This is kinda humiliating. It seems like one of those things that someone has to do because they were picked in a king's game or picked dare in truth or dare. Me. As I'm doing this, I started to recall back when Hyoudou and I played together, we would pose and pretend to fight each other. That helped to ease my embarrassment a bit. I shouted with all my might. There was a silence as nothing seemed to happen. This is embarrassing. Humiliating. I'm doing a Kamehameha in public in front of a friend who didn't even know what Dragon Ball is and nothing happened. I want to dig a hole and hide there until my hairs are white. But then, my left arm began to glow. I thought I'm doing Kamehameha. Why did it turn into Godfinger instead? Congratulations, Hyan. Kamlin praised me as my left arm shone even brighter. Though I was quite worried when I saw the strange dance you performed, it would appear that you have succeeded. It wasn't a strange dance. That was Kamehameha. A great technique used by great men. Apologize, Kamel-san. Apologize to all DAGNBLL fans in the world. As I was about to voice my displeasure, the glow disappeared, revealing a red gauntlet with a green jewel embedded on it. I grinned as I examined it. It looked very flashy and cool, kinda like the Henshin device that Kamen Riders and Super Sentai would use. If Hyoudou was around, I would show this off and declared myself a real tokusatsu hero. This is cool. I voiced my feelings as I turned towards Kamel-san, planning to thank him for this. But then I stopped. His face showed confusion as he looked at my gauntlet, my sacred gear. Kamel-san began to mutter. This is strange. Hyoudou Issei's sacred gear is supposed to be the boosted gear. Why does a twice critical appear instead? Boosted gear? Twice critical? Are those sacred gear names? Then Kamel-san shook his head and nodded to himself. Either way, it is good that you have awakened your sacred gear. My question to you now is, Would you like to learn how to use it? Kamael-san was cruel. Hyoudou-san, I believe in the potential within humanity. That they are able to survive, adapt and grow when they are faced with trials and tribulations. Do you agree? Honestly, I didn't know what Kamael-san meant, so I just nodded. That is good. Hyoudou-san, a sacred gear is part of you, and just like other parts of your body, it would react to a certain stimuli. I am sure that you have figured out what stimuli I am speaking about, Hyoudou-san. That well, if this sinking feeling that I am having is any indication then, please survive, Hyoudou-san. It would be a shame for your light to be extinguished this soon. Then Kamael-san started to attack me, not a single trace of hesitation or mercy on his face. Well, thanks to that, I managed to learn how to use my sacred gear though. My sacred gear, twice critical, allows me to double my power for a short time. It seemed good enough for me, but Kamael-san pointed out that twice of human's physical power is nothing compared to angel or devil. Then he told me something strange. Your sacred gear has not fully awakened. Right now, I would say that it is half awake. The sacred gear inside you should be the boosted gear, a sacred gear with the capability of doubling your power until you reach your physical limits. I asked him why it was half awake. From what I know of the sacred gear system, there are two possible reasons. One is that the soul within the boosted gear is still in hibernation, the other is because you do not desire power. I would like to ask about the soul in boosted gear, but my main concern is the other reason. I want power, Kamael-san. I mean, that's why I awaken it, right? Kamael-san shook his head. Not that kind of power. The power you seek now is the power to protect yourself, is it not? To ensure your survival? The boosted gear is a dragon-type sacred gear. The powers that a dragon will acknowledge is the power to dominate your opponents, and the power to protect your treasures. Unless you have such desire, I do not believe your sacred gear will fully awaken. From what Kamael-san said, I get an impression that dragons are really selfish, but somehow, I don't think that is what I need. There is something wrong in Kamael-san's image of dragons. I don't know what, but something in me believes that. That is what happened. Do you have an explanation for this, Azazel? I questioned the governor of Fallen Angel as I sat on the rooftop of Hyoudou Issei's house. A phone in my hand. I see, then we are in agreement. It would appear that Hyoudou-san does not seek power. At the very least, he does not seek the same power as the previous Red Dragon Emperor. Azazel affirmed my theory. That was enough for me. I trust Azazel's knowledge of sacred gears. That is Shim, Rainer, what should I do about her? Azazel gave his reply. So there are other strays? Your influence seemed to weaken, Governor of Fallen Angels. The Fallen sounded offended as he replied to my words. Understood. I suppose I will make use of the weapon you left me then. There was a panicked reply from the phone. I chuckled as I took out a cylindrical object from my pocket. On its sides, there was a switch, one saying light, and the other, darkness. I nodded. Yes, I still have it. After all, this weapon has helped me survive through countless battlefield. This blazer Shindash. The line went dead. How unfortunate. I returned my attention to the house below me. It seems that Hyoudou-san has fallen asleep. That is good. Now I can speak with her without worrying him overhearing us. I turned my head to the side to meet the gaze of the red-haired devil. What do you want, Gremory? The day after I first activated my sacred gear, Kamael-san and I went up to the rooftop again. Yesterday, I have explained why that Fallen tried to kill you, Hyoudou-san. To ensure that you will not be completely lost while interacting with supernatural creatures, especially those that you might encounter in this town, I will explain about angels, devils, and fallen angels. I nodded to show that I was paying attention, though I had to wonder why he didn't add creatures from Japan in that list. I decided to ask later. First, I ask you, Taitsun, what do you know about angels? Even if he asked me that, I only know a bit about them from Shidu, manga and games. Angels have wings and they are God's assistants, right? I struggled to answer that, since I was about to say, servants, but I thought it would offend Kamael-san. There is no need to hesitate. The angel nodded when he saw my hesitation as I said, "Assistants? You can just call us, the Lord's servants. That is what we are. And I advise you to call the Lord, biblical God, for easier identification." I nodded, though it was a bit weird to call a god that. I wonder if biblical God have a name. I decided to ask that. "Kamael-san, does biblical God have a name?" Kamael-san's eyebrow rose hearing that. "The Lord have many names. Do you prefer to call the Lord with one of his name? I will warn you that many factions in Abrahamic religion does not acknowledge some of the names, meaning that it might cause problems for you should you call the Lord by one of his names." I shook my head. My life is already complicated enough without offending a religious group. Now then, let us start with the simplest question. What are angels? As I have stated, we are the Lord's servants. We are created by the Lord, and we exist to act on the Lord's will. Of course, that does not mean we are mindless machines. Each of us are unique, with our own quirks and personalities. However, there are some angels who decided to abandon their identities to serve the Lord completely with their body and mind. That sounds a bit scary. During our creation, the Lord divided the angels into 10 categories, one for each Sephira. Sephira? I had to ask as I was unfamiliar with that word. Kamael-san thought for a moment. I do not believe you need to learn about the Sephiroth today. Putting it simply, the Lord divided us into 10 categories, with each of them having an archangel as its leader. Hayot HaKodesh, Ophanim, Eralim, Hashmalim, Seraphim, Malachim, Elohim, Bene Elohim, Cherubim, and Ishim. Then I remembered how Kamael-san called Rainier when he fought her. Kamael-san, you called Rainier Ishim. Does that mean Rainier is an Ishim angel? He nodded. I think he is pleased that I remember that. But around that time, you said you are a power. What does that mean? Kamael-san nodded again. The Sephiroth system is no longer used by us today, because of certain circumstances. Currently, we are using the choir system, a system that divides angels into 9 categories. Seraphim, cherubim, Ophanim, dominions, virtues, powers, principalities, archangels, and angels. Each of the choirs possess a chief as a leader. Using this system, I am assigned as part of Power Choir. That now I'm confused. Kamael-san, you called Rainier Ishim, but you introduced yourself as Power. Why is that? As she is a member of Grigori, that meant she fell back when we used the Sephiroth system. I know not where she would be placed in the choir system. Examining her combat capability, however, it appears she would be a member of Archangel's choir at most. Combat capability? So angels are divided based on their strength? I questioned. That seemed militaristic, not exactly something that came to my mind when I heard God's servants, but I guess those anime and games might be onto something after all. Kamael-san shook his head. That is not exactly correct. In the choir system, the Lord divides us based on our duties. The 9th choir, angels are messengers, not warriors. The 8th choir, archangels, possess the same duty as angels, but with a higher emphasis in combat capability. I am a member of the 6th choir, powers. In Latin, powers is called potestas, which is a false name that I use. We are the warriors of heaven. Our task is to eliminate enemies of heaven. However, I must admit that we are currently, bluntly speaking, jobless. I blinked. What do you mean? Kamael-san protected me because Rainier tried to attack me and you are a power, right? The relationship between angels, devils, and fallen angels have changed. We no longer seek conflict with each other like we used to in the past. Kamael shook his head. And I am not here because of my job, I am here because I am interested in you. That sounded wrong. But wait, interested? In me? Correct. I sensed the sacred gear within you. That is why I came to this town, entered your school, and watched over you. I followed you that day, during your date, as I had a suspicion that the girl, Amanoyama, was not a human. That wait so? Kamael-san, could it be that you befriended me because I have a sacred gear? When Kamael-san seemed to think about it, part of me was hurt. Did Kamael-san approach me just because of my sacred gear? No. I was surprised hearing that firm answer. Sacred gears might be powerful, They are part of the Lord's miracles. But to me, they are worthless compared to the quality of humans wielding them. You are a good person, Edson. That is why I accepted your offer of friendship. I admit, I grinned hearing that. I grinned like an idiot. I mean, it is sad, but I never had someone say I am a good person right into my face directly like that. While I would explain more about angels, our time is limited, thus I will move on to fallen angels. When he mentioned fallen angels, my mind recalled the image of Rainier. She was completely different from Yumachun. Fallen angels are angels who disobeyed laws of heaven. The only indication that they are fallen angels is the color of their wings. From Kamael-san's back, 5 pairs of white wings appeared. Angels' wings are white, while fallen angels' wings are black. Kamael-san, you mentioned laws of heaven. What are those laws? I was curious. I mean, angels are supposed to be God's servants, right? What kind of rules bind them? Kamael-san pondered for a moment. As that Ishim, Rainier is a fallen angel of Grigori, the Watchers of Humanity, therefore I will name the law that she most likely broke, mating with humans. Dare? Kamael-san must have seen my expression because he repeated, mating with humans. Copulating with them. Having SEC with them. No, I heard what you said, Kamael-san. But, really? Yes, the result of an angel breeding with a human are Nephilim. A race of giants. They are neither angel nor human. I believe the description most appropriate for them is monstrous. After the Watchers fell and Nephilim started to populate the world, the Lord commanded us to slay all Nephilim. Isn't that too harsh? I mean, are they really that evil? Hyoudou-san, one of Nephilim's favorite food is human. Kamael-san's eyes seemed to glow, as if it was on fire as he spoke. The Nephilim race is a threat to humanity, and like all other threats to humanity, it must be eradicated. That I don't think arguing with Kamael-san about this is going to do anything, so I just nodded. Let us return back to fallen angels. An angel who fell would be exiled from heaven, and there is no method to ascend back to heaven. Even if they regretted breaking the law? What if they tried to repent? I heard from Hyoudou's father that if someone sinned, they can repent and ask for God's forgiveness, but Kamael-san's words seemed to deny that. Kamael nodded. If it was a small sin, then that sin might be absolved. However, only the Lord may absolve heavy sins such as breaking the laws of heaven. In this world right now, it is impossible to absolve heavy sins. Should anyone broke heaven's law, that would be the end for them. The Lord cannot absolve your sins anymore, and we, angels, are not above heaven's law. Therefore, there is no method possible to absolve heavy sins. The way Kamael-san stated it, it seems strange. God of Bible can absolve sins, but for some reason, God can't do it anymore? And the angels can't do that, so it is impossible to absolve heavy sins? There is no need to think about it too much, Hyoudou-san. All you need to understand is that there is no method to redeem fallen angels. That I have a feeling that Kamael-san isn't saying something? I had already explained to you about Grigori yesterday, therefore I will not speak of them again. Finally, let us speak of devils. They are like yokai, right? Kamael-san nodded. That is an apt comparison. Suppose. Just like how yokai is consisted of many kind of demons such as Oni, Tengu, Yukiana, Kitsune and so on, the devils are separated into clans. But those are not important. When speaking of devils, there is one fact that I cannot stress enough. What is it? While this might be unavoidable in this town, I would prefer if you are cautious when interacting with the devil. That sounds a bit strange. What do you mean, unavoidable? This town, especially this school, Kuro Academy, falls within devil's territory. Whether knowingly or not, you have interacted with them. Wait, what? What are you talking about, Kamael-san? This is Japan, you know? If this is a territory for some supernatural being, shouldn't it be Kami's territory or yokai's territory? Is this related to why you didn't mention Kami or yokai in as creatures I might encounter here? The angel shook his head. With the rise of Abrahamic religion's influence all over the world, we had territories in many countries. In Japan, we had control over this town and Shimabara. However, we lost this area during our war against the fallen angels and devils, allowing the devils to take control of this town. That I've lived here since my birth, but I had no idea that this place is under devil's control. However, Kamel-san continued, there is no need for you to be so concerned. It is not as if devils are inherently evil. While there are malicious devils, most of them are simply mischievous. Fortunately for us, the rulers of this area are rather reasonable. They permitted me to stay in this town as long as I do not attack innocent devils. Though the word innocent was used rather loosely. I blinked. The way Kamel spoke about devils gave me an impression that they are naughty, but normal. So why did you tell me to be cautious, Kamel-san? Kamel sighed. While they might not harm you directly, they possess the capability of reincarnating a human, living or dead, into a devil. My confusion grew. Isn't that good? I mean, if someone I knew died and they can be revived, I would want that. That was a wrong thing to say, I realized immediately as Kamel-san's face lost all expression. Hyoudou Issei, do you consider your humanity, your potential as human being, so cheap that you would trade it for a life as a devil? Do you believe that devils are greater than humans? I disagree. Humanity is worth more than that. The Lord's love for humanity held no equal. The Lord praised humanity more than anything. The thought of someone throwing such blessing away to become a devil is, to me, sickening. Before I knew it, there was a sword pointing to my neck. The eyes of the angel before me showed nothing but disgust as he spoke. Hyoudou Issei, should you, at any moment, choose the life of a devil instead of the life of a human, there are two possible paths for you. First, you will kill yourself. Second, you, and the devil who reincarnated you, will be eradicated by me. I paled as I realized that Kamel-san was serious. I gulped and nodded. Don't worry, Kamel-san. I like being human, I told the red-haired angel in an attempt to placate him. Hearing my words, Kamel-san put away the sword and nodded and stated pleasantly, of course. A good human such as Hyoudou-san would never do that. My apologies for startling you, Hyoudou-san. Startling? I was scared to death. I wanted to shout. That I just realized this, but Kamel-san is not normal, isn't he? Now that I think about it, he spoke about being interested in me, admitted that he stalked me, his eyes would have this strange glint whenever he spoke about humans. And then there's how he called me a good human. I have a feeling that Kamel-san's definition of good isn't the same as mine. Should I ask him about that? He might be offended, but Kamel-san, you like humans, don't you? There, that should be safe enough not to offend him. Kamel nodded, seemingly pleased by my question. Indeed. Perhaps as a human, it might be difficult for you to understand, Hyoudou-san, but humanity is fascinating. You humans are constantly changing, constantly improving. You were weak and oppressed in the past, and yet, now you stand above other creatures on Earth. You futilely attempted to fight against nature, against catastrophes in the past, and yet now, you created structures that would not fall even if faced against earthquakes. You studied, you learned, and you harnessed the laws of the world. Are there any other creatures capable of such feat other than humanity? Kamel-san had a delighted expression as he sang praises for humanity. But we also did bad things, didn't we? I mean, we have weapons like guns. We went to war and killed other people, I pointed out to Kamel-san. Kamel-san seemed surprised at my words. But then, the answer he gave confuses me even more. Those are evil humans' actions. They will be judged and punished by heaven for their sins that pollutes humanity. Good humans such as Hyoudou-san should not concern yourself with them. That I think I better change the subject before Kamel-san got even weirder. Kamel-san, I promise to be careful when speaking with devils. Is there any other advice you can give? Kamel nodded. Hyoudou-san, while you might have awakened your sacred gear, your body lacks training. You will not win in a battle against supernatural creature. Should you meet a hostile creature, I advise you to escape. I relaxed when I see Kamel-san returning back to normal. I nodded, making a mental note of his advice. I realize that I'm still weak, though I can double my strength. Kamel-san showed that a double of human strength is still too weak to fight against angels or beings like them. After that, I asked Kamel-san a few more things about supernatural creatures, especially about what I can do to help me survive. After classes ended, Kamael-san and I made our way to the park at the edge of the town. That was where Kamael-san trained me yesterday. There were children and some of their parents there. They seemed to be having fun playing around the toys in the park. Actually, it reminded me of back when I used to play here. When I saw several children playing there, I wondered why it seemed abandoned yesterday. Until yesterday, I hadn't visited this park since I met the uncle who taught me about Issei in the past, so I had no idea if this park is popular among kids or not. It is simple enough for me to cast a few suggestions around the area, ensuring that people who wish to come to the park change their mind and move elsewhere. To translate that, Kamael-san hypnotized people to not come to the park? It was not exactly a hypnosis. People who were caught by the suggestion would hear things such as, "Shouldn't I buy some grocery instead of going to this park?" Or perhaps, "The other park seems more fun, let's go there instead." I dislike using this method as it reminds me of devils. However, I failed to properly secure a place to train you, Hyoudou-san, thus I used this method. Well, it would trouble others if we keep doing this, so can't we train in the forest near Kuowa's old school building? I heard that the old school building was used by a cult research club. I was a bit worried since they sounded like a shady club, but since we are going to use the forest instead of the building, we probably won't meet them. Kamael-san frowned. I would prefer not to go there, Hyoudou-san. If you are worried about troubling people who wish to visit the park, fear not, I have contacted my superior, and he has agreed to provide us a place to train. However, it is not ready yet, thus we have to make do with this park. I had no idea why Kamael-san doesn't want to train near the old school building, but hearing that he already prepared a place for training, I sighed in relief. It would be bad if the children can't visit this park anymore. Looking at the kids now, can't we train somewhere else, Kamael-san? I don't want to disturb the kids. I suppose. As Kamael-san spoke, a voice interrupted him. Kamael-san and I turned towards the voice and saw a nun with long blonde hair and green eyes approaching us. I had no idea what language she spoke in, but that was definitely not Japanese. Kamael-san spoke with the girl. For some reason, I understood what Kamael-san was saying but not the nun. Hyoudou-san, excuse me. Seeing my puzzled expression, Kamael-san tapped my head and suddenly I understood what the girl was saying. Now you should be able to understand her words and speak to her. Keep in mind that this blessing will only work on spoken language. I was appointed to the church in this town. I apologize for disturbing you, but I heard you speak in Italian. May I ask for your help in directing me to the church? My eyes opened wide in surprise. Thanks to whatever Kamael-san did, I managed to understand the nun's words. It was as if she spoke in Japanese. That might be some kind of magic that translates foreign language to a language I know. A direction to the church, you say? Kamael-san seemed puzzled. Of course he was. There was no church in this town. Kamael-san, maybe she meant the old church at the outer part of the town? That church was abandoned though. Shido's father used to be a priest there, but he and the rest of the church people left for some reason. There is an old church in this town, but it no longer functions as one. Is that the church you meant? I asked her, forgetting that she did not understand Japanese. But for some reason, she seemed to understand my words. Must be the effect of that magic Kamael-san did. Truly? I am glad to hear that. This is all thanks to the Lord. She smiled happily as she praised the God from the Bible. That was a bit surprising, but Kamael-san seemed to be pleased hearing her words. I did not expect to see a follower of the Lord in this city. Such a fortunate meeting. You speak Italian. May I assume that you are a member of Vatican? The girl nodded. Yes, my name is Asia Argento. I am pleased to meet you. Asia Argento? That would be Argento Asia? Kamael seemed to freeze hearing her name, but he recovered his composure. I see. So you are dash. Whatever Kamael-san was about to say was cut when we heard a cry from one of the children. I turned my head to the source of the voice and saw a boy with a scratch on his knee. It seemed that he tripped. His mother was with him, so he should be fine, but the nun, Argento-san, suddenly walked towards the boy, so Kamael-san and I followed her. Are you all right? Argento-san asked the boy. The boy probably couldn't understand a single word she said, but I'm sure he understood that she was trying to comfort him because she had a kind expression as she spoke. Then the sister put a hand over the injury and Kamael-san spoke. Watch, Hyoudou-san. That is a sacred gear. One that I explained to you yesterday, the smile of Holy Mother, twilight healing. I watched in amazement as a green light orb appeared from Argento-san's palm and glowed over the boy's injury. Then, like magic, or as Kamael-san explained, like miracle, the boy's injury started to disappear. After a few seconds, the injury was completely gone and the boy was healed. The boy's mother, who seemed shocked when Argento-san started to heal him, seemed to snap out of it and hurriedly took the boy away. That seemed ungrateful to me. Argento-san healed her son. The least she could do is say thanks. Thank you, Wani-chan. The boy shouted as he was dragged by his mother. He said, thank you, big sister. I translated it for Argento-san. She smiled happily when she heard that. I am glad to be of help. That light was... I was about to ask if she knew that it was sacred gear. It was the light of healing. It is a wonderful blessing that the Lord gave me. She said something like that, but she had a sad smile. Kamael-san too frowned when he heard that. It seemed that she had some dark past and Kamael-san seemed to know about it. I decided not to probe too deeply. I probably shouldn't say something like, actually, I also have a sacred gear, or anything like that. We walked towards the church, making small talk, mostly just telling Argento-san about this city so that she could familiarize herself with this town. After walking for a while, we reached the church. I didn't know why, but for some reason, the church didn't feel holy to me. Maybe it was because I got used to Kamael-san? He was an angel after all. Disgusting. I heard Kamael-san mutter as he observed the church. Is this the church you meant, Argento-san? I asked her to make sure. I mean, if Kamael-san called it disgusting, is this really a church? Argento-san smiled. Yes. But please call me Asia. Thank you. I just remembered that we hadn't introduced ourselves. We were interrupted by the boy's cry back when we were in the park. I'm Hyoudou Issei. Nice to meet you, Asia-san. I introduced myself to her. Potestas, Kamael-san did not say his real name. Maybe he was trying to hide the fact that he was an angel from her. Nice to meet you, saying, Potesta-san. She didn't actually say, san, but I guess whatever Kamael-san did to me translated her words as, san. Maybe she actually said something like, Mr. After Asia-san entered the church, Kamael-san motioned for me to follow him and we left the place. What is it, Kamael-san? I asked him when he stopped walking. The church was almost out of sight, but I could still see the roof and the cross on top of the building. That abandoned church is currently being used by fallen angels as their base of operation, Kamael-san answered, his expression unchanged. Seriously? I had to ask, weren't fallen angels supposed to be, dark? Why are they hiding in a church? Well, it is an abandoned church, so that might be the reason. It seems that Asia Argento has joined the fallen angels. Such a pity, she was a good human in the past. Consider her as an example of human who you should not follow, Hyoudou-san. I might only knew her for a short while, but I felt that Kamael-san's words were unwarranted. What do you mean by that, Kamael-san? I asked coldly. Kamael-san answered as if it was a fact. She is excommunicated by the church for knowingly healing a devil. Excommunicated? Excommunication is an act where the church disown their member and banish them. Kamael-san, I had to keep my voice from shaking. You said that Asia-san healed a devil, right? But if she healed them, that means the devil must be injured, right? The devil might be dying, right? The angel nodded. But she is still excommunicated? Even though all she did was help another living being? He nodded again. Do you accept that, Kamael-san? Do you agree with that? Kamael paused for a moment, while I disapprove of excommunicating her. It is against the law of heaven to assist devils as they might harm humans or tempt humans to sin. Isn't there something wrong with that? I shouted. Was she supposed to let the devil die? Even though to her, the devil looked just like a normal person? Kamael-san, if, at the time I met her, I saw Yuma-chan in trouble, I would help her, even if I know what she is. If I believed that she is a good person, then I would help her. Does that make me evil? Kamael sighed. Hyoudou, while I agree that the way we treated Asia Argento is unsightly, that does not excuse her of joining fallen angels. Stop joking around. You admitted that you abandoned her. You agreed with me that you treated her wrongly, but you didn't do anything. And now you are blaming her for joining fallen angels? Maybe she did that because they were the only ones who accepted her. My breathing was heavy as I shouted so much, but I kept on glaring at the angel who claimed to love humanity, but abandoned Asia when she needed him. Kamael-san said nothing in response to my outburst. I waited for him to reply, to deny my words, but nothing came. You should return to your home, Hyoudou-san, Kamael-san spoke, but those words were not what I wanted to hear. Should you need anything, I will be at the roof of Kuo Academy. Just like that he walked away, not giving any rebuttal to my words. I did not see Kamael-san at all since we parted ways yesterday. Today, he was absent from school. I wondered if he was offended by what I said. A part of me thought that he might be hurt, but I dismissed that thought. Kamael-san did not strike me as the type of person who would be hurt just from that. But still, I had no idea what to do. I thought about spending time with Matsuda and Motohama, but somehow I just can't enjoy myself. I decided to leave school at the first lunch break. My mind returned back to my argument with Kamael-san. Well, it was more of a one-sided shouting match. Then I realized if Asia is with the fallen angels, she could be in danger. Rainair tried to kill me because I had a sacred gear. What if she tried to do the same to Asia-san? I panicked, but I didn't know what to do, so I just wandered aimlessly. Somehow, my feet lead me to this park, the park where I met Asia yesterday, the park where I awakened my sacred gear. I sat on the bench and wondered what kind of expression I have right now. It must be quite a pitiful expression since Asia-san had concerned eyes as she watched me. Wait, Asia-san? Asia-san? I was surprised to see her. I didn't expect to see her again. This town might not be as large as Tokyo or Osaka, but it is still considered a rather large place. We meet again, Issei-san, she greeted me with a cute smile. Just seeing that smile made me want to return it with my own. But then I recalled what Kamael-san told me yesterday and my anxiety returns. I opened my mouth but she spoke faster than me. Issei-san, she fidgeted, I'm still not used to this town, can you take me for a tour please? Did she really just ask that? A flash of her face appeared in my mind, causing me to hesitate. However, when I saw Asia's hopeful gaze, I nodded. Sure, I don't mind. I had no idea if that was the right answer or not. But seeing Asia's smile, maybe it was? But she smiled like that too. On that day, at that time. It was a comical sight, in my opinion. A sister stood before the register, being confused about what to order. Excuse me, what would you like to order? Even the employee was confused. Without any destination, I took Asia-san to a fast food restaurant at the business district. The same district she and I visited during our date. It seemed that Asia-san had never visited a restaurant like this, so I offered to help her, especially since she couldn't speak Japanese. But she said proudly, "It's fine, I will manage it, somehow." If spirit is all you need to overcome language barriers, that would be good. Sorry, I spoke to the employee, she will have the same order as me. The employee seemed relieved when I interjected, but Asia-san seemed dejected. I'm ashamed. I can't even buy a single hamburger by myself. As you stay in this town and you learn more Japanese, I'm sure you can do it. Part of me thought about asking Kamael-san to help Asia-san learn languages magically like me, but I dismissed the thought. While we walked towards an empty table, I noticed that most of the customers were looking at Asia-san. Maybe it was because she was a nun and also because she was cute. It was similar to how people would stare at her during our date. I shook my head, trying to get rid of the memories. Issei-san, is there a problem? Asia-san had a worried expression. She must be worried because I suddenly stopped. I gave her a smile. Don't worry about it, it's nothing. We reached our table and sat on the seats. Asia clasped her hands together and started to pray. I wondered how she felt, praying to God who did not do anything as she was excommunicated. The God who abandoned her. When Asia-san finished her prayers and I mutter a quick, "Itadakimasu," as I opened some of the wrapping over my hamburger, allowing me to eat it without dirtying my hands. Then I stopped, because Asia did not open hers, but instead looked at it the same way someone would look at an unidentified object. Asia-san, you can eat the hamburger by taking the wrap off like this. I showed her how I took off the wrap. There's actually a way to eat like that? Amazing! Thought that was a really cute reaction. I also showed her how to eat the fries and she seemed amazed as she watched me eat. Asia-san, shouldn't you eat your food too? It might get cold, I told her, and she hurriedly nodded and took a small bite of the burger. It's delicious. This burger is really delicious. What was this girl saying with such happy eyes? What kind of food did she eat before this? Is this the first time you eat a burger? She nodded, yes. I have seen it before on television, but this is my first time eating it. I am moved, this is delicious. That I had no idea how to react to that. I see. And what do you normally eat, Asia-san? Most of the time, I ate bread and soup. Also, vegetables and pasta. Was that how people of the church lived? I see. Since you'll be staying in this town, I know some good restaurants. I'll take you there whenever you want. She nodded, smiling happily, which made me smile as well. To think that I would meet someone as kind as Issei-san here. This must be God's blessing. My smile disappeared hearing that. Kamail-san's cold words resounded in my head. That I don't know how to help Asia-san with her problem, but Asia-san, after we're done eating, why don't we go to a game center? Asia-san gave me another nod, still smiling. When we went to the game center, Asia was distracted by one of the crane games. Curious, I asked her, is there something you want, Asia-san? She shook her head, but glanced at the crane game as she did so. I moved closer and looked at the contents of the machine. Inside it were cute dolls of Ranch-kun, a mouse-based mascot that seemed to be quite popular worldwide. Perhaps Asia-san wanted it? Asia-san, do you like Ranch-kun? I asked her. No. She attempted to deny it, but when she saw my smile she nodded, blushing. All right, then I'll get one for you. But it's okay, I'll definitely get it. I put a coin inside the crane game and tried to get a Ranch-kun doll. My first try was quite good as the doll I targeted dropped in a good location. I put in another coin, but this time, I missed Ranch-kun. The same happened to me during my third and fourth tries. I saw Asia-san looking worried as she watched me trying to get Ranch-kun. I put in another coin. I'll definitely get it this time. And I did. There was a feeling of triumph when I saw the Ranch-kun doll drop into the goal. Yeah. I made a victory pose as the Ranch-kun doll appeared from the slot below. I gave it to Asia-san. Here you go, Asia-san. She beamed as she hugged the doll. Thank you very much, Issei. I will take care of this doll. I smiled. If a doll makes you so happy, I promise I'll get you something better next time, okay? To my surprise, Asia-san shook her head. No, this Ranch-kun that you gave me is enough, Issei. Since yesterday, you have helped me so much. I will treasure it, this bond between you and me. I blushed hearing those words. It was something really sappy, but when Asia-san said it, it seemed so natural. Alright, we haven't started yet. Asia-san, we'll play around for the whole day today. Follow me. Yes. I took Asia-san's hand and went further to the game center. Don't we played a lot today? Wise. I'm a bit tired. It was already evening by the time Asia and I reached the park. It was not the park where I met Asia. Instead, it was the park where I saw her true face for the first time. That I took Asia around the town, but it was not the same route as when I went to a date with her. Honestly, that was the most boring date I've ever experienced. It was like playing house with a little child. I shook my head as I recalled her words. I don't want to hear that again. I never wanted to experience that again. I don't want to be betrayed again. Issei-san, is there something I can help you with? Asia-san suddenly asked me. I turned towards her with a surprised expression. No, why do you ask, Asia-san? She frowned as she answered me. You seem to have a pained expression. I wonder if I can help. Maybe the power God gave me can ease your pain, Issei-san. I laughed, but it wasn't a happy one. I highly doubt that. Even if a sacred gear can make miracles happen, I doubt this pain of mine can be healed by it. Your power? It's a sacred gear, isn't it? I didn't know if I asked this question because of curiosity or because I wanted to change the subject. Asia-san seemed surprised. Yes, it is. You know about sacred gears, Issei? I nodded. Yeah, I have a sacred gear too. Really, Issei-san? You have a sacred gear too? I didn't realize that. I grinned. Even though I said that, my sacred gear is not as useful as yours. Your sacred gear can heal any injuries, right? That she had a complicated expression hearing my words. Then, it morphed into a sad one. I panicked. Did I say something wrong? A tear fell from her eyes. Then another and another. It was as if a dam had been opened as she started to cry. I didn't know what to do, but I hugged her. That it's okay, cry all you want. I'll be here for you. That I had no idea if what I did was right or wrong as she continued to cry on my shoulder. After a while, she stopped crying. After she calmed down, she began to tell me about her past. Her life before she was excommunicated. Asia-san was born in a certain region in Europe. She was an orphan, as she was discarded by her parents. She was raised in a church by a nun, along with other orphans. The church's teaching and the Lord were all she knew in her life. At the age of 8, she received a special power. The power to heal the wounded. One day, she saw a puppy in pain and attempted to heal it, wishing to ease its pain. To her surprise, and the surprise of people around her, a miracle occurred and the puppy was healed. From then on, her life changed. She was taken to Vatican and was symbolized as a holy maiden because of her healing power. Every day, wounded people would be brought to her and she would heal them. She was not dissatisfied. The people of the church were kind, and she did not hate healing people. Instead, she was happy she could heal people. She was thankful she could help people using the power bestowed by the Lord. But she was lonely. Many people would talk to her, they would be kind to her, but they would not become her friends. Because, even if she looked like a human, the power she had was not normal. It was an irregularity. She was not a human but a symbol, a holy maiden. All it took was one day. Just like how she was transformed into a holy maiden, a single day was all it took to change her life. By coincidence, she happened to see a devil. The devil was wounded and she was aware that the being was a devil. But she believed that if someone is injured, then she should heal it. This was not an act born of evil desire. It was simply kindness. One of the followers of the church saw her doing so and reported it. The ministers of the church were shocked hearing what happened. It was absurd. Among those who had the capability to heal, no one but her could heal devils. It was believed to be a common sense that devils and fallen angels could not be healed. But her power could heal them, and she did. Apparently, there was a similar event in the past. And from it, it was declared that the power to heal fallen angels and devils was not the power of the Lord, but the power of a witch. And so, the people who once loved her, hated her, declaring her as a heretic, they abandoned her. She had nowhere to go, nowhere to turn to. She was homeless, aimless, until an organization recruited her. An organization of exorcists excommunicated by the church, just like her and fallen angels. However, even as she lived among the fallen, she did not abandon her faith in the Lord. She continued to pray, she continued to thank the Lord for his blessings. And yet she was abandoned. The Lord did not save her. But what shocked her the most was that no one in the church defended her. No one cared about her. That it's because I didn't pray enough, it's because I'm clumsy. I'm so stupid that I can't even eat a burger by myself. Asia-san tried to laugh as she wiped her tears. I had no idea what to say. I didn't know how to comfort her. Even after hearing her past, I could not imagine the pain and suffering she felt. This is also a trial that the Lord gave me. Since I'm a clumsy nun, the Lord gave me this trial. So I must endure. She was laughing as she told herself that. Was that a lie to protect herself? To protect her faith? Did she tell herself that until she believed it? You don't have to say anything anymore. I could not say that. I'm sure. I will make lots of friends one day. I have a dream. I want to go buy flowers with a friend, buying books, and talk. Her face was covered in tears. I could not bear to look at her. The suffering she must have felt. The pain she must have endured. She waited, she prayed for God to save her. But he did not come. Instead, it was me, a worthless human who never even gave God any thought. Kamael-san came to me instead. He did not save her. But, why God? Why didn't you save her? What are you doing? What the F are you doing? I am nobody. I am just a boy, living cheerfully without giving any thought about people who suffered. Why the F did you save me instead of her? I don't know what kind of plan you have. I don't care. If you won't save her, then I will. Even if I have to suffer with her, even if I have to fight against you, your angels, and even the fallen angels. I promise I will save her. Asia-san, no, Asia. She looked up to me, her eyes were still red from all the tears she let out. I will be your friend. No, in fact, we are already friends, right? We went to a restaurant together, we played in the game center together. Issei-san. She trembled hearing my words. Did I make a mistake? Did I make another mistake? Why do you want to be friends with me? Someone like me? Because I like you, those were my honest feelings. Asia is a kind girl, a good girl who would heal even a devil. She was not someone you could hate. I want to protect her. I want to save her. So, call me Issei. My friends call me Issei. But I'm clumsy, I have no common sense. That's all right. We can learn by going around the city. If we go together, see different things, you will learn eventually. I can't speak Japanese. I don't know anything about its culture. I will teach you. I don't know how long it will take, but I will teach you. By the end of it, you will be like a natural-born Japanese. We can go visit museums, watch feudal-era movies together. I don't know what to talk about with a friend. What are you saying? We are talking, aren't we? Since this morning, haven't we been talking? Will you really be my friend? I nodded firmly, there was no hesitation in my heart. Yeah. I will be your friend, Asia. So, please take care of me, okay? She nodded and gave me a smile. It was a smile more radiant than any she showed before. That's impossible. With those words, my world exploded in pain. Issei-san. Asia screamed in horror. A spear of light pierced my stomach. I turned my head and saw her. Ariner. Finally. It seems that power had left you. It is annoying how you slipped away that night, but now, this will be the end for you. Asia immediately tried to heal my wound with her sacred gear. I coughed up blood as she pulled the spear out. Normally my life would be over, but thanks to Asia's sacred gear, I managed to stay alive. Asia, let's go back, she gave an order to the nun casually. Asia trembled as she kept healing me. Don't go, Asia. I told her as I turned my body, placing me between Rainier and my friend. Rainier seemed to be surprised by my action. What do you think you can do against me, Issei? You're just a human, you think you can beat me? My left arm shone as I called my sacred gear. Rainier took a single look at it and started to laugh. Really? You act so cool and that's the best you can do? They said you had a rare sacred gear, but it's actually just a twice critical? I glared. Kamel-san told me that my sacred gear had not fully awakened, but I could not allow Asia be taken by her. I recalled the words he told me during my training. Your sacred gear, or at the very least, twice critical works according to your desire to become stronger. Should you wish it to be, then it will doubles your physical abilities, your strength, speed, endurance and many more. Though it does have its limit. As its name implies, twice critical can only boost your physical abilities once. I will protect Asia. For that, I need power. I thought as the jewel on my sacred gear glowed. Boost. I felt a rush as my power was doubled. With this my thought was cut short as two spears of light embedded itself on my shoulders. Asia, let's go back. If you disobey me, my next spear will pierce his head. And you, don't get cocky just because you have a sacred gear. Even if you multiply 0 with 2, the result is still 0. It won't. Wise. I understand. I heard Asia's reply. Asia? I turned towards her. Issei-san, thank you. Today was really fun. Really? Rainier cuts in. You had fun? With this guy? Seriously, how pathetic can you be, Asia? This guy is boring. I almost fell asleep when he took me around. I was angry, I was frustrated, but you're wrong. Asia shouted, Isen is kind. Isen showed me many things. He taught me things I don't understand. She placed her hand on her pocket, where she kept the doll I gave her. Yes, whatever. Let's go. The fallen angel brushed Asia's words aside. The more time you spend talking, the more time we'll waste. Asia smiled towards me as she walked away. I'm sure we'll see each other again. I knew that she was lying, because she was crying as she said those words of farewell. She and that fallen angel disappeared. The wounds on my shoulders and stomach were healed, thanks to Asia. I failed her. Even though she just cried on my shoulder. Even though she poured her heart out to me. Even though I promised to protect her. Even though I'm supposed to be her friend. I was too weak. I was the one protected instead. Tears flowed from my eyes. Do you mean it? That I'm pathetic? I know not how long I stood in this place. One of the devils, Citri, questioned my presence here, ordering me to attend the lesson instead of standing here, on the rooftop of Kuo Academy. But I refused. I could not do that. I had stated to Hyoudou Issei that I would be here should he need me. And here I would wait. Asia Argento. I held no ill will towards her. Even if she was no longer a good human, all I felt was pity. Pity that she had to cling to the fallen to keep on living. Pity that she abandoned her faith for her survival. Then I heard footsteps. Unexpected. It was nighttime. I doubted any student remained in this academy. I sensed Citri and Gremory in their bases, the student council and occult research club. So it was not either of them. Boost. As the door leading to the rooftop was blown away, I knew who it was. Hi Edison, it is already late. Should you not be sleeping? Help me, Kamael. That I was a bit taken aback by how he called me. Help you, Hyoudou-san? I am afraid you need to be more precise. Help me save Asia. That I suppose I should have expected it. Hyoudou Issei seemed to be attached to her. I am afraid I cannot do that. To assist someone who turned her back to he dash. My words were stopped by Hyoudou Issei's fist. But I did not react, there was no need to react. Though humanity had potential, Hyoudou Issei's strength was below my own. How dare you? I met his gaze, a gaze filled with anger. How dare you say that? Asia. She kept on praying. She kept on believing in God. Even when God abandoned her. She still kept on believing that it is all a trial. That all her suffering is her own fault. She blamed herself. She said that God gave her those trials because she isn't good enough. How dare you insult her faith? I opened my mouth but Hyoudou Issei's fist stopped me once again. Where were you? Where were you when she suffered? Where were you when the people around her abandoned her? Where were you when she was led astray by the fallen angels? Where the F is your God when she cried? You said you love humans. You said that your God love humans. Well, that is a effing lie. My eyes narrowed. Hyacin, I grabbed his fist as he was about to punch me. I would advise you not to doubt my feelings, the Lord's feelings for humanity. We have sacrificed much for you. Well then it's not FNG enough. If you abandoned a girl who believes in you with her whole heart and instead saved a no-good human like me, then it's not even close to enough. Why did you save me instead of her? What makes me special? What makes her not special? Asia, she is a good girl. I had no reply for him. My words died in my throat as I saw his tears. His sadness, his pain. Please. Hyoudou Issei fell in front of me as I released his hand. Siver? He knelt, he pleaded, he begged. If you think Asia is a sinner, then I will shoulder it. I'll take her sins. If she must be punished, then I'll take the punishment for her. But please, save my friend. Those words. I had heard words similar to his before. From a man who was not a man. From a God who was not a God. From a being who died for the world. I had not wept for him. For he was not a human. I even thought him as arrogant. For someone to declare that he would represent humanity, even though he was not even one of them. And yet now, a human stood before me. Uttering the same words as him. And he did it for the sake of a friend. It was breathtaking. It was fascinating. To see such purity, to see such humanity. I grabbed his shoulders and raised him. I do not know if the Lord will allow it. I do not know if heaven will accept it. However, Hyoudou Issei, if a human such as you, ask me to save Asia Argento, then I will do so. Without a shred of doubt or hesitation, I will stand with you, against anyone, against anything. Hyoudou Issei seemed surprised by my words, but he nodded firmly. Please save my friend. Save Asia Argento. In the end, that was all I need. Words, wishes from a human. Ever since the Lord created Adam and Lilith, creating his own humanity like other gods, I fell in love. They were pure, they were innocent, they were foolish. Yet they seemed to live in happiness, unlike my brother and I. I would ask the Lord many things about them. About what they were, what they would become, what should I consider them to be. The Lord and I would rejoice as humanity grew. Just like how parents would be happy when babies uttered their first words, walked their first steps. When Lilith refused to be placed lower than Adam, I sang praises for her deep within my heart. For to me, humanity is equal. Equally beautiful, equally fascinating. When Eve was created, I was outraged, for the Lord created her of Adam. Yet I saw light, not unlike Lilith's within her, thus I said nothing. When my brother, the poison of God, lured Eve and tempted her to break the law of the Lord, I was both outraged and exhilarated. Because I wanted to know what humanity could become. Both Adam and Eve at the fruit of knowledge, they were banished from Eden, and I was sent to comfort them. When I saw them, I saw something that I did not expect. They had lost their home, yet they gained something more. Something that caused their souls to glow even brighter than before. I met them, talked with them for the first time. I told them of the other humans, those created by the Vedic gods, those created by the Sumerian gods, and those who evolved naturally. They were fascinated, but so was I as I saw them still holding to their faith in the Lord, even when he had exiled them. When Cain killed Abel, I was there with the Lord. I questioned the Lord why he refused Cain's offerings. Cain might not kill Abel had the Lord received his offerings instead of rejecting it. The Lord asked me if I questioned his will. I replied to him, a reply that caused my brothers and sisters to be outraged, and the Lord to laugh. When Azazel and the Watchers fell, I accepted it. For I felt that there could be no better reason to fall. Azazel and the Watchers fell because of humanity, and I would never reject them for that. When they taught humanity knowledge, my heart leapt with joy. With those knowledge, humanity would grow even further. When Nephilim rose and we were commanded to slay them, I did so. I consider it a pity that the union of angels and humans would result in such abomination. Perhaps it was because Azazel and the others were fallen angels, yet it was still a minor pity that I had to slay descendants of humanity, no matter how vile they were. When the Lord brought Enoch up to heaven and transformed him into Metatron, I was there. When the Lord declared him to be the greatest of all angels, when the Lord commanded us to bow to the lesser witch, I did so gladly. I felt vindicated, for humanity had proven itself to be capable of rising beyond us. When Noah built his ark and lived through deluge, along with other humans created by other gods, I was relieved. As the Lord and other gods promised not to do such thing again. It was painful to see many humans dying as the rain washed them away. When I saw Abraham, when I saw Moses, when I saw Solomon, when I saw Elijah, when I saw the brightest stars among humanity, heroes, kings, saints, martyrs, I would be enthralled. I would pray as they suffered, I would rejoice as they triumphed, and I would mourn as they died. Even during the Great War, even during the war against devils and fallen angels, I took up my flaming sword for the sake of humanity and nothing else. The Great War was terrible and the Lord's death was a great loss, and yet, I considered it as a Pyrrhic victory. For angels, devils, and fallen angels had suffered too much to keep their holds on humanity. For other pantheons, other gods, had been overwhelmed by us before the war. For the first time after the CNCPTN of gods, humanity was free. And now, a human, one with potential to be the brightest I have ever seen, had asked me to fight. To take up my sword once more. Thus I remembered the words of the Son of Man. The words of a man who was not a man, of a God who was not a God. Ask, and it will be given to you. Seek, and you will find. Knock, and it will be opened to you. Hyoudou Issei, this will be your first real battle. Are you prepared? I nodded firmly as Kamael and I ran through the city. I will definitely save Asia. You are still inexperienced. You lack strength. Yet you will still continue on? Even though you might face death. Yes. I was just a high school boy. A few days ago, my life was simple. Get up in the morning, go to school, do idiotic things with Matsuda and Motohama, laugh as we played around. But then I met her, Amano Yuma. I was happy. I thought I found someone who I could love, who could accept me. She tried to kill me. Her feelings were nothing more than lies. I was saved by him, Potesta's Kamael. He introduced me to a world I never knew existed. I was excited. Learning that I was special made me happy. Learning that I could live in a supernatural world filled with adventures made me burn with anticipation. I thought I was special, and I was happy because of that. But then I met her, Asia Argento. At that time, I thought that she was just someone from the world I just stepped into. Just a person I would never see again. I was wrong. We met once more, and in our short time together, I felt a connection with her. When she told me her past, I was filled with complex emotions. I loathed myself for thinking that the new world was fun. I loathed myself for not being able to comfort her. I loathed myself for being saved instead of her. I thought it was not too late. I thought I could help her. So I became friends with her. Maybe I befriended her to make me feel better? Because if I do, at least I can say that I did something for her. I don't know. All I know is that I don't want to see her sad. Hearing my words, she smiled. She seemed happy. Yet, her happiness did not last. Amano Yuma, Rainier, appeared before us. I promised Asia I would protect her. But that I failed to keep my promise and Asia had to protect me instead. I, Hyoudou Issei, am pathetic. I was too naive. I was too childish. I thought I could protect Asia, even though I'm so weak. That's why I pleaded to the angel. To the same God I denounced for leaving Asia. It was pitiful that I would clung back to the same person I condemned. Yet, Kamael accepted my plea. Even though I haven't apologized to him. Even though I insulted him and the God he served. What did Asia feel? When she heard me declare that I would protect her. Did she hear that as a fool making promises he wouldn't be able to keep? I don't know. What did Kamael feel? When I ran back to him, begging for his help. Did he thought I was pitiful? Selfish? I don't know. I swear I will apologize to them. But I can't do that now. It is impossible to do that now. Because right now, I don't care how deplorable I am, how hideous I might seem. As long as I can save her and protect her smile, I will do anything. Without a hesitation, I pulled my hand, boost, and punched the church's door. The jewel glowed. I thought as Hyoudou Issei and I entered the church. It happened for just an instant, yet I was sure that the jewel on Hyoudou Issei's sacred gear glowed. It was different from the glue that shone whenever it used its ability. Is it awakening? Could it be that the red drag? My thoughts were cut short by the voice from the altar. Huh? Seriously? That beach was telling the truth? A shitty angel and an idiot are actually attacking us. That I recognize him. Fried Selzen, a filth that pollutes humanity simply by existing. He was an exorcist, yet he had no faith in the Lord. He joined the warriors of the church, not out of duty, but because he wishes to kill. He would slay the guilty, the innocent, without any hesitation in pursuit of his joy. When Vatican learned of his actions, he was declared as a criminal and was hunted. It seemed that he joined the fallen angels after escaping Vatican. That it would appear that I will eliminate more than fallen angels tonight. Where's Asia? It would appear that Hyoudou Issei is in quite a rush. That is not good. Losing your composure will only lead to an early grave. What's with that? That's the first question that you asked me? That's rude, you know. What about asking who I am? Why did you ask for that shitty nun instead? I don't give a f who you are. I'm asking you, where is Asia? Calm down, Hyoudou Issei. Selzen shrugged. Oh well, it's not like I care if a stupid kid knows me or not. That beach took her to the ritual spot through the hidden stairs under the altar, he stated as he nonchalantly pointed at the main altar. Ritual, is it? It would appear that Azazel's words were true. That fallen, Rainier, is trying to steal the twilight healing. I would eliminate her, but if Azazel was telling the truth about her objective, then the information he gave me should be accurate. Hyoudou Issei, there should be more than one fallen angels around. I will lure as many of them here. After receiving a nod from him, I took out my weapon, the Blazer Shining Aura Darkness Blade, prototype. It was a weapon capable of creating a light or darkness blade. Azazel once claimed that the Blazer Shining Aura Darkness Blade embodies the hidden darkness within angels, and the concealed light within devils. So the shitty angel will be my enemy? Bring it on. The fallen priest seemed to wish for a battle. I wordlessly activated the darkness energy within the blade and swung it, sending a wave of black energy towards Selzen. The stray exorcist avoided the wave, yet my goal was accomplished as the energy cut through the main altar and exploded as it reached the wall. That should catch the attention of the fallens. I turned my head and saw Hyoudou Issei already moving towards the hidden stairs beneath the altar. How fortunate, I thought as I heard wings flapping and 3 fallen angels appeared before me. A male and 2 female. Fried, what are you doing? One of them, a blue-haired woman, questioned Selzen. Dash. You guys are going to steal my prey, aren't you? The trash wearing a human face asked as he glared at the 3 fallen angels. Foolish. I deactivated the Blazer Shining Aura Darkness Blade, prototype. Prey. I had to wonder if he was blind. Are you quite sure, Selzen, that prey is the word you wish to use? A sword appeared in my hand. Seeing it, the male fallen's eyes widened. It seemed that he recognized the blade. Of course he would, there was no other like it. It was a blade that was as black as the abyss. Unlike others, it was not created that way, it was not colored that way. The blade was black because it was charred beyond recognition. Every time I wield it, the blade was scorched by the flames of Gavura. The flaming sword. The man muttered fearfully. So he drove the man out, and at the east of the Garden of Eden he stationed the cherubim, and the flaming sword which turned every direction to guard the way to the tree of life. With those words I recited, the flames of Gavura covered the blade. Perish! And the flaming sword was swung. As I ran through the passage with all that I had, the light bulbs flickered ominously, but I pushed down my fear to run even faster. The power I felt from twice critical's boost had dissipated moments ago. When I reached the end of the passage, there was a big door. I tensed. I had no idea what lies beyond this door, but boost. I had no time to think, to consider my options. My mind was filled with thoughts of saving Asia. I kicked the door down. That's so you came after all, Rainier spoke as she turned towards me. Behind her stood priests surrounding a strange cross. Asia should be hidden among the priests. Asia! I shouted, though it was too far for me to distinguish her among the priests. Don't worry, I'll save you soon. Hearing my words, Rainier burst out laughing. A mere human like you? What can you do? The only reason you're alive now is because that Dmed power protected you. You can't even touch me. Then she grinned. Where is he, anyway? Where's that red-haired power? He's upstairs, I answered her as I clenched my fist. He'll be here once he beat that priest. The grin on the fallen angel's face seemed maniacal as she shook her head. Poor Issei. Don't you know that there are 3 of my companions above? Even if he's a power, that angel won't be able to win against the 3 of them. He might be dead already by now. I was a bit worried about Kamael. Could he win against 3 fallen angels? I nodded to myself. He could. He won't lose, I firmly declared. Rainier sighed as if disappointed. You really are stupid, aren't you? Issei-kun? As she said my name, her voice changed, transforming into Yuma's voice. I rushed towards her, fist raised. Do you actually think you can reach me, Issei-kun? Rainier created a light spear and threw it towards me. I leapt to the side and avoided it, then I continued my dash. So you can learn after all, Rainier formed 2 light spears, one on each of her hands. Well, let's see you dance, shall we? I jumped, rolled, ducked. I did everything I could to avoid those spears that almost killed me multiple times in the past 3 days. I gradually grew closer to Rainier. She was vulnerable, she had no light spears, so I pulled my fist and… Stupid Issei-kun. With a sadistic smile, she avoided my fist and kicked my stomach. It might be a normal kick to her, but when done to a human like me, it was as if a sledgehammer slammed my body. I screamed as I was blown away back to where I started, next to the broken door. Blood flowed out of my mouth, and my whole body ached with pain. But I wasn't done yet. From the corner of my eyes, I saw Rainier disappearing. I tried to stand, but Rainier flew above me and slammed her feet on my back, sending me crashing back to the ground. Kneel, Issei-kun. That's all you humans are good for. Kneel and worship your betters, she said to me as she added more pressure on my back. Then again, can you even kneel with me holding you down? You're just like a dog, you can't even kneel without me letting you. I tried to raise my body, but she was stronger than me. I won't lose. Are you seriously still saying that, Issei-kun? Your sacred gear is useless. Twice of a human's power can never reach my level. It's like you're a sheep trying to fight back against a wolf, you know? I turned my head and glared as I continued to struggle. Don't worry. I'll reach you soon enough. I swear I would. I won't fail, I'll definitely save Asia. There's no way I'm letting her to beat me like this. Rainier's smile disappeared. Filthy human. She raised her leg and slammed it down on my back once again. I screamed as I felt my bones cracking under the pressure. Issei-sen. I heard Asia's voice. Even though it was painful, I ignored the pain and turned towards the voice. She was trying to reach me. But the priest stopped her. Asia. Oh, look at that. The princess is trying to save the hero. What a pathetic hero he is. He can't even do his job right. Rainier taunted with a grin. He can't even fight back. He's letting me walk all over him, literally and figuratively, of course. Maybe he's actually enjoying this? Hey, Issei-kun, are you actually a MSCST? Maybe that's why you're trying to save Asia? Oh, wait, could it be that you like Asia because of that? Because she can play with you and heal you with that sacred gear of hers. Anger filled me, but I couldn't do anything. I'm too weak. I'm pathetic. I thought as I laid on the ground. You know Asia? Why don't I take this chance to teach you some things you can do to please a man? Issei-kun here is a version after all. I'm sure he wouldn't mind being used as a toy before die dash. Shut up. It was not me who screamed, but Asia. Issei-sen is not like that. Issei-sen is my friend. Even though I'm useless, even though I'm pathetic, Issei-sen accepted me. Issei-sen is kind. Issei-sen is greater than you. Rainier blinked hearing Asia's words. Greater than me? Her expression became ugly. This worthless human. Are you even listening to your own words, Beach? Who do you think picked you up? Who gave you a shelter when you had nowhere to go? Who gave you food to eat every day? You did, Asia answered without hesitation, but the Lord has allowed me to meet in, and I'm satisfied with that. Rainier glared at my friend. Hey you, she pointed to one of the priests, knock her out. I had enough of her nonsense. The priest moved closer towards Asia. I struggled even harder. Don't you dare hurt Asia, I shouted, ignoring how Rainier added more strength to her leg. Don't you dash. And today was fun, Asia said to me as one of the priests grabbed her hands. I'm really glad that we met, she confessed before the priest rendered her unconscious by hitting her at the side of her neck. Asia. Asia, you're like a broken record. Shut up, will you? Rainier said to me as she formed a light spear. I'm going to kill you now, Issei-kun. Don't worry though, Asia will join you soon. Asia will join me? What do you mean? Dread filled me as I heard those words. That smile returned, that hateful smile of hers. You mean you don't know? That's rich. Why are you even risking your life if you don't know about it, Issei-kun? Answer me. What do you mean by that? Well, Rainier giggled, if you want to know so much, we're going to do a ritual here to take twilight healing from Asia. Ritual? A ritual to take Asia's sacred gear from her? Yeah, and this ritual has a tiny bit of a side effect, see? It won't be a great loss though, it'll just kill a useless nun. Asia will be killed? Asia, that kind girl, that pure girl? My friend. Never. I will never allow that. She is my friend. She is my treasure. I won't let them take her away. Rainier swung her spear down. In that instant, I saw red. I saw a red dragon, fighting against a shadow. That dragon was losing. It lacked enough strength to wrestle against the shadow. But then that dragon glowed. It might seem that nothing else happened, but I knew. That dragon's strength was doubled. It rose to greater height. Its power surpassed the shadow and it turned the situation around with its boosted power. The dragon had slain its foe, and its eyes and mine met. I knew that dragon. I had no idea how, but that dragon and I were connected. It glowed once more, and it disappeared. No, it did not disappear. It was sealed into my hand. My left hand, my sacred gear. Dragon booster. Wadash, Rainier froze as she saw my sacred gear transforming. Yoo! There's no way I'll lose like this. I haven't saved her yet. I haven't fulfilled my promise yet. Boost, 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 boost. I raised my left fist and punched the spear of light she was about to use to stab me. My fist met the tip of the spear and it cracked. The spear was destroyed into pieces as I felt the bones in my knuckle being torn apart for being forced to reach its physical limit. I will save my friend. I shouted as I pulled my other hand, my right hand. Explosion. I didn't know how, but I know that this can only be done once. After I strike her with this, my power will go back to 0. I doubt I could do it again anytime soon. But still, I punched the fallen angel in the face with all my might, sending her flying through the wall of the basement. Even then, I knew that she was not dead. She would not die that easily. See? I told you I will reach you. A human. Her voice came from behind the destroyed walls, but the dust from the rubble obscured my vision. My face, being dirted by a human like you? It was filled with anger and fury. You will pay for this, human. Your pain shall be legendary. A spear of light shot towards me from behind the clouds of dust. It felt to me as if the spear moved in a slow motion. The boost I received from my sacred gear had empowered my body, pushing it to its limits. I avoided the spear, as I knew that if I tried to deflect it, my right hand would meet the same fate as my left. There was a moment of silence before she appeared. From the rubble, Rainier flew towards me so fast I could barely see her. When she stood in front of me, I let out a satisfied laugh, for her nose was broken and bloodied. Don't you dare laugh at me. A human like you. A trash like you. She was filled with anger as she grew closer to me, with a light spear raised. I could not avoid it, even with my body reaching the limit of my human strength. I could not match a fallen angel. But I was not afraid. Because I knew that he was here. Didn't I tell you? The moment you meet me once again, your life is forfeit, fallen. A wave of light collided with Rainier, blowing her away from me. You seem to have grown, Hyoudou Issei, Kamel spoke to me as he stepped out of the passage. I must say, I do not know how to describe my feelings. Your sacred gear has fully awakened, yet, you broke your arm somehow. I suppose it is partially my fault for being late. I let out a grin. Then you'll just have to help me save Asia. I'm sure she can heal me. He chuckled. Yes, I suppose so. Do you know what your sacred gear is called? Yeah. A name appeared in my mind. Boosted gear, right? Correct. It is one of the Lan Dash. Our conversation was cut short by an explosion as Rainier rose from the rubble. Unlike that night, she seemed to be filled with anger when she saw Kamel. This is all your fault, Hyoudou in power. Kamel shook his head. You seem to be mistaken. The reason why I fought you that day was Hyoudou Issei. The reason I am standing here, before you, is Hyoudou Issei. Do carve it into your soul as you are eradicated, fallen. The one who killed you is Hyoudou Issei. Wait, while it sounded cool and all, Kamel basically pushed all the responsibilities to me, right? Well, he isn't wrong though. It seemed that being smacked to the wall again had calmed her down somewhat as Rainier just glared instead of rushing at us. What did you do to Calawarner? To Donasek and Middlet? Camael smiled, but it definitely wasn't a good smile. It was chilling, actually. Are you speaking about your fellow Fallens? They are dead. Burned to ashes. Impossible! Rainier shouted in defiance, but I could see fear in her as she attempted to deny Camael's words. You're just a single power. There's no way you can defeat the three of them. Camael sighed. Truly, you spend a few thousand years protecting a single tree, and nobody remembers you anymore. Perhaps I should have done more in the Great War. The angel took out a black sword. Does this answer your question, Fallen? The moment Camael asked that, flames covered the sword. Even from where I was standing, a few feet away from him, I could feel the heat from the burning sword. The flaming sword. The words Rainier uttered doesn't ring a bell to me. In fact, it seemed like she was saying the obvious. I mean, the sword in Camael's hand is a flaming sword. Why is the Chief of Powers here? Rainier asked as she took a step back. I recalled what Camael told me about angels, and I guessed the source of her fear. Powers are the warrior angels, and the Chief of Powers would be their leader. Unexpectedly, it seems that Camael is a high-ranked angel. I had to wonder why he has enough free time to stick around with me, but he did say that they are jobless right now. Wait, so I'm being protected by an out-of-job angel? The perverted human and the unemployed angel. Sounds like a good title for a comedy show. Hyoudou Issei, whatever thoughts you have right now, I'll advise you to stop and focus on eliminating our enemies first. The priests who we ignored up until now seemed to flinch as we turned our attention towards them. I will handle the fallen. Can you handle the heretics? I nodded, and the jewel on the boosted gear glowed. Boost. For some reason, Camael's eyes went to my hand as I feel power welling up inside me. Your left arm it is not fully human anymore. I was about to ask him to elaborate when he shook his head. We will speak of this later. Camael swung the flaming sword and torrent of flames erupted towards Rainier. I rushed towards the group of priests and uppercut one of them, launching him to the air. I was surprised by how far he flew, but since there are still more priests, I didn't get a chance to appreciate the boosted gear's ability. I willed myself for a boost, but nothing happened. Surprised by my sacred gear's inactivity, I barely evaded one of the priest's light sword. I was thankful that the boosted gear also boosted my speed, as it has allowed me to keep myself unharmed as they tried to hit me with their weapons. Wait, you guys are priests, right? Why are you using a lightsaber as if you guys are those characters from Star Wars? By the way, I thought as I kicked a priest who tried to attack me. Those guys seem like they are quite powerful. But the speed boost that the boosted gear gave me allowed me to move faster than their attacks, and since my strength was doubled, a single punch or kick was all it took to knock them out. Oh demon! They surrounded me. The group of priests managed to form a circle with me in the center. If they all attack together, I doubt I can dodge even with my doubled power. I tried to will my sacred gear to boost me again. Maybe another boost can help me break through them. It failed last time, but there's no reason not to try. Boost. This time, it worked. I dashed, punching one of the priests away and breaking free from their encirclement. What a rush. The boosted gear doubled my already doubled power. That means I'm 4 times stronger than my normal power, right? Maybe I can take a job as a fighter or something. I grinned as I avoided their attacks and kept on knocking them away. I think I can go for a perfect victory like die. I turned my head and saw a priest swinging his sword down behind me. I tried to boost again, but again, it failed. I attempted to evade the attack, but the priest managed to cut one of my leg pretty badly. The cut won't kill me, but it does hinder my movements. Damn it. I cursed. It was because I was too cocky and let my guard down. Another priest leaped at me, his sword poised to strike. I leaned my body to the side, barely avoiding the priest who stabbed his sword to where I was moments ago. The priest attempted to continue his momentum to attack me again, but before he could, I swung my right arm towards his face with all I have. Boost. My fist met the priest's face and the impact blew him away. I sighed in relief as I supported my body with my unharmed left feet. But I knew that it wasn't over yet. How many of you guys are there? I questioned them. I counted at least 10 of them. Surrounding me. What are you doing? I questioned the Fallen as she backed away from me. Are you trying to escape, Fallen? Do you fear for your life? She did not answer. Instead, she desperately threw light spears towards me. The spears were vaporized before it could reach me. I could see her hope and confidence being whittled away with each spear's destruction. Your kind kept on clinging to the light, even when you have betrayed the Lord. If you believed, even for 1 second, that you can harm me with the light, you must be insane. I walked towards her, my 5 pair of wings opened themselves as I raised my blade. Her back met the walls, and with it, despair filled her. I am the instrument of his judgment. I am severity. I am strength. I am the flame that burns away all impurities. And you, Fallen, is an impurity I must cleanse from this world. Spears of light flew towards me yet again. My flames reacted and burned them away before they reached me. Was it out of desperation? Was it simply a futile attempt of prolonging the inevitable? Fallen angel, Rainer, answer me, do you fear the Lord? She trembled as she nodded her head. That is a lie. You do not fear the Lord. You fear death. I brought my blade down and flames rained upon her body. She screamed as she was burned by the flames. She attempted to put out the fire, but it was futile, as the flames of Gevura would remain as long as the sinner lives. I walked towards her writhing body. She waved her arms, trying to create light spears to prevent me from reaching her. Most of the spears failed to reach me, and the few attempts that succeeded were vaporized before reaching me. Wordlessly, I slammed my fist down on her head, planting her face to the ground, and the flames dissipated as she fell unconscious. I would kill you, but I believe Hyoudou Issei should be given a chance to judge you for the wrongs you have done to him. I grabbed the Fallen's unconscious body and dragged it as I walked towards the place where Hyoudou Issei and the priests were fighting. The flames behind me dissipated as I willed it to disappear. In that moment, I saw Hyoudou Issei's fist impacting with one of the priest's head. My eyes narrowed, assuming that he has boosted himself multiple times so far, that kind of punch would. As he was surrounded by the remaining priests, I prepared myself to intervene. Kiba, Kaneko, knock them out. It would appear that Gremory has noticed the commotion. I was about to fight against the priests surrounding me when a blonde boy and a white-haired girl suddenly appeared and beat the priests up. What just happened? I asked in both confusion and surprise. I recognized the blonde, Yuto Kiba, the so-called prince of Kuo Academy. It is said that with a single smile, he managed to capture the hearts of many girls of our school. But why is he standing here swinging a black sword around? And the other one, the white-haired girl wearing Kuo Academy's school uniform. I recognize her, Tuju Kaneko, a first-year student who is rather popular among certain kind of students. They said that she is very expressionless, and looking at her punching the priests without a slight change on her expression, I agree with that. Then that voice ordering them. I turned my head to the entrance of the basement and my shock grew even more. There stood a beauty with long crimson hair and clear blue eyes, and beside her was another girl with equally captivating face and figure, but the other girl had ponytailed black hair and violet eyes. These people were Gremory Ria-senpai and Himejima Akino-senpai. The two great Onisama of Kuo Academy. What are they doing here? Who exactly are they? My first thought was that they were angels, but I don't get the same feeling from them that I get from Kamael. Fallen angels? No, they are fighting against the priests working with Rainer. Kamael's words came to me. This town, especially this school, Kuo Academy, falls within Devil's territory. Devils? I muttered in realization. Gremory-senpai was said to be the daughter of the administrator of Kuo Academy. If Kuo Academy was owned by a devil, that means Gremory-senpai is a devil too. Oh, you know of us? That guy, Hyoudou, asked me with a polite smile. But that smile felt fake, and I have a feeling that if I answered the question wrong, my head will roll. So I didn't answer him. Instead, I hoped that Kamael would be here. But those words he said, does that mean he's a devil too? Gremory, Kamael nodded to Gremory-senpai as he walked towards us. My eyes went wide as I saw him dragging Rainer as he made his way. No, wait, if Rainer is defeated then? Asia! I limped towards the strange cross that was surrounded by the priests when I entered this place. If it wasn't for the cut one of the priests gave me, I would be running right now. And there she was, still unconscious. I sighed in relief when I saw her chest moving, as that meant she is alive. I was worried that the priests might have attacked her when I fought against them. I sat near her and relaxed. I saved her. So that's the one you mentioned, I heard Gremory-senpai say as she and Kamael walked towards me. The boy with boosted gear, Hyoudou Issei, right? Gremory-senpai asked as she examined me. I nodded. I was nervous. Gremory-senpai is idolized and worshipped by students of Kuo Academy and Shia. That her BRSTS are huge. Good evening to you, Hyoudou-kun. I am Rias Gremory, the devil overseeing this city. I nodded, not trusting my mouth to speak. I figured out that she is a devil, and Kamael mentioned that this city is part of devil's territory, but hearing them confirmed is, let's be honest to each other, shall we? Hyoudou-kun, I am quite interested in you. Would you like to become a devil? I paled. I remembered the time when Kamael spoke about devils and their ability to reincarnate humans into one of them. Flames danced around Kamael's sword as he closed his eyes. It looks like that Kamael is trying hard to remain calm. No, thank you, I rejected Gremory-senpai's offer. Gremory-senpai looked a bit disappointed when she heard that, but then she noticed Kamael's behavior. Oh, could it be that you refused my offer because you don't want to offend him? Gremory-senpai questioned me. She then winked. You don't have to worry about him, you know? It's not like he's your father. I shook my head. No, that's not it. I just think that I don't really have any reason to be a devil. Then my eyes went to Asia. That becoming a devil when healing one caused my friend to be excommunicated doesn't sound right to me. Kamael relaxed and the flames around the sword disappeared while Gremory-senpai seemed to be surprised but amazed. That's a surprise, Hyoudou-kun. I heard from the rumors that you are a pervert, but it is clear that you are a good man. I blushed. Being praised by a Gremory-senpai would be something that most students in Kuo Academy would consider a great honor. But, Hyoudou-kun, keep my offer in mind. At the very least, I ask you to come visit the Occult Research Club on Monday after school. Let's introduce ourselves to each other and be good friends, okay? I didn't see a reason to refuse, so I nodded. When he saw me nod, Kamael let out a sigh. You are too kind, Hyoudou Issei. That now that I think about it, Kamael, why do you keep calling me with my full name? Usually he would be calling me Haitsun. Kamael seemed to be struggling to say it, looking at Gremory-senpai as if willing her to go away. You dislike me, don't you? Because of what I failed Asia Argento. I thought I should not be acting too familiar with you. I didn't expect that at all. I thought Kamael was apathetic to my words. But could it be that he is actually bad at socializing with people? Not that I'm an expert, but... Well, I don't dislike you. We're still friends, Kamael. Just promise me you won't abandon Asia and people who believe in your God like her again, okay? I'm sorry too for saying those words to you. Kamael nodded. Relief could be seen in his eyes, though he attempted to hide it. I do not mind, your words are true. I cannot deny it, nor can I ask you to apologize for saying it. And yes, I promise not to abandon them, Hyoudou-san. No, may I call you Issei? Somehow, Gremory-senpai seemed excited as her eyes moved between Kamael and I. Does this look fun to you, senpai? Because I'm really embarrassed. Still I nodded. Kamael smiled, but then his face became expressionless again. Issei, may I have a moment? First of all, your arm and leg, they seem to be injured. I advise you to ask Asia Argento to heal you. My left arm broke when I punched Rainer's light spear, while my right leg got slashed by one of the priests. Now that I remember, the pain comes back. Second, it appears that you have awoken the boosted gear. Congratulations, Kamael told me with a small smile. I examined the sacred gear since I didn't get a chance to do that while in battle. That it looked cooler than before. Kamael, you said that the boosted gear can double my power until I reach my limit, right? But when I used it before, sometimes I failed to boost. The boosted gear, one of the Longinus, can double your power every 10 seconds. Perhaps you attempted to boost before the 10 seconds interval ended. It was Gremory-senpai who answered me. Yeah, I think I did. I didn't get a chance to count in that battle, but I think so. What do you mean by Longinus, Gremory-senpai? Kamael answered this time. Longinus refers to the Holy Lance, perhaps better known as the Lancea Longini, the weapon that pierced the Son of Man's body to confirm his death. However, among the sacred gears, Longinus is a term referring to the 13 strongest sacred gears with the capability to kill gods. Boosted gear being one of them. Kill gods. That sounded really amazing and scary at the same time. Regardless, it would appear that your left arm has mutated, so to speak. I would assume that this is caused by the boosted gear. Mutated? I looked at my broken arm but didn't notice anything different. It was a normal human left hand. Kamael shook his head. You cannot see it, as it seems that the influence is still weak. However, your left arm is no longer fully human. It contains the properties of a dragon arm. That sounds cool actually. Issei, whatever it is that you did, it has caused the sacred gear to influence your body. I want you to avoid doing such thing again. You should not throw away your humanity for power, it is not worth it. I nodded. Well, putting how cool being a dragon aside, I would be troubled if I suddenly grow tail and wings and become huge. But I wonder why that happened. Gremory-senpai joined in our conversation. I have heard about past Hyoudou Issei becoming more dragonic as they use boosted gear powers, but I never heard of it occurring this quickly. Hyoudou Issei? Red Dragon Emperor? Kamael nodded. Issei, perhaps you can tell us what happened during the boosted gear S awakening? I nodded. I was curious about what senpai meant with Hyoudou Issei, but I guess I should tell them what happened first. I told them that I was angry at Rainier who planned to sacrifice Asia. About how I, for some reason, instinctively called her my treasure. About the dream I had with the red dragon and a shadow and how the dragon entered my left arm. By the end of my story, both Kamael and Gremory-senpai seemed to be lost in thought. It seems that the boosted gear was awakened by your drive, they say. Kamael spoke as his eyes moved towards my sacred gear. Drive? As in motivation or desire? Correct. I believe I have mentioned it already. But a dragon usually recognizes two kinds of desires. It can be the desire to dominate or the desire to protect their treasures. It appears that your desire to protect Asia can be considered as the latter. But I'm a human, right? And my mind flashed back to when I declared Asia as my treasure. Why did I call her a treasure? That sounded wrong, yet right to me. Gremory-senpai smiled. You are a human. But you have been spending your whole life next to a dragon. After such a long time together, of course some aspects of that dragon would rub off on you. Spending my life with a dragon? Are you talking about the boosted gear? Indeed, Gremory-senpai smiled. Inside your sacred gear lies a soul of a dragon. The Welsh dragon, Draig. The Welsh dragon, Draig. Draig, also known as the Red Dragon Emperor, was a powerful dragon. He and the White Dragon Emperor, Albion, often fought each other in the past. Kamael frowned as he spoke. During one of their battles, they fought near where we, angels, fallen angels and devils fought and challenged us as we attempted to drive them away. That sounded awesome. 2 dragons challenging 3 feuding armies. But since this Welsh dragon is in the boosted gear now, that means after a difficult battle, we defeated them and the Lord sealed their souls within 2 sacred gears. Boosted gear contains the soul of Draig, while divine dividing contains the soul of Albion. Being in close proximity with such a powerful soul, it is inevitable that you would be influenced by it. In fact, I am surprised that you managed to stay so human. Most of the previous wielders of boosted gear, or as we call them, the Red Dragon Emperor, would often act as if they were dragons instead of humans, the angel added. Hearing that I was worried, will that happen to me too? That is why I ask you to avoid doing something like this again. Though we still don't know what caused your left arm to transform, so all I can ask is for you to be careful. I nodded, taking those words to heart. And lastly, Kamael stabbed his sword through Rainier's right palm. She screamed in pain as she regained consciousness. I winced. That must have hurt. Issei, I brought her to you to ask you this. Will you kill her? Will you kill this fallen angel? What should I do? I recalled the time when I first saw her, the moment she introduced herself as a Mono Yuma. No matter how fake it was, I think I genuinely enjoyed it. She said it was boring and she did that just to kill me, but I can't really erase the feeling of happiness I had when we went to our date. I turned my eyes to her. She was scared. Her life depended on my decision. Isakun. Rainer, no, Amano Yuma called my name. Please don't kill me. That was just an attempt to deceive me. Another lie. But I shook my head. The expression on her face made me want to vomit. It was triumph, an expression of victory. Not an expression of relief or gratitude. I see, Kamael's expression did not change at all. You have made your choice, Issei. Tonight has been quite an ordeal for you. I advise you to go home and rest. I will handle her. I agreed, but what about Asia? Bring her with you, Kamael answered without any hesitation. Seeing my expression, which was full of shock, he continued, the place I am staying at is not owned by me, but by my superior. It would trouble him if I bring her with me. I would rather not leave her with devils. That only leaves me. Wait, what am I supposed to say to my parents? He shook his head hearing my words. You don't have to say anything. Wake Asia Argento up and allow her to explain herself to your parents. It should be more effective than your attempt to explain why you are bringing a girl home at night. In addition, it is necessary to wake her so she can heal you, correct? Unless you wish to go home with broken arm and leg. Well, that's true. I went to Asia. Asia, wake up, it's me, Issei. I gently shook her. Gradually, Asia opened her eyes. When she saw me, she blinked, as if not understanding. Then her green eyes widened in surprise. Issei-san. Yeah, I managed to save you. I said to her with smile. Well, Kamael and I did. Kamael? She was puzzled. I wondered of course. Kamael introduced himself as Potestas when we met each other. Good evening, Asia Argento. I am Kamael Potestas, an angel of the Powers Choir. Asia's expression was filled with shock hearing Kamael's introduction. An angel? Asia asked, her voice shook a bit. Is she scared? Kamael nodded, then he bowed his head. On behalf of the Lord and his servants, I apologize to you. You have suffered because of our negligence. Asia seemed troubled by Kamael's words. Seems like she had no idea how to answer Kamael. Of course, Asia respected God so much, hearing one of God's angel apologizing and bowing his head to her would be strange to her. Kamael, let's talk about this tomorrow. Asia needs to rest, right? Kamael nodded. Then Asia Argento, I would like to ask you to heal Issei. I kind of feel that he wasn't asking. But Asia gasped when she saw my injuries. Other than my left knuckle and right leg, most are just scratches though. Asia, I called out to her as she healed my arm. Asia's hands were warm, I thought as she placed my left hand among them. Yes, Issei-san? I'm sorry, I wasn't able to save you back in the park. Asia smiled. Issei-san, you're here, aren't you? You saved me. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. At that time, I felt as if I understand why the twilight healing is called the smile of the Holy Mother. Are they gone? Gremory questioned me. I nodded. Both Asia Argento and Issei had left the area around the church. So, what should we do with them? Gremory and I turned our attention to the priests and the fallen angel, Rainer. Before that, what did you find? I questioned her. I noticed that her peerage were examining the priests as we talked with Issei before. Most of them had broken bones, some worse than others. And one of the priests. I sighed. One of the priests died, correct? It was the one that was struck in the head, no doubt. I assumed that Hyoudou Issei did not realize it. The boosted gear power allowed him to reach power he had never imagined. As this was his first battle, he would not be able to control his strength. Gremory nodded. It is clear that she is troubled. She is the overseer of this city and she possessed the right to eliminate intruders on her land, yet, if the intruders are humans, there is an unspoken agreement to hand them to the authorities of their factions. Hand the stray exorcists to the church. Hand the stray onmyologist to Association of Shinto Shrines. It is a norm. However, Hyoudou Issei had accidentally killed one of them. Altak dash. No. I knew what she was about to say. She would take the blame of this matter. Perhaps it was simply out of pride or responsibility, because she felt that the fallen angels managing to cause a trouble in her territory was her fault. But I would not allow that, because it would place Issei and I in her debt. And because the fault lies with me, I should have incapacitated the fallen faster. Instead, I took the time to break her pride and allowed such thing to happen. I will do it. Flames covered my sword as I walked towards them. Most of the priests were unconscious, but the ones that were awake tried to run away. The fallen screamed, saying that Issei had spared her. What a fool! Does she actually believe that I would allow someone who has harmed a pure human such as Issei to live? Lightning and swords blocked their escape routes. From the corner of my eye, I saw the Queen and Knight of Gremmary's peerages standing with silent satisfaction. Sinners, you have feasted on humanity, not unlike Belshazzar. You have tainted this place, the house of worship, with your heresy. The flames that has burned down sinners since the Genesis glowed brightly as it covered my blade. The moment I kill the sinners, I would be breaking the unspoken rule between heaven and the church. But I could not care less. Judging the sinners is my duty. If I can protect Issei while doing so, then there is no problem. And now, just like Belshazzar, you have been weighed on the scales and found deficient. The flames of Gavura roared as I swung my sword. Today, I would sleep on the floor of my bedroom as Asia was asleep on my bed. She attempted to sleep on the floor, but I wouldn't allow her to. She offered for us to share the bed, but I refused. Not only that my bed won't be able to hold two people, I feel that I would lose something important as a human if I accidentally acted like a pervert in front of Asia. As I looked at the ceiling of my room, I thought back on what happened today. I befriended Asia. I would like to think that I can be a good friend to her. No, I thought firmly, I will be a good friend for her, I promise. I reconciled with Kamael. I'm really glad that I managed to do that. Kamael is a good person, even if he is strange. He has helped me so much. I hope that he can tone down his eccentrics a bit though. Together with Kamael, I saved Asia from Rainer. And we met Gremry-senpai and her groups after that. She invited us to a cult research club after school on Monday. I wonder how that will turn out. But my mind went back to her. Rainer. I spared her, but is that really all right? I mean, she could hurt other people. Kamael said he would throw her into a prison for angels, so I guess I shouldn't be too worried. That they should be happy, right? Rainer was captured and she would be punished. I won't see her again. Did I guess? I should say it, huh? Goodbye. Yuma-chan. As I look at these, Motohama. Could this be? That's right. My glasses-wearing friend nodded proudly. This is Key's newest game, rewrite. Yua. I wanted to scream. I just realized that the game's release date was 3 days ago. Because of everything that happened, I forgot about it. 3 days ago, because of various reasons, I fought against a fallen angel named Rainer to save my friend, Argento Asia. I left the school early that day. I completely forgot about the promise I made with Matsuda and Motohama to buy Rewrite together. And then, my weekend was spent going out to family outings with my parents and Asia and training under Kamael. I didn't realize that I missed the release of Rewrite at all. As I despaired, a voice called out to me. Hyoudou Issei-kun. In front of me was Kiba Yudo. I might have mentioned it before, but he is known by the girls as the #1 best-looking prince of Kuo Academy. Which explains why the girls in our class had stopped talking and start watching him. Yes? What is it, Kiba-san? Normally, I would act rude to him, but since I knew what he actually is, I would rather not get into trouble. I'm jealous, demon it. He's probably the type who can get a girlfriend just by smiling. Bucho wants to see you. Follow me. Without waiting for my answer, he walked away. Bucho, who is that? Gremry-senpai maybe? She did say that we should see her in the Occult Research Club's clubroom. Did I offend him somehow? I thought as I stood up and began following him. Matsuda had a worried expression as he tried to stop me. Don't worry about me, I told my friends. I'm touched by their cons. Not that, you haven't given us the DVD you promised you would lend to us. Motohama opened his hand as if expecting me to hand my DVD over. That the minute guys. Then Kiba stopped near Kamael, who met Kiba's gaze with his own blank one. You are being called too. Kiba's voice was cold as he spoke to Kamael. Kamael wordlessly stood and followed him. I might not be a mind reader, but I'm pretty sure that they don't like each other. Why is Kiba-kun walking with Hyoudou? Kiba-kun, you'll get infected. I cannot accept Kiba-kun's Hyoudou. No wait, maybe it's Hyoudou Kiba-kun? What is that supposed to mean? What do you think I am? And Kamael is with us too, why am I the only one to get insulted? And what did the last two girls meant? Kamael-san is with them too. So it's Hyoudou Kiba-kun's Kamael-san. You're wrong. Kiba-kun and Kamael-san are acting cold to each other. Maybe it's Kiba-kun's Hyoudou Kamael-san. That must be because they are tsundere to each other. I won't accept Hyoudou being in the middle. That what the hell is wrong with them? Kamael and I followed Kiba, and the place he brought us to was the old school building. We stopped before a door and Kiba knocked the door. There was a sign on the door, saying, Occult Research Club. That I wonder what the clubroom looks like. Since this is basically a devil's abode, would it have magic circles and symbols on the wall? Bucho, I have brought them. We waited for a moment before a reply came from the room. Yes, come in. Kiba opened the door and entered the clubroom, Kamael and I following behind him. I gasped. Even though I guessed it, I was still surprised to see the room being covered with weird symbols and words. Not only that, the room had luxurious decorations and furnitures. There are sofas here. At the center of the room was a big magic circle. The whole room had a creepy feeling to it, but the magic circle on the center was the creepiest. I felt someone staring at me and turned my head around. Sitting on one of the sofa was Tuju Kaneko, eating a plate of yukan. I don't think I've introduced myself to her yet, so I bowed my head to her. Hello, I'm Hyoudou Issei. Nice to meet you. She nodded, Tuju Kaneko. Well, the rumors said that she rarely talks. That seemed to be true as she did not say anything else and continued to eat her yukan. Then I heard a sound as I walked deeper into the room. I recognized that sound. It was the sound of running water and it was coming from the back of the room. Wait, am I seriously seeing a shower curtain? There's a shower in this classroom? No, there's a female shadow on the curtain. A girl is taking a shower there. After a while, the sounds of running water stopped and the shadow seemed to be changing her clothes. Then Gremry-senpai stepped out of the shower curtain, fully clothed. Behind her was Himejima-senpai. That Gremry-senpai was the one who bathed. My mind wandered around as I imagined the sight behind the curtain. I felt my face heat up. That pervert. Tuju-chan spoke such harsh words. I apologize for being a pervert. But I wouldn't be a real man if I didn't react like that. Outwardly, I had a guilty expression as my perversity was figured out instantly. Welcome to the Occult Research Club, Hyoudou-kun. Kamael and I sat on one of the sofa while Gremry-senpai, Himejima-senpai, Kiba and Tuju-chan sat on the sofa in front of us. That I have a feeling that senpai deliberately ignored Kamael in that greeting. Senpai, who exactly are you guys? I asked. All I know about them is that they are devils, and each of them is quite famous in Kuo Academy. Gremry-senpai smiled. My name is Rias Gremry, a devil of Gremry clan. And they are my peerage. Himejima Akino, Kiba Yudo, and Tuju Kaneko. Gremry clan? Peerage? Most of the pure-blooded devils are members of a clan. Kamael spoke as he saw my puzzled look, Gremry being one of them. Gremry-senpai nodded. He is correct. There are 72 clans of devils, called the 72 Pillars of Ars Goetia. Other than the pillars, there are groups of devils known as extra demons, consisting of devils not belonging to one of the pillars. Devils are divided into ultimate class, high class, middle class, and low class devils. I nodded. So senpai is some kind of a noble? Then what's a peerage? Gremry-senpai's eyes went to Kamael as if wary before she answered me. A peerage refers to vassal devils who serve high-class devils. They are associated with certain chess piece, such as a kino, a queen, Yudo, a knight, and Kaneko, a rook. That seemed complicated. Why chess? Grammary-senpai gave a shrug. You'll have to ask Beelzebub-sama, the creator of peerage system, about that. Members of a peerage possess evil pieces inside their body. Grammary-senpai took out a white chess piece. This is a pawn. With evil pieces like this, I can create a contract with other beings. Those who accepted the evil piece become part of my peerage. Did I think I heard about this once? Could it be that? Senpai, I spoke. Could it be that humans who are given evil pieces become? Grammary-senpai seemed surprised, but then her eyes went to Kamael. The angel told you, didn't he? Yes, humans who accept evil pieces become devils. Even dead humans can be reincarnated with it. So Senpai was offering me an evil piece when you asked me if I want to be a devil? She asked me that when we met at the church. I refused because I think Asia won't be happy if I turn into a devil. Grammary-senpai nodded. Then she smiled. If I offer an evil piece to you now, will your answer remain the same? Yes, I answered her. Sorry, senpai. She shook her head. It's fine. I think it'll be fun to try to change your mind, though. So I'm not giving up yet. Change my mind? What does she mean? Let's see. Let me start with the nun. Her name is Asia Argento, right? I stiffened. Why did Asia's name appear? Could it be that senpai planned to threaten me with Asia? What are you planning to do to her? Kamael spoke as his eyes narrowed. Kamael previously considered Asia as a bad human, but I'm glad to see him changing his views on Asia after what happened 3 days ago. Grammary-senpai smirked. Well, I happened to see her with your parents during lunch break, Hyoudou. So I greeted them. My parents too. I stood up. Panic filled me as I considered what the devils might do to my family. Then the door to the clubroom opened. I turned my head and saw. There was Asia, wearing the uniform of Kuro Academy. Relief washed over me as I saw her unharmed. Kuro Academy's uniform? They seemed to be handling the paperwork for Argento-chan's transfer here. So I lent them a hand. Yes. Asia nodded happily. Grammary-sen helped us out and ensured that I'll be transferred to your class. Hi. Grammary-sen, thank you very much. Asia bowed to Grammary-senpai, who smiled and told her not to mind. But I'm sorry, I cannot accept your offer. I do not wish to become a devil. It seemed that senpai offered Asia an evil piece too. Grammary-senpai, you scared me. I thought you did something to them. That was a mean trick. Grammary-senpai smiled mischievously. I am a devil. Tricking and scaring people is part of who I am. Kamael sighed, but it was not out of relief. I prefer your ancestor. If it is her, I can cut her down without mercy. Senpai's smile changed. Don't consider devils like us as the same as our ancestors. We are different from them. Unfortunately, Kamael frowned as he spoke to senpai, I am aware of that. And I stand by my statement. I prefer her over you. At least she cannot transform humans into devils. There was a tense silence. Kamael-sen, please don't be so harsh to Gremsen. She isn't a bad devil? Asia spoke to Kamael on senpai's behalf. Kamael had a conflicted expression as his eyes moved between Asia, senpai and I. Even though he changed his views on Asia and promised me not to abandon her, it was difficult for him to not look at her and feel guilty. And in this case, Asia is protecting a devil who Kamael dislikes. Kamael seemed to be torn between reprimanding Asia and backing off. Should I agree with Asia or Kamael? There was no need to think. Grammary-senpai helped Asia. Even if it's an attempt to convince me to be a devil, I should repay her. Kamael, he turned towards me in relief. Sorry, but I agree with Asia. The angel sighed as his face fell. Done very well. Grammary-senpai smiled brilliantly after seeing Asia and I defending her. All right then, now that Argento-chan is here. Let's do some introductions again, a formal one this time. Let's start with me. Wait, formal introduction? What am I supposed to say? Grammary-senpai stood up and bat-like wings appeared from her back. I am Rias Grammary of Grammary Clan. A high-class devil. Nice to meet you, Hyoudou-kun, Argento-chan. I plan to convince you to join my peerage one day. Just from hearing that, I felt that senpai is a prideful and confident person. Like a princess, now that I think about it. I am Himejima Akino. Himejima-senpai introduced herself with a smile, devil wings not unlike Gremory-senpai's on her back. Rias Gremory's queen. A low-class devil. Please take care of me, Issei-kun, Asia-chan, and Kamael-san. Tuju Kaneko. Tuju-chan nodded to Asia and I, bat wings on her back, Rias Gremory's rook. Low-class devil. Nice to meet you. I am Kiba Hyoudou. Kiba smiled as he bowed to us, and just like the others, bat wings appeared behind him, Rias Gremory's knight. A low-class devil. A pleasure to meet you. Then there was a silence as I realized everyone in the room were looking at me. Me. I pointed at myself. At Kamael's nod, I stood up. I'm Hyoudou Issei. A human. Nice to meet you. Asia-chan stood up next. My name is Asia Argento. I'm a human. It is a pleasure to meet you. Kamael, the angel said as 5 pairs of white wings manifested behind his back. I noticed that some of Gremory-senpai's peerage tensed seeing the wings. A member of powers. It appears that we must continue tolerating each other, devils. No, wait, Kamael, that's too blunt. I know you don't like devils, but don't say it like that. But the devils did not react now that I think about it. Gremory-senpai ignored Kamael in her introduction. Could it be that their relationship were that bad? So, senpai, what now? I asked Gremory-senpai. Gremory-senpai's smile disappeared as she became serious. Now, we will be discussing your positions, Hyoudou-kun, Argento-chan. Our positions? Asia and I stared at senpai, puzzled. You refused my offer of peerage, so, where do you stand? Senpai's eyes watched us as if she is assessing us. Will you be joining the church? Become exorcists, perhaps? No, it was Kamael who answered. Asia Argento is excommunicated, and as such, unwelcome among them. As such, I believe Issei will not join them. What if they come to you? Gremory-senpai continued her questions. What if they ask you, the chief of powers, to convince Hyoudou-kun to join them? Kamael's gaze was cold as he answered. Let us make one thing clear, Gremory. I do not like them. I do not like any organization who harm humans and claim they act in the name of the Lord. Should they attempt to harm Issei or Asia Argento, I will eliminate them. You seem to be quite a hypocrite. Akino-san spoke with a kind smile, even though her words were harsh. Aren't they humans too? I remember you saying that you will never harm humans when you first talked to us. When Kamael first talked to them. That must have happened before Kamael met me. Maybe during the day he enrolled in Kuo Academy. You seem to have a misconception, Himejima Akino. Should they attempt to harm Issei or Asia Argento, as far as I am concerned, they are not humans. With that sentence, the clubroom was silent. Kamael just declared that he would consider the followers of biblical God, the same God that he worshipped as non-humans if they harmed Asia or I. Issei and Asia Argento, they are good humans. They are humans that the Lord loves. Therefore, any beings who would harm them are sinners. And as a power, it is my duty to judge sinners. The silence continued as Kamael explained his words. Those words showed just how twisted Kamael was. I had known it since the time he called me a good human, but to think that he would easily condemn others just because they would harm me or Asia. Honestly, while I'm flattered, it is scary to think what Kamael might do to protect Asia and I. But at least I can rest easy knowing that Kamael will protect Asia. Then, Gremory-senpai laughed. That laugh was both beautiful and chilling, as it was filled with mirth. I see. So that's how you think. As she calmed down, Gremory-senpai nodded at Kamael. Then, what do you think of me? You are a devil. That means you are an enemy. However, as you have allowed me to stay in this town and allowed me to protect Issei, I will tolerate you. However, should you attempt to force Issei or Asia Argento to join your peerage, I will eliminate you. Senpai's peerage glared at Kamael when they heard that, but Gremory-senpai kept on smiling. What if Hyoudou-kun or Argento-chan accept my offer? What if they become devils? Then I'm wrong. They are not humans. Thus, I will kill them. After that, I will kill you. Those words were stated as if they were fact. As if Kamael did not even consider allowing us to live. Himejima-senpai's smile disappeared and Tujichan and Kiba tensed because of Kamael's threat. Asia had a worried expression as she alternated between looking at Kamael and Gremory-senpai. On the other hand, I remembered his warning of what he would do if I ever become a devil, so I just sighed. Gremory-senpai nodded thoughtfully. Then, if Hyoudou-kun or Argento-chan accept my offer, I will kill you. For their sakes as well. The angel returned the nod. You are welcome to try, Gremory. That I definitely did not expect to return from our visit to Occult Research Club without a fight. After what Kamael said and how Gremory-senpai's peerage reacted, I thought they would attack Kamael. But it seems that Kamael and Gremory-senpai had a strange relationship. They would throw words such as, I will kill you, without any hesitation, and then they would treat each other as if nothing happened. Was that how an angel and a devil get along? Kamael, can't you be a bit more polite when talking with Gremory-senpai? I thought you guys were about to fight each other. I told the angel as he, Asia and I made our way to my house. Kamael shook his head. I did not kill them. That should be enough. As I was about to speak, he changed the subject. My superior informed me that the place for you to train has been secured. Would you like to visit it? I recall Kamael mentioning him trying to find a good place for me to train, but it wasn't prepared yet a few days ago. So it's done? Excited and full of anticipation, I nodded. Then I turned to Asia. Asia, do you want to come with us? Yes. I'd love to, she smiled as she answered me. I'm curious about what it'll be like. Maybe some kind of cave? A forest? Or since they are angels, maybe some kind of palace above the clouds? I was wrong. It was just an abandoned building at the outskirts of the town. Kamael, this is just an old building, right? I questioned him. Seriously? This is the place that Kamael's superior provided? Aren't angels supposed to be more mysterious and mythical than this? Kamael sighed. Don't believe me, Issei. I am aware. He placed his right hand on the door. Password mup. What? The power seemed resigned as he answered. Potato. Mountain and potato. What kind of password is that? I shouted as the door opened with a heavy sound. Is that really okay? When we walked in, Asia and I were amazed, for different reasons, most likely. Inside the mansion was a garden. In fact, we were now standing on dirt. A tokonoma with a hanging scroll on its wall was at the far end of the room. Aside from that, there were hanging scrolls and weapons like swords, sickles, chains, kunai and shuriken. Wait, what? Don't tell me this. Kamael, I see that you have arrived, Degozarth. What the F dash? In front of us stood a guy wearing white ninja outfit. A ninja? What the hell is that? Why is a ninja here? No, in fact, who the hell is he? And what's with the Degozarth? Who talks like that anymore? Kamael bowed to the white ninja. Metatron-sama, it has been a long time. It is a pleasure to see you again. The white ninja nodded. Indeed, not since Heaven's last formal conference. Degozar, are you well, Degozar-ka? Are you telling me that this is an angel? This? Half-English-speaking ninja? Asia's eyes seemed to sparkle as she watched the ninja, Metatron. To think that I would meet the voice of God. And to find that Metatron-sama is actually a ninja. Lord, this must be one of your blessing. Asia prayed. She prayed because she met a ninja. Oh, good faith, Degozarn. And wait, the voice of God. What the hell is a guy with such awesome, high-class title doing in this town? And as a ninja. And why did you say faith in English there? Kamael, what is going on? I just don't understand. What is happening here? Kamael gave me a bitter smile as he answered me. Issei, the angel before you is Metatron-sama, the voice of God and the lesser way. Metatron-sama secretly left heaven a few years ago. The letter we found in his quarters claimed that he would seek training of ninpo under the mythical warriors known as ninja. He has been traveling throughout Japan, training under multiple ninja masters, until I pleaded him to come to Kuo, so that he can train you. What the hell? First of all, what's with that final boss-like title? Why is the voice of God speaking with Degozuru and half-English? Does that mean people who hear biblical God hears him speak like that? What kind of impression are you guys trying to give to humans anyway? Why the hell would he sneak out of heaven for something like that? And what's with that mythical warrior thing? What kind of people do you think ninjas are? Why is an angel trying to learn ninpo? There are actually ninja masters in Japan? Hyoudou Issei, could not hold back the instinct of Tsukomi within me and exploded. Oh! The ninja guy clapped his hands as he listened to me. I never thought that I would meet a master of the art of Tsukomi in this town, Degozur. Kemel, for you to have found an amazing warrior such as him, I am impressed, Degozaru. What the hell is wrong with you? And it's Tsukomi, not Tsukomi. I wanted to shout, but since the guy seemed to be sincere, I kept the urge down. Kemael also seemed to be torn between reprimanding the ninja or reprimanding me. Since the ninja guy is his boss and well, that must be difficult having a boss like that. I muttered and Kemael gave another bitter smile in response. Metatron-sama, Kemael spoke to the ninja. This boy is Hyoudou Issei, the current Sekyudai. The girl is Asia Argento, a wielder of twilight healing. I have come to ask for your guidance in Issei's training. The white ninja, Metatron, seemed to be examining me as he continued to stare. Stare. It's creepy to be stared at like that without him blinking. Where are you looking at, Degozaru-ka? Metatron's voice came from behind me and the ninja, in front of me, exploded into smoke. I turned my head and he was there, behind me. That I hate to admit it, but that was actually cool. Alright, Degozar. I shall train this boy to be a powerful ninja, Degozar. No, that's why English. And who the hell said I want to be a ninja? He got me doing it. Hey, is this actually going to work? I questioned Metatron, the ninja angel. Kamael told me that I should attempt to contact the dragon inside the boosted gear, the Welsh dragon, Drake, to ask for advice on how to get stronger. When I asked how can I do that, Metatron said I must meditate. That's why I'm here, sitting cross-legged at the middle of the garden, wondering if those anime and manga I read might actually be right about meditation. Those martial arts manga always depict meditation as a secret to unlock or control ki or some kind of special energy. Even Goku-san did it when he went to the other world. Metatron nodded, giving me a thumbs up. It's fine, Degozar. I saw it in ninja movies, Degozar yo. That thus died my faith in the white ninja. I looked for Kamael and Asia for support, but they seemed to be in the middle of a conversation. Argento-san, I did not expect you to be familiar with Metatron-sama. If I recall correctly, the Vatican does not recognize any angels not mentioned in their biblical canon. Asia nodded to Kamael's words. Yes. I learned of Metatron-sama and other angels by hearing stories from one of the fallen angel, Donasik-san. I asked him about heaven and he told me many things. That I see. The members of Grigori are scholars. Even if he had strayed, it seems that he supported your pursuit of knowledge. That since they seem to be having a civil conversation, I don't want to interrupt. So I had no choice but to ask the ninja guy. Metatron-san, how will meditation help me contact the dragon in the boosted gear? Metatron smiled, or at least, I think he did. The face mask prevented me from seeing his mouth. Glad you asked, Degoza. With meditation, you will calm your mind and free yourself from unnecessary thoughts, allowing you to hear the Welsh dragon's voice, Degozu. That actually sounded convincing. With nothing to lose, I decided to try it. Empty my thoughts. Oi, what are you doing? I'm trying to concentrate here so I can hear the dragon's voice. Be quiet. That you want to hear my voice but you're telling me to be quiet? Are you the Welsh dragon? I asked the voice. Now that I think about it, the voice did not come from the outside. It is as if I'm hearing it from inside my head. Oh, so you're not that stupid after all. I am Drake, the Welsh dragon. And I guess you are my new wielder. You seem like an idiot. Hey. Sorry, I'll correct myself. You seem like a pervert. I can't deny that, yes. I, Hyoudou Issei, am a pervert. This and this alone I cannot deny. The dragon was silent for a moment before it began to laugh. After it stopped laughing, it said to me, "At least you are interesting. And stop referring me as it. I am a male." That I was disappointed when I hear that. I thought that I can see CC Dragon Lady like in an eroge I played. Yeah, you're a pervert, Drake-san said it in a matter-of-fact way. As I despaired over the non-existence of a CC dragon inside me, Drake-san asked me, "So, why are you trying to contact me?" That's right. Drake-san, do you know how I can be stronger? Yes. After a moment of silence, Drake-san answered me, "I have given you a taste of my power. It was slight, but when you asked for power a few days ago, I gave it to you. Also, just, Drake is fine." What is he talking about? Are you talking about when I fought Rainier? Memories of when my twice critical evolved into boosted gear appeared in my mind. At that moment, I recall a rush of power when the boosted gear shouted, "Boost," nonstop. Gremory-senpai told me that the boosted gear doubles my power every 10 seconds, but when it awoke, it boosted me multiple times in an instant. I have no idea who that is. The fallen angel. The one I fought 3 days ago. Yeah, that's right. When you fought her, you mentioned wanting to protect your treasures. I was a bit curious about that, so I gave you a bit of my power in exchange for your left arm, that is. Kamael mentioned that my left arm turned into a dragon. He said that it might look like a human arm, but it is actually part dragon. Since Drake was able to read my thoughts, he answered my musing, "That's right. I turned a part of it into a dragon, but since it is only a bit, your arm still looks like a human arm. If I actually turned it into a full dragon arm, then it won't be like that. Your arm will have far greater strength compared to the rest of your body, and you will have sharp claws like a dragon. That's unacceptable. I'll never risk my dream for something like power. If I have claws, I won't be able to touch a pay with that hand." Drake seemed to be shocked by my words. Why would he? That's just common sense, right? You are an idiot. A perverted idiot, but still an idiot nonetheless. So you don't want to turn into a dragon, but you want to get stronger. I nodded. That's impossible. Oh, so it's Why is it impossible? Think of it this way. Do you remember how many times the boosted gear doubles your power during that fight? When I woke up, I think it was 4? No, 5 times. That's right. 5 times. Each boost multiplies your power. By that means, your power is increased to 32 times of your normal strength. And that is your limit. If the boosted gear boosted your power again at that time, burst will be called and all of your boosted strength will be stored inside the boosted gear. Burst? Burst is called when the user of boosted gear reaches their physical limit. At that moment, all of their boosted strength will be drained by the boosted gear. The energies stored inside it can be unleashed all at once using explosion. I recalled when the boosted gear declared explosion and how my fist managed to hurt Rainier. Drake, how much energy was stored inside the boosted gear when I used it? Hearing my question, Drake let out a laugh. How much do you think? I tried to calculate it. My strength times 32 managed to break Rainier's light spear, but I felt that it was still weaker than my strength when explosion was called so. 64? 128. 2. My previous wielder died after boosting once in his final battle. Twice of his strength was all that was stored inside the boosted gear when it went to you. Drake's words shocked me. 2? You mean all that rush of power I got was just a double of someone's strength? That was far beyond my 32 times strength. What kind of monster was he? What kind of being was my predecessor? He made a deal with me and transformed into a dragon. He is quite average though, for a dragon. Once again, I was reminded by the large gap between humans and supernatural creatures. So, do you understand why it is impossible now, boy? No matter how powerful a human can be, they are nothing compared to dragons. With your power now, you can barely fight against a fallen angel. My previous host can crush a legion of them easily. Yeah, I get it. I'm staying a human, I told Drake firmly. Why? Well, I don't exactly need strength that can fight against armies. I don't really want it. I'm just trying to get stronger to protect Asia. Because I don't need it. I just want strength that can protect my friends. I failed to protect Asia once, I won't let that happen again. Drake did not say anything after I answered him. Did I say something wrong? Marvelous, Degozar. To think that you have such a touching motivation in your quest of strength, Degozaru. Metatron-sen had tears coming out from his eyes as he suddenly cut in between Draig and Mai's conversation. Wait, did I say those things out loud? I turned my head and sure enough, there was Asia, crying just like Metatron-sen while Kamael seemed amused. Hyoudou Issei, my apprentice. I shall raise you to be a ninja like no other, Degozaru. Metatron-san declared. And we begin with shopping, Degozaru. Yeah? What am I doing? I, Hyoudou Issei, am now questioning the choices I have made in my life. I am now sneaking around in a convenience store, carrying 3 watermelons, one on my left arm, another on my right arm, and one more on my head. And I have to walk without making any noise. Metatron-sensei, I think that lady just let out a small laugh after seeing me. Yeah, she did. You're being really pathetic here, kid, Draig commented. Why do you sound so amused, Draig? Could it be that you are trying to ruin Hyoudou-san's reputation, sensei? What did I do to you? And yes, Metatron-sensei forced me to call him sensei. He seemed to be delighted that someone is calling him that. Don't worry, my deshi, Degozai. No wait, sensei, why are you saying apprentice in Japanese, but I heard that is English? How is that even possible? That is also part of your training, Degozaru yo. That I don't recall asking for a training where I will be made fun of by everyone. Then Kamael came to me and placed 2 bananas, one on each of my shoulder. My apologies, Issei. However, if Metatron-sama deems it necessary, there must be a reason. That's sorry for not sharing your faith in the ninja guy, Kamael. But when Inwani-sen passed by us and stifled her laughter, I think part of me just died inside. Oh, and Deshi, every time you drop a fruit, Kamael will take one of your arrow game, Degozo. If I recall, you store it under your bed and behind your manga collection, Degozoki. What? How the hell did you know about that? I never met him before this day. How could he know where I hid my eroge? What is an arrow game? Draig wondered. From your reaction, it must be quite an important treasure. Arrow games are men's treasures, Draig. Memories and companions. I am a ninja, Degozaru. No, that doesn't answer anything. It looks like I have to concentrate. There's no way I'm letting them fall. Then I saw Asia walking towards me, but her movements seemed strange. Wait, why isn't she stoppy? And be careful. Asia accidentally crashed onto my shoulder, making me lose my bala. The hell? Boost. Do you think I won't notice, sensei? Your eyes had this strange glint just before Asia appeared. Thanks to the boost, I managed to stand tall against this onslaught. Don't think that this Hyoudou-san is that easy to defeat, Metatron-sen's dash. Meta-sensei, Asia, and I looked at the watermelon that fell from my head in silence. Or so anyone else but me would think. My head is filled with roaring laughter from Draig. That you med dragon. Don't laugh at this. Okay, Kamael, the first one, Degozaru. Metatron-sensei opened his hand and Kamael took out something from his pocket. It was a box, a game box. That's the Hyoudou fantasy I hid behind Dragon Ball Manga Volume 32. No, Kamael-sen, wait. Kamael handed the box to Metatron-sensei and he shattered the box into pieces. Isis-chan. I screamed to the heaven. No, I screamed at the voice of God. I demand to know where you are now, God. Your voice just destroyed my hopes and dreams. I demand retribution. Yusha-yo. Shinde Shirmautawa Nasakina Degozot. And Metasensei just declared the famed, oh hero. Death should not have taken the Dragon Quest? Is this Dragon Quest? Is my Eroge a hero of a Dragon Quest? And what's with that Degozaru? If you are going to reference that game, remove the Degozaru, DMN it. Because of my despair, one of the banana on my shoulder fell. Again, the 4 of us stared at the banana in silence. Draig's laughter grew. BSTRD dragon. Stop taking delight in my suffering. My traitorous friend wordlessly handed the heartless ninja another game box. This time it was the sequel of my, God bless its soul, deceased game, Hyoudou Fantasy Gaiden. Deshi, as the band queen would say, another one bites the dust, DiLost. Meta-sensei again, cruelly ripped the box apart. Isis-chan. Again, she died because of my weakness again. No, she isn't even alive in the first place. Drake said such cruel words as he saw my despair. I swore at that moment that I would complete this training without further bloodshed. That even if she is alive, she doesn't have any blood to be shed, you know. And once I do, sorry God, but your voice might sound a bit strange once I strangle the hell out of him. Metatron-sama, I believe that you broke him. Well, I thought it would motivate him, DiLost. And it did, DiLost yo. But now Deshi is slumped over at the corner of Ninja Mansion like Joe did, DiLost. Who is this Joe you speak of? A boxer, DiLost. Ian, are you alright? No reply, it is just a corpse. Yeah, just a corpse, probably. Who the hell is a corpse? I roared. I'm not dead yet, damn it. I almost died by the time my 5th game got destroyed, but I'll be dead if I die without punching that dead ninja. Kia! Asia was startled by my shout and jumped away in surprise. And why is that ninja talking about Ashita no Joe instead of apologizing? Those are my hard work and memories you destroyed. I shouted at Metatron. Like hell I would call him sensei after what he did to my Oroge. The angel ninja shrugged, because you dropped the fruits. I wish that glares could kill. If it could, Metatron would be back in heaven by now. Or, as he had slain those sinless Oroge, suffer in hell. I don't think I've ever heard of a non-fallen angel going to hell before. I think it's impossible. Drake informed me. Thank you, Drake. But that's not the point. Now, Deshi, let's continue to the next part of your training, DiLost. And that is... Kamael was the one who asked Metatron. Treasure hunt, DiLost. A fitting game for a dragon, I suppose. That after making a fool out of myself in public, now I'm acting like a thief, sneakily entering a room inside the ninja mansion and opened each drawers and cupboards, looking for a certain something. If I remember right, this area is Kamael's territory. Where does he hide the treasure? I do not hide it anywhere, Issei. There is no reason to. I immediately threw a punch towards the direction of Kamael's voice. Boost. Too slow, Issei. Kamael grabbed my arm and threw me away. Damn it. I skidded on the ground as I braced myself for an attack. But nothing came. Ha! I shot Kamael a puzzled look. Why should I attack you, Issei? Have you forgotten the rules? Should you fail to acquire the treasures by midnight, on Kamael's left hand was a kunai, you will lose another game. One for each kunai you failed to acquire. And there were 2 kunais. One is protected by Kamael and another is being guarded by Asia. I have to get both of them and hand them to Metatron before the time limit. There is no reason for me to attack you. Rather, I will make this fair. Should you manage to punch me once, I will hand over the kunai. Kamael's words annoyed me. What? You think I won't be able to hit you? Boost. Then you're going down, Kamael. As I dashed towards him with my hand raised, Kamael ran away. He literally opened the door and left the room without looking back. Wait a second, demand it. Come back and fight me like a man. I increased my speed as I pursued the power. Issei, Kamael spoke as he ran, your speed right now is too slow. You should boost yourself more if you want this kunai. But you should prepare yourself. Boosting while running can be dangerous. Slowly but surely, the distance between us is growing. But I just boosted myself a few seconds ago. I need to wait before I see. Okay, 10 seconds. Wait, you idiot. Boost. My power was doubled again, and with this, I am 8 times faster than usual. Gua! I tripped and fell to the ground, rolling like a ball and finally crashed to the wall of the ninja mansion. I clutched my head as I groaned in pain. That is why you should prepare yourself. Your speed is 8 times faster than normal in your 3rd boost. Without adequate concentration, you won't be able to control your body. Kamael lectured me as he stopped running. Even though your physical ability is boosted, you need time to adjust yourself to that boost. Listen to what the angel is saying. The sudden surge of power that comes from the boosted gear can be dangerous if you don't control it. No answer, perhaps this time, it might really be a corpse. Issei. The angel's voice grew closer as he was concerned by the corpse's unmoving form. Are you ill dash? Got you. Boost. Alright. From this distance, I'll definital. Burn. Kamael's voice was cold, completely unlike his words. Yua. My hand is on fire. I slammed my hand on the ground and tried to blow on it, but the fire remained. Oh, the flames of Gavura? It is an annoying flame that can't be extinguished normally. Barely affected me, though. Well, I'm not you, Drake. I'm hurting here. That you should try to finish this training fairly, Issei. He lectured me again as he waved his hand, causing the fire to disappear. No, wait. This is a ninja training, isn't it? Shouldn't I cheat in this case? And my hand is all burnt because of your fire. You should be grateful that your boost increases your durability as well. Normally your hand would be eaten by the flames by now. Though, I did lower the heat to ensure your safety. Are you sure that you're my friend? When I asked Kamael this, he handed me the kunai. That I think that is what you humans call hitting below the belt. That it's for the eroge. It is for a good cause. Then Kamael told me to get it fair and square next time. That there will be a next time? Seriously? Asia, hand it over to me and you won't be harmed, I menacingly threatened the sister. No. Asia hugged the kunai as she stood on a corner of the room. Why not? I was frustrated. I couldn't harm Asia, but I have to get the kunai somehow or I must prepare another grave for my eroge. Asia whispered. I closed in so that I could hear her clearer, because Ayan is a pervert. What? Hyoudou Issei took 300 damage. HP, 300-600. What's with those things? HP? Damage. Ignoring the fact that me being a pervert had nothing to do with this. I took a massive emotional damage from Asia's words. You have that kind of game, Sign? Asia's face was red as she attempted not to look at me. Games that have that kind of scenes. Hyoudou Issei took 200 damage. HP, 100-600. You might want to plan some strategy now, kid. Another hit like that and you're gone, Drake advised me. I know. I'm giving a rebuttal now. But it's natural for a guy like me to have games like that, right? Right? I mean, Matsuda and Motohama also have games like that. Wait, they should. How did you know that my eroge have H scenes? Asia is definitely not the type to recognize something like that just from the cover. Though I admit that the cover was quite dangerous, Asia shouldn't be able to guess that the games were adult games just with a glance. Yesterday, I saw you playing it. What? Hyoudou Issei is paralyzed. You didn't notice since you had your headphones on. Kamael-sen and I. We saw you. Kamael too. Wait, from where did you guys saw me? Hyoudou Issei is unable to move. On the screen was Thus. Asia had tears as she tried to say it. I braced myself, here it comes. The pervert accusation. Hyoudou Issei defended. You pervert. The shout was expected, that betrayed expression was not. And thus, Hyoudou Issei took 600 damage. HP, 0-600. Hyoudou Issei died. Now that's a massive damage. The impact of Asia calling me a pervert was greater than I realized, as I took a damage that would be a one-hit kill even if I defended. Fortunately, after I recovered from my emotional death, Asia apologized and gave me the kunai. Though she did make it clear that she would report me to my parents if she caught me playing eroge. Well, I think they already knew though. Now then. Boost. Normally, I would say that sneak attack is unlike a dragon, but since you're a human going up against the highest of angels, I guess I can accept it. That after surviving through physical and emotional beatings from Kamael and Asia respectively, I returned to the center of the ninja mansion to hand over the treasures to Metatron. That sensei, here you I slipped. He screamed in monotone as I pretended to slip and attempted to stab the ninja. That you're not even bothering to hide it. Naive, Degozar. I can see you coming from miles away, Degozaru. The white ninja avoided my attack. Boosting yourself before coming to me is a good idea, Degozar. How many times have you boosted, Degozarka? 4 times? 5 times? Seems like you're going all out from the start, DiLost. It's 5. Yeah, 5. And if you boost yourself again, you'll reach your limits and your power will be bursted. I can't boost anymore then. But it's not over yet. I won't let my eroges go unavenged like this. Die, BSTRD ninja. I attacked again, and with each attacks, after fighting a fallen angel to save my friend, now I'm fighting an angel to avenge my fallen companions. I wonder if I'll fight devils one day, just to complete the set. Knowing a dragon's life, I'll be surprised if you don't. That doesn't sound good. A week after that was spent with training, which, despite what Metatron claimed, was not really a ninja training. I did learn some of ninja weapons such as kunai, kusarigama and trap making, but most of my training were spent with physical training or mental training to help my body get used to the boost. Also, Drake taught me some of the things I can do with the boosted gear. After that, I told Kamael about what I can do with the boosted gear. Boost, a command that doubles my physical abilities. Can be used every 10 seconds. Burst, a command that will be called when I try to boost over my limit. At that time, all of my boosted power will be stored inside the boosted gear. Which leads to Explosion, a command that unleash all the stored power inside the boosted gear. Theoretically, this allows me to increase my power over my usual limit, but I can only use it for a single attack. And because of that, Metatron had a good idea. The result of that good idea was me boosting myself to exhaustion every day. His plan was to store as much power as possible to the boosted gear so I can use explosion in desperate times. When I'm not training, usually Asia, Kamael and I would be at the Occult Research Club's room. Kamael was not pleased by my decision to keep coming to, as he put it, a devil's lair. But he conceded after I pointed out that offending Gremory-senpai might get him kicked out of this city. Today, just like the past few days, Asia, Kamael and I went to, as Metatron demanded us to call it, Ninja Mansion. But when we reached the mansion, to find her, understand? There was an unfamiliar woman talking with Metatron. The woman's hair was gray in color and her eyes were golden. Her long hair that reached her knees were strange, but what's stranger were her clothes. It was a Miko outfit, with a white haori and red hakama. Well, some people might think that she was just some Miko who came to this old building to purify it or something like that, but not us. Even if I'm rather new to this supernatural business, I know that a Miko meeting an angel is not normal. Okay, you can count on me, DiLost. Metatron gave her a thumbs up. The Miko's face showed displeasure. That I doubt you can find her by yourself. You have to hide yourself from the devils, right? How can you look for her inside the city? If anything, that fired Metatron even more. Don't worry, DiLost. My ninja training ensures that my stealth level is at max, DiLost. I can hide myself even from Heimdall's eyes, DiLost yo. That there was an unfamiliar name in there. But anyway, what do you mean hide yourself from the devils? So you aren't here with permission? I'm not too familiar with angel-devil relations, but isn't that dangerous? And who are they? The woman pointed at us and then spoke with a frown. They aren't normal people. One of them is an angel, right? And the other two. Kamael stepped between me and the lady. Aim no Yuzum, I presume? Aim no Yuzum as in that Aim no Yuzum? The Esther lady from Amaterasu's legend. Now that I look clearly, she had a really nice body. The Bierstes were smaller than Gremory-senpai's, but they suited her clothes and look perfectly, not too big and not too small. I must have had a perverted look on my face because Asia pinched me. Seeing me, though, Aim no Yuzum had a different reaction. That's quite a strong lust you have there, the goddess of dawn smiled. I guess you know my legend, huh? She folded her hands under her bust, accentuating it further. I nodded. That's sorry for being a pervert. I apologized as Asia's pinch grew stronger. The boy is my deshi, DiLost. Metatron proudly declared. Deshi? Never mind, I don't want to know. Yuzum-san seemed to be able to sense that pursuing that topic would cause Metatron to grow more hot-blooded and so avoided it. Anyway, you three, may I ask for your help? Kamael had a frown when he heard her words but said nothing. Asia seemed troubled but nodded. This for me. I guess I don't mind, so I also nod. Good, can you find a son for me? Pardon? So, according to Yuzum-san, it appears that Amaterasu-sama went missing. Seriously? First, Aim no Yuzum appears, now Amaterasu-sama has gone missing? Are they redoing the whole Aim no Iwado legend? If yes, count me in. I want to see Yuzum-san's famous dance. I was pinched again by Asia. That I really need to learn how to think about perverted thoughts without displaying it on my face. Honestly, Yuzum-san sighed, Amaterasu-sama sometimes acts like a little child. In the past, she would leave the priestesses attending her and escape from Takamagara many times. But this is the first time she ran to the human world. And she even ran to this city, an area controlled by the devils. Somehow, just because I managed to trick her to come out of Aim no Iwado, I was placed in charge of finding her every time she does this. That hearing Yuzum-san ranting about her job makes me wonder about the image of Amaterasu-sama I had. I thought she was a motherly or an Wani-san-like goddess, but Yuzum-san seemed to be talking as if Amaterasu-sama was a spoiled goddess. Anyway, Yuzum-san regained her composure. If any of you see a white-haired girl with golden eyes, that's probably her. That white-haired girl with golden eyes? That could it be? That for some reason, I have this feeling that Asia is about to say something outrageous. Kaneko-san was actually Amaterasu-sama? No, that's wrong, Asia. It's just that the description Yuzum-san gave us happened to match with Tuju-chan's appearance. I corrected her. Besides, Tuju-chan is a devil. And Amaterasu-sama is probably far older than her. Asia blushed. That I'm sorry, ain't. I jumped to a conclusion. Yuzum-san smiled when she saw our interaction. I suppose giving that kind of short description won't be enough. Last we saw her, Amaterasu-sama was wearing a white-red kimono skirt. Kimono skirt? That's not exactly clothes that I would imagine Amaterasu-sama wear. Other than that, she is wearing a necklace with a small mirror attached to it. Kamael frowned. The Yada no Kagami, is that correct? The mirror used to deceive Amaterasu Amikami to step out of Aim no Iwado? One of the imperial treasures of Japan. For an angel, you seem to be quite familiar with our myth, Yuzum-san appraised Kamael, and you are quiet too. Why don't you be our agent instead of this guy? She pointed at Metatron, trying her best not to look at the white-clad ninja angel. Kamael scowled because of Yuzum-san's attitude. Do not act so rudely to Metatron-sama, Amatsukami. Yuzum-san had an expression full of disbelief as she questioned Metatron without glancing at him. What's with this red-haired angel? I can't believe someone actually calls you with a sama. Is he your page or something? Metatron shook his head, not that Yuzum-san saw it. No, not exactly, Degozar. Kamael is just too uptight, Degozar. I see. Yuzum-san sounded like she lost interest in Kamael once she heard Metatron's answer. If the devils learn that Amaterasu-sama entered this area without any prior announcement, there can be trouble. For the same reason, I can't enter the city, she explained with a displeased expression. I plan to ask that eccentric angel over there, but since you guys are here, I'm asking you guys instead. You came from the city, right? May I ask for your assistance in finding her? I nodded. Certainly, asking us sounds like a better idea than asking Metatron. Even if he is, in actuality, quite stealthy, there's no reason to risk being found out by devils when Asia, Kamael and I can do the job. Kamael sighed when he saw my nod. That if Issei wants to help, then I will lend a hand as well. I assume you will help as well, Argento-san? Yes, Asia nodded. I'll do my best. Yuzum smiled. Wonderful. She then handed each of us a piece of paper with strange writings. When you find her, just rip this paper apart. You and anyone you are touching at that time will be transported to this building. That's convenient. I originally made that paper so I can go to this building in case that idiot ninja over there causes trouble, but it can be useful in this situation too. Metatron, what exactly is your relationship with the gods of Japan? She seemed to be really suspicious of you. Deshi, here you go, Degozar. Metatron handed me a small pouch. I opened it and saw its contents, 2 kunais, a long wire and a smoke bomb. If possible, I would give you more weapons but you haven't trained with them yet, and a kuzurigama is too big to fit into the pouch? How unfortunate, Degozar. Thanks, sensei. I nodded at the white ninja. Though he can be annoying and heartless at times, this definitely would help me if I'm in trouble. Good luck Deshi, de Gozaro. Metatron seemed to be really proud as he waved a flag with the words, Gone Bear. Metatron no ninjaburai. Who the hell is that supposed to be? Your ninja squad? The only ninja here is you. And even that is debatable. Now then, good luck, you three. We'll be waiting for good news. Yuzum-sen waved her hands as Asia, Kamil and I made our way back to the city. Argento-san and Issei should search for Amaterasu Amikami in the eastern part of the town. I will search for her in the western part. That was what Kamil told us before he separated from us. Be careful, there is something strange going on here. Asia and I looked at each other with puzzled expressions. We had no idea what Kamil meant. Still, we took those warnings seriously, since Kamil wouldn't joke about something like that. Isan, do you have any idea where to go? Asia asked me. Well, no, I had no idea where to look for a missing sun goddess. That isn't exactly a common occurrence for me. Let's just walk to the edge of the city and decide where to go from there, okay? I doubt it would be that hard to find her. If she is really wearing a kimono skirt, I'm sure she would draw attention. Those clothes aren't exactly normal. Ayase-sen. Over there. Asia suddenly pointed. I turned my head towards that direction and saw a girl with the same description as what Yuzum-san gave us. Unexpectedly, we found her quickly. What hair? Though Yuzum-san failed to mention she tied it in a ponytail. Kimono skirt? The kimono was white while the skirt part was red. Can't see her eyes, but I doubt anyone else would wear that kind of clothes. That was quick. Or so I thought, but when the girl saw Asia and I, she suddenly turned around and ran. We blinked, and after processing the scene of assumed to be goddess running away from us, we immediately tried to pursue her. But that girl looked like she was about our age. I muttered as I ran. Was that really the goddess of the sun? She looked nothing like the statues or pictures of her in the temple. Those humans were not like the others. One of them felt like Watatsumi while the other had presence like Sakuya. How troublesome. They do not seem to be part of that faction, so they must have been sent here by Yuzum. We had initially expected to see the voice of God, perhaps recruit him into our plans, but we should lose them somewhere, preferably before they encounter that faction. Era? We felt a surge of energy coming from one of them. It was an energy that we are unfamiliar with. But it feels dragonic. We checked once more. Yes, they are certainly humans. Yet the boy had a power that felt like a dragon. So these are the sacred gears that the Christian kami made? How interesting, we never paid attention to it, but it does open up many possibilities. The boy must have been the one who used it. His physical abilities suddenly increased in an instant. It seems that they managed to keep up with us. Or at least, the boy managed to. The girl was carried by him. Perhaps they can handle that problem? Most likely not, but there is no harm in trying. Last we saw it, that creature was wandering around the edge of this city, trying to keep itself out of the devil's reach. Let us see how far can that boy go. At the very least, that white-haired girl had inhuman stamina. I thought as I kept on chasing after her with Asia on my back. After a few minutes of running at full speed, Asia started to slow down, so I gave her a piggyback ride and boosted myself once so I can carry her without any problem. She is entering the forest. A familiar forest was in front of us. It was the forest near the church where I fought against Rainier and her group. Back here again, huh? That somehow, I was reminded of Kamil's warning and I had this sinking feeling that I would be forced to fight against something soon. Yeah, you probably will, Drake suddenly spoke to me. Drake? You've been quiet since Yuzum-san appeared. I've been thinking. That angel is right. There is something strange with all this. I still haven't figured out what is strange, but I know one thing. What is it? I asked as I kept on running. The girl you are chasing is acting strange. Regardless of whether she is Amaterasu Amikami or not, she ran the moment she saw you and the nun. Why is that? That is suspicious. But Yuzum-san said that Amaterasu-sama running away from her attendants happened many times, right? Maybe she figured out that we are here to bring her back? Boy, you mentioned it yourself. Her clothes are uncommon. I doubt the nun is the first one to point and stare at her. She ran not because she figured out you are here to bring her back. Perhaps she ran because she sensed something inside you too. Something inside us? You mean sacred gears? The boosted gear and a twilight healing. Drake's voice was calm, but there was a hint of something in it, something that I couldn't place. And I think I figured out why she did that. Brace yourself, kid. It's coming. What is Gra? I heard a bestial roar as a giant being appeared before the white-haired girl, causing her and I to stop. It was a being that I had seen many times in storybooks, anime and manga of Japanese mythologies. Its skin was red, a single horn protruded from its head, a tiger skin pants was all it wore, and it held a massive spiked club in its hand. It was an Oni, and I knew that this would be another fight for my life against the supernatural the moment I saw it. It had its eyes set on the kimono-clad girl. It seemed that it was chasing after her as well, like Asia and I. Asia, I told her, trying to keep my voice calm, get down and grab the girl. Use the paper Yuzum-sen gave us and get her and yourself to safety. What about you, Ahisen? Asia's voice was filled with anxiety and fear. I smiled reassuringly at her. I have that magic paper too, right? I'll just distract the Oni until you've escaped, then I'll escape too. Asia seemed like she wanted to argue, but when I gave her a nod, she seemed to believe me. Alright, be safe, Ahisen. Yeah, don't worry. Drake, how strong do you think I have to be to distract it? If you just want to distract it, 2 more boosts should be enough to surpass its speed. But if you take even a single hit from it, you'll die. That's not a fun odds, but I just have to fight it until Asia escapes. I ran towards the girl. Boost. With a roar, the Oni swung its club towards the girl, but thanks to my boosted speed, I managed to reach her and shoved her away towards Asia. The club smashed to the ground, creating a small crater. Yeah, Drake's assessment is right, a single hit from that, and I'll be dead. But Shiro-chan over there. I shouted at the girl, grab Asia's hand, she'll take you to safety. The girl eyed me with mixed expressions, like she was torn between surprise and amusement. But she wordlessly accepted Asia's hand as the nun ripped the piece of paper that Yuzum-sen gave her. With a bright light, they disappeared. I immediately took out the magic paper and was about to rip it, but the Oni roared in anger as it realized that its target was gone. In its rage, it attacked me with its club. Damn it. I cursed as I avoided the spiked weapon, but I accidentally let go of the paper as I did so. Now this is bad, kid. What are you going to do now? Drake asked me as I stood before the angry demon. With it trying to kill me, I doubt I can look for the missing paper. I can escape with the smoke bomb that Metatron gave me, but Drake, what are the odds of me beating that thing? That you're joking, right? The red dragon sounded incredulous. I'm not, I answered Drake with a nervous grin. I'm just desperate. I prepared myself for a difficult fight. This time, I doubt Kamael would appear to save me. No, in fact, that is why I feel that I have to fight. I can't ask him for help every time I have to fight. Boost. 3 times now. 2 more, and I'll be at my maximum. Bring it on, you Bisudi. I ran towards the Oni as it roared once more. Not here. I wondered if that Kami was telling the truth. It was difficult to believe that the Empress of Takamagura would come to the mortal world without any reason, especially to an enemy's territory. All pantheons might claim that they are allied, or at least in neutral terms with each other, but that was a blatant lie. There were tensions, distrust between them, especially towards the Abrahamic faction, angels, devils, and fallen angels. Among them, most factions held special hatred towards the angels. We had widened our sphere of influence since long ago, destroying worship of many pagan gods and degrading them as demons with our influence. It would not be wrong to say that we are the most hated faction out of all. We had slain the newborns of Egypt when we assisted Moses. We had decried the old gods of Canaan as demons. We vilified the kingdoms of Babylon. We had demolished temples, statues of other pantheons. And in this land, Amakusa Shiro Tokisada incited a rebellion. Though it was small, we had caused problems for the gods of this land. Knowing that, why would Amaterasu Amikami come to this place? Perhaps she was seeking an alliance with the devils? To destroy our influence in Japan? To take control of Shimabara? As I considered the possibilities, suddenly the paper that Kami gave me glowed and a voice came out from it. Kamiel-san. It was Asia Argento and she sounded anxious. Kamiel-san, can you hear me? Please answer. What is it, Argento-san? I questioned her. It's Issei-san. Reason is. My frown grew as she told me about how they had seen the girl with matching the description of Amaterasu Amikami, and how they had met an Oni. Asia managed to take the girl to Metatron-sama and the Kami's location, but Issei had yet to appear following her. That Kami and the girl talked for a moment. Though Asia Argento could not understand their words, Metatron-sama then taught her how to use the paper as a communication device and she attempted to contact Issei. But there was no answer. Metatron-sama then told her to contact me and ask me to assist Issei. Either way, seemed that this whole mess has become quite personal for me. In the forest near the abandoned church? When Asia confirmed it, I nodded, though she could not see that. I will ensure he is unharmed. Don't worry. Truly, why would he even attempt to save Amaterasu Amikami? Her power, especially in this land, far dwarfed any others. There is no possible scenario where she would be harmed by the Oni's attack. But I suppose that is just how Issei is. I doubt he even considered the situation when he saw Amaterasu Amikami being attacked by the Oni. That you know, why did you even try to save her? Draig asked me. Why are you even asking Draig? I questioned the dragon as I avoided the Oni's attack and punched it, though it barely had any effect against the Oni's tough skin. She was in trouble, right? Of course I had to save her. Boost. I boosted myself again 4 times now. I just need another 10 seconds. I thought as I avoided the Oni's arm that tried to catch me. In trouble? Draig seemed surprised by my words. Her? Impossible. If she is the actual Amaterasu Amikami, she won't even need a second to destroy that Oni. Duh? Then why didn't she do that? Instead she just let the Oni attack her. Most likely because using her power would reveal her presence in this city to the devils. When she saw you in Asia, she must have thought she could use you to eliminate the Oni. That's why she made you chase after her to this forest. You don't get it at all. This whole Devil's Kamigami relation is beyond me. But anyway, she needed my help, right? To beat this Oni? I questioned Draig as I jumped away from the Oni. Boost. 5 times now, I punched the Oni again, this time it roared. Seems like my fist actually caused him pain this time, that's good. Yeah, maybe. At least, that seems like her plan. Then there's no problem. I'll defeat it. I glared at the Oni who rushed towards me, seemed like it has gotten even angrier since I managed to harm it. You're an idiot. Even if you can harm it bit by bit, you'll still be killed by a single attack. You're fighting a losing battle here. So what? If anything, this situation is why I had to train under Metatron. I had a feeling that once I enter this world, I could never go back, and I was right. Even if I didn't go to Metatron and ask for training, I'll probably meet some other creatures and have to fight for my life. I don't know why I'm so sure, but I just have this feeling. I rolled to the side, avoiding the Oni who came barreling down towards me. It might be strong, but its attacks were predictable. Draig was silent for a moment, then he spoke. That's how a dragon's life is. We always attract enemies. With your boosted gear, someone will probably attack you just to get me. And if you are weak, you'll definitely be killed by the White One. White One? I remembered a name that Kamael once said when he told me about Draig. Albion? I jumped away from the Oni, trying to get into a safe distance as my mind tried to form a plan to defeat it. Yeah, the wielder of divine dividing that contains white dragon emperors, Albion's soul, will one day appear before you, and they will definitely fight you. Because that's just how it is. That I see. And it was the truth. I felt that I could understand what Draig was trying to say. It is in my nature, and in the nature of divine dividing's wielder to fight. That's just how it is. So you do understand, Draig's voice sounded impressed. I guess even if you acted like a fool most of the time, you do have a soul like a dragon. I felt a rush of pride at Draig's words as I readied myself for another clash with the Oni who is pursuing me. Even if that is true, that means I have to beat this thing first, right? I could use explosion, but somehow, I doubt it would beat this Oni. I don't have enough options. Any advice, Drake? Do you have any weapon? Drake asked me. I nodded. I have the weapons that Metatron gave me. A kunai, a long wire and a smoke bomb. I don't have any sword or anything like that though, since that kind of weapon wouldn't fit into my pockets. Then I think I have an idea. Get yourself out of its sight now. I grinned as I threw the smoke bomb to the ground. Using the ensuing smoke as cover, I escaped from it. Good, now climb one of the trees. Make sure it won't immediately find you, but try to keep yourself near it. I nodded and climbed on one of the many trees here, picking the one that seemed to have enough leaves for me to hide myself. Soon enough, the smoke dissipated, and the Oni looked around, roaring as it couldn't find me. I will unlock the second liberation. It will unlock a new power for you, a power you need to turn this situation around. When the boosted gear finished its evolution, that would be your chance. Use your new power to beat the Oni. I nodded, trusting Drake's words. He didn't give me a clear plan, but I had a feeling that whatever power boosted gear would give me, it would be enough. The Oni began knocking down the trees in its rage, moving closer towards me as it did so. I held my breath and kept on waiting. And then its club struck the tree beside mine. Now! Dragon Booster's second liberation. A green light washed over my left hand as the boosted gear transformed. In the span of seconds, the sacred gear sent me information on how to use it. I took out a kunai from my pouch and jumped. Transfer. I felt the boosted power inside me disappearing and entered the kunai in my hand. As gravity pulled me to the ground, towards the Oni, I swung the kunai. Boost. The kunai cut the Oni's face, right on the eyes easily, as if the thick skin of Oni that prevented me from damaging it did not exist. The Oni roared in pain as it was blinded by my attack. It swung its club wildly as it attempted to strike me down. But with this empowered kunai, I swung the kunai towards the spiked club, and the Oni's weapon was cut cleanly into two. Got you! I continued my attacks, first by cutting one of the Oni's hand. The Oni's scream was filled with pain and anger as it attempted to punch me with its left hand, its only remaining hand. I avoided the attack and swung the kunai again, ripping its left hand from the middle. Its shout of pain should be horrifying for me, but all I felt was the rush of battle, the desire to defeat my opponent. End it! Drake roared from the jewel of the boosted gear. I dashed towards the Oni and cut its right leg, causing it to fall to the ground. Then I jumped towards the Oni who writhed around in pain and stabbed the kunai into its head. Boost! The kunai went on even deeper as it continued to thrash around, and I kept on twisting the kunai until the Oni finally stopped moving. I actually won against the Oni. I thought as I pulled the kunai out of its head. That I should be glad, right? Proud? And indeed, some part of me felt that. The part that I felt Drake would have approved, but I vomited to the ground as I saw what I have done. The Oni had lost one of its hand and its leg. Its left hand was torn into two from its palm to its shoulder. The area around its eyes, including the eyeballs themselves, were cut into two. That I killed it. No, he was not in it. He was alive, but I killed him. I could have escaped, I could have retreated, but just to test my strength. Just to grow stronger. I killed a living being. This is... I heard Kemael's voice coming from behind me, but I could not think any more as I fell to the ground, unconscious. Kemael has found him, Dagozar. They are now returning, Dagozaru yo. I sighed in relief when I heard the ninja angel's words. I couldn't imagine how I would feel if I learned that the boy was killed because of my request. Oh Yuzum, you seem relieved, Amikami-sama spoke to me as she sipped the tea that was prepared by the ninja. Might you have some interest in that human? I frowned. That's not a funny joke, Amikama. I am already married. If anything, the son of Takamagara seemed amused. Truly? We had thought that you possess no feeling for that monkey. Was yours not a marriage of convenience? My frown grew. Honestly, Amikami-sama's words were true. I married Saradahiko Ukami not because of love, but to convince him to pledge his loyalty to the Amatsukami. That doesn't mean I will not be loyal to him. That is the least I can do for the man I deceived. Let us put that matter aside then. Amikami-sama's eyes were blank as she spoke. Why are you here? That's a strange question. Of course I am here to bring you back, Amikami-sama. Takamagara lost its son the moment you leave. There are chaos everywhere as Takamasubi-sama held an emergency meeting. I had never seen so many gods in one place before. Even Omoikane-sama stepped out of his library to attend the meeting. Amikami-sama smiled. It was both elegant and haunting. We see Tos Yuzum, who were absent from that gathering. Another strange question. Could this be related to the reason why Amikami-sama left Takamagara and traveled to this town? To the best of my knowledge, Tsukuyomi-sama did not attend, neither did Susanoo-sama. Also, Mikaboshi-sama and Takamikazuchi-sama were not present. Also, I hesitated for a moment. Tatsuka-sama was not present. Amikami-sama nodded. The samurai, the Jashin, the Kamigoroshi, our reclusive brother, and that fool. How amusing. Excuse me, Amikami-sama, may I ask what do you mean by that? My eyes narrowed. There must be something going on in Takamagara, something that caused all of this. Amikami-sama waved her hand as if dismissing me. Nothing you need to be concerned with, Thum. We have a task for you to accomplish. Though displeased by her avoiding my question, I bowed. An order from Amikami-sama is the highest priority of all Amatsukami. Amikami-sama seemed pleased by my reaction, and she was about to speak when the red-haired angel entered the room, carrying the boy on his back. We shall continue this later, Yuzum. I opened my eyes and saw my friends' worried faces. Asia, Kamael. I muttered as I sat up on the bed. Where am I? I questioned them as I looked around me. It certainly wasn't a room in my house. Metatron-sama's place, Kamael answered me. I brought you here. Brought me here? What does he mean? We see that you are awake. I heard an unfamiliar female voice. I turned towards the direction of the voice. A white-haired girl sat on a chair beside Yuzum-san and Metatron. Allow us to offer you a word of praise, human, for you have slain an Oni. A lesser Oni, yet it was still an impressive feat. An Oni? Memories of my battle with the Oni came back to me and I paled. Did I kill him? Did I really kill the Oni? Indeed you did, Degozaro. Metatron nodded, confirming it. Kamael reported that he found you near a corpse of an Oni, Degozo. It must have been a difficult battle, but you managed to prevail, Degozaru. How could he act like that? Being proud of me killing that Oni. Yuzum smiled. It was impressive. I heard from the ninja idiot here that you just started training under him last week? For a human, you have shown quite an amazing growth. How could they be so unconcerned? That I killed a living being? I muttered. Asia, who heard my words, shot me a concerned look. So why the hell do you guys look so happy? I shouted at the three beings before me. The one who answered was the girl saved. Should we not be? She questioned me. You have triumphed over your adversary and returned relatively unharmed. We fail to see any problem. The problem is that I killed someone. I answered her fiercely. And who the hell are you? The girl seemed amused by my words. Era? Were you not looking for us? We are Amaterasu Amikami. That's right. The whole reason I met that Oni was because I went looking for her. And we would like to correct your misconception, human. The sun goddess spoke to me once more. You did not kill someone. You killed an enemy. The death of an enemy is a frequent sight in a battle. But what, pray tell, will you do then, human? That beast attempted to kill you, did it not? Amaterasu Amikami's eyes were cold as she questioned me. I could have escaped, I argued. I don't need to kill him. Escape? One of Amaterasu Amikami's eyebrow rose. What will you do after you escape, human? Will you keep running from your battles? A tactical retreat is a sound strategy, however, running away from battles you must face is not. It is inevitable, you must fight and kill to stay alive in this world. I glared at her. I could not accept that. I would not accept that. Issei, Kamael spoke from my side. I know that this is all new for you, but to beings like us, killing is conventional. It is hardly something that we bat an eye at. Even Kamael, are you all really that different from humans? Boy, This time it was Yuzum who spoke. Why did you even fight it then? You said you could have escaped. Then why did you even bother fighting it? Because I wanted to test myself, because I don't want to be protected by Kamael every time there is a fight. But can I really answer that? Those reasons are selfish. The reason I fought against the Oni was because of my selfishness. When she saw me unable to answer, she continued, if you can't answer me, then that's fine. But what did you expect would happen when you fight him? You thought you can just injure him and he would retreat? Is that it? In fact, from what that angel told us, you killed him after disabling him, correct? Why did you do that? Why not just leave the Oni alive? Because it is in your nature. It was Metatron who answered, but his voice was soft, unlike his usual self. The moment you receive the boosted gear, you are no longer a complete human, but also a dragon. To dominate your enemy and to slay them to prove your strength is part of your nature, both as a human and as a dragon. While it is true that humanity possess similar instincts, they have managed to restrain such urges as their civilization advanced. Dragons, on the other hand, still possess those primal urges. I looked at the boosted gear attached to my left hand. Am I really not human, Draig? Even though your body is human, your soul most likely isn't. My past wielders showed traits not unlike dragons. Draig answered me, and it was not an answer I wanted to hear. Issei, Kamael spoke to me again. If you don't want to kill, then it is fine. You don't have to. I will do it instead. No! I shouted at him. That I can't accept. I don't want to kill, but having my friend kill on my behalf is. Don't do that. What should I do? I had entered this world, and after what happened with Rainier, I thought I understood what it meant. Amaterasu Mikami looked at me with pity. Human, someone such as you is not suited to be a warrior, much less a dragon. Yet you are trapped inside the role of one. Trapped? That it is a pity, she continued. Though you had such potential, your feelings held you back. It appears that we must make you understand. Make me understand? What did she mean? You, angel, she pointed at Kamael, you claim that you can kill for this human's sake. And he forbid you to do so. But what will you do should a being appear and attempts to harm him? I will kill them, Kamael answered without any hesitation. Even though I told him not to, he still answered like that. Say no matter what you have said, if someone threatens you, then they are enemies to be eliminated. And now, hearing that, human, Amaterasu Mikami returned her attention to me. What will you do? You are a special existence. That weapon inside your soul had made you special. There are many who will attempt to harm you, and this angel has made his intention clear. Knowing that, will you keep living with your eyes closed? Your ears covered? Must this angel kill for your sake until the day either one of you die? No. I shook my head. Kamael shouldn't kill for my sake. This I know for a fact. Then what will you do to those who threaten you? I will beat them, but I won't kill them. Even beings like you have prisons, right? I'll just have to imprison them. And if those cages cannot hold them and they return? What will you do if they seek vengeance? She questioned me again. Then I'll beat them again. And if they come back again, I'll beat them again. I'll keep doing it until they give up. But she wasn't done yet. Have you not already proven with the Oni that it is impossible for you to resist your urge? Your instinct to kill? During your countless battles, you might lose yourself and kill again. That feeling will definitely return. That rush I felt during battle will definitely come to me. It won't happen again. I won't let it control me again. My defiant eyes met her amused ones. Is that so? Then so be it, human. Continue your struggle, your endless clash against yourself. Allow us to see how far your struggle will take you. Whether you will be a human or a dragon by the end of your path, we shall witness it. This fact, Amaterasu Mikami promises you. I nodded. I won't lose. I definitely won't lose again to myself. So, after saying that you left the human boy, our priestess questioned us within our chamber in the Heavenly Plains Palace. We nodded, indeed. Though we left Yuzum with him. We have instructed her to contact us should something happen to him. The Miko sighed, making her do something as mundane as that. I pity Yuzum, really? Truly? We had to question that. She shook her head. That was a lie, obviously. I pity myself more for having to deal with you. I even died for you, remember? Of course we remember, our priestess. Indeed, we had to demand her soul back from Izanami. She is such a troublesome priestess. Despite that, you haven't named me yet. The nameless priestess let out another sigh. Anyway, what was your real reason for leaving Yuzum with that human? We laughed. Indeed, this one does know us well. The reason we gave her is for her to recruit the boy to our side. After all, it would be a pity if a being of such potential joined the angels instead. She nodded in understanding. And your unspoken reason? We smiled. You know the reason, nameless one. Ah, so you don't trust her. When she saw our nod, she continued, still, why the interest in that human? I doubt it's only because he has potential to be strong. Indeed not. Perhaps we were charmed by that human. Watching him foolishly risking his life to save ours against the Oni was quite a novel experience. That the priestess had a disgusted face. Disgusting, Era, she actually said it. I highly doubt there are any truths in those words. We let out a laugh of amusement. Truly, creating her, both in personality and appearance, based on us was an excellent decision. Let us put that matter aside. Give us your report. The Miko nodded. The rebels had shown themselves and were planning to ambush you once you reached the outskirts of the Devil City. Yasaka and Takamikazuchi launched a joint assault and routed them. Then that Oni must be their scout. It seems that using ourselves as a bait worked perfectly. What of their master? Unfortunately, the priestess shook her head. He was not sighted among the enemy ranks. It appears that he is more cautious than we had expected. It is indeed unfortunate. Still, the destruction of his army should hinder his movements, whatever his plan will be. It is clear that it will involve that city. We simply need to wait. The priestess nodded. I suppose you are right. It seems that Yuzum will have a fun vacation there. What of the Kamigoroshi? When the priestess heard that name, she frowned. Tatsuka-sama is still missing, unfortunately. He is as free-spirited as ever. We smiled. That is acceptable. The Kamigoroshi's presence would help our plan immensely, but with that human around, he is not a necessity. Our mind ran through the plans we had made, adjusting it to utilize that human to his utmost potential. Hyoudou Issei POV. That I'm bored. That was my thought as I ignored the teacher who droned away in front of the class. I turned my head slightly and my eyes met Asia's. She was completely absorbed in listening to the teacher, though her expression would fall whenever the teacher would write something on the board. That even with Kamael's spell, I guess it is difficult for a foreigner to learn kanji. Especially since she has to learn a lot of them at once. The way she kept on trying hard is kinda cute though. Asia transferred to Kuo Academy earlier this week, a few days after we first met Yuzum-san and Amaterasu Amikami-sama. That thinking about them made me remember what happened that day, the day I killed the Oni. Since then, I've been asking Kamael and Metatron-sensei to train me so I can control that urge to kill. Unexpectedly, Metatron-sensei told Kamael to take me to Gremory-senpai instead, and after discussing my problem with Gremory-senpai, she took me to one of her peerage's stray devils hunt. Stray devils? They are devils who left their masters. Gremory-senpai said that if left alone, they can become threats, which is why the devils had a custom of eliminating stray devils on sight. Not to be honest, I don't know if I agree with that. I doubt that all devils are good people. There might be some stray devils who strayed because they believed their master to be evil. I didn't voice this opinion to Gremory-senpai since I was afraid it would offend her, but I did tell Kamael about it. Even though I had such opinion, I still used stray devils for my training. I would fight them and beat them without killing them. When I fought them, the instinct to kill them came to me, but it's a lot weaker compared to the time when I fought the Oni. That's probably because you don't feel the same desperation as that time. What do you mean, Drake? In those hunts you've been having, even if you are defeated, you'll be saved by your allies, right? In that fight against the Oni, losing will mean your death, a kill or be killed situation. I guess that explains it. I mean, not all of my fights ended with me being victorious. I had to be saved by Gremory-senpai's peerage several times. But it is not as dangerous as it was when I fought the Oni. I really don't mind being saved by Himejima-senpai or Gremri-senpai, but being saved by Tujichan kinda hurts my pride as a senpai, and being saved by Kiba annoyed me since he is an Ikemen. And then 2 days ago, Kiba and I had to work together and we met with someone unexpected. Dada, senpai, are you sure that this is alright? I questioned Gremri-senpai, who smiled cheerfully as she pushed Kiba and I towards an abandoned office building. She nodded. Yes, think of this as a bonding experience between you two, okay? No, Gremri-senpai, I'm pretty sure my bonding experience doesn't involve me fighting against a stray devil. I prefer to discuss about a series or a game we both like or something like that. That aside, I did went through this kind of bonding experience with Tujichan yesterday. I'll state it again, I prefer to talk about hobbies than going through a life or death situations. Let's go, Hyoudou. Kiba spoke to me with that fake smile of his. That I'm pretty sure that you aren't fooling anyone here, so why do you keep smiling like that? I nodded and we both entered the abandoned building. Even if there were only 2 of us, I wasn't too worried. I mean, Kiba's sword birth was quite awesome. The capability to create swords with varying abilities. If I had that, I'll definitely use it to create a sword that can break the clothes of girls. And I'll probably name it Dress Breaker, or maybe Dress Slayer. My imagination distracted me for a moment there. That aside, there are too many abandoned buildings in this city. A few days ago, we had to fight in an abandoned factory that was used by another stray devil as her base. Maybe I'm thinking about this the wrong way? What if it was abandoned because of stray devils? Hyoudou, I turn towards Kiba. Focus. We don't know where the stray is. It might be watching us as we speak. We don't want a repeat of yesterday, do we? I shook my head and my body tensed. That yesterday, there was a stray devil who ambushed me just as I entered his territory. I was caught in some kind of magical prison and Gremri-senpai had to save me. That honestly, it was embarrassing. I didn't even manage to fight against the stray devil before he beat me. That's Kiba's words were cut off by a scream. We both looked at each other and wordlessly ran towards the direction of the voice. What greeted us was a gruesome sight. A room covered in blood and the stray devil being stabbed by a sword of light by a madman. I recognized that madman. He had that insane smile the first time I saw him too. I was surprised that he managed to survive, especially since Kamael was the one who fought him. The stray exorcist who worked with Rainier. Kamael told me his name was Fried Selzen. I called out his name. He turned towards me when he heard that. Aren't you that shitty human I saw when I worked with that bitchy angel? I nodded, keeping my body tense. There's no telling when he will attack us. You're still here? I thought Kamael defeated you. Hearing that, Fried grinned. Yeah, that demed angel got me real good. Fried turned his head, allowing Kiba and I to see burnt marks on the right side of his face. It was definitely Kamael's doing. I survived though. And I'm here for revenge. Vengeance, you know. I want to beat that high and mighty angel so bad. Revenge. Kiba had a frown as he kept his eyes on Fried. If your target is Kamael, why did you kill that devil? Hearing my question, Fried had a puzzled expression. You're an idiot, aren't you? Why do I need a reason to kill monsters? His mad grin returned. That's why I joined the exorcists in the first place. I don't give a f about God. I just want to kill. Since killing humans can get me into trouble back then, I had to kill monsters instead. Yeah. Fried's eyes went to Kiba and his grin widened. Monsters like you. The stray exorcist disappeared. I heard a clang from my side, causing me to whip my head and saw Kiba wielding a jet black sword against Fried's strange sword. It had a wavy blade and it seemed to glow with strange light. I didn't recognize that sword, but evidently, Kiba did, as his face showed something that I had never seen in him. Hatred. Excalibur. If a glare could kill, I'm sure that Fried would be buried by now. Boost. I threw a punch towards Fried, who disappeared, just like before, and reappeared a few feet away from us. You're helping that monster, idiot? Fried asked me as if he was honestly surprised by my action. Kiba, any idea how he did that teleportation thing? I ignored the priest and questioned Kiba instead. That it wasn't a teleportation, Kiba answered me, and even though he sounded calm, I could still see hatred and anger in his eyes. The sword he is wielding, Excalibur, rapidly grants its wielder enhanced speed and reflexes. He moved in a speed that you couldn't follow. That's why it seemed like teleportation to you. I wondered what that Excalibur rapidly thing was, but for now, I should focus on beating this priest. Any ideas, Kiba? How about that boost of speed from Night Piece you have? When Gremory-senpai first showed me the extent of Kiba's speed, I was astonished. It was definitely on the level where I wouldn't be able to touch him in a fight. I used it to deflect his attack before. Even with Night, my speed is still lower than his. That's bad. Should we retreat? I asked Kiba, but the one who answered was Freed. No. You guys can't run away. I really want to kill you too. If I kill you, that angel will probably come to kill me, right? Then I can kill him as well. Ignoring Freed, Kiba answered me with a smile. It was not the fake smile he used to wear, and it definitely wasn't a resigned smile. It was a happy smile, an expression of someone feeling joy beyond anything else. Retreat? Hyoudou-kun, what are you talking about? Before me is my enemy, the reason why I keep on living. How can I retreat? How can I do that when the murderer of my friends is in front of me? It was creepy, especially since he had such a happy expression as he said those words. That I don't think he's talking about Freed. His eyes kept on staring at the sword in Freed's hands, that Excalibur, rapidly. Hyoudou-kun, if you want to retreat, then feel free to do so. I will be staying here, Kiba told me easily. If it was any other situation, I would have guessed that he wanted me to contact Gremory-senpai and Kamael for their assistances, but from Kiba's attitude, I get the feeling that he doesn't care about anything else other than fighting Freed. Minute. Boost. I'm staying. Somebody has to keep you alive. Gremory-senpai, Himejima-senpai and Tuja-chan will be sad if you die. I told Kiba that as I prepared myself for yet another struggle for my life. Kiba had a surprised expression when he heard my words, then his usual smile returned, though this one seemed a bit more genuine. Just don't get in my way. Kill him. I felt the urge return as I felt Freed's murderous intent. It was slightly weaker than the time I fought against the Oni. The moment I decide to help Kiba, I knew it would come. I just hope I can restrain it. In the end, we managed to drive Freed away, though Freed's swift attacks gave us some trouble. Even when we managed to get out of his attack range, Freed's speed would allow him to chase after us and continue his assault without stopping. That sword is really dangerous. Kiba asked me to keep our encounter with Freed a secret from Gremory-senpai and her peerage. Honestly, I think we should tell Gremory-senpai about it, but the way he asked me left me cornered. Hygen, please don't tell Bucho and the rest about this. He told me as we sat on the floor of the abandoned building, exhausted by the battle we just had. Did I trust you? How the hell can I tell Gremory-senpai after he told me, I trust you like that? BS Dirty Kiba probably planned that. I did tell Kamael about the fight, and he had this strange expression that seemed to be stuck between anger and concern. I asked him about the Excalibur rapidly, and he explained to me a few things. First of all, the legendary Excalibur in King Arthur's legend no longer exists, at least, not as a single sword. As a single holy sword, it is something that surpassed most other swords and could grant its wielder power reaching the level of a deity. But the legendary Excalibur was broken and the pieces was used to create 7 lesser Excaliburs, each of them possessing a portion of the original's power. The one that Freed used was Excalibur rapidly, and its capability is, as Kiba explained, enhanced speed and reflexes. I asked Kamael how Freed could get one of those Excalibur, to which Kamael answered that he would investigate. But then Kamael told me not to involve myself further in this whole Excalibur mess and that he would handle Freed. I couldn't exactly do that. Freed said that he would kill me, and I can't let Kamael fight my battles. Before I realized it, the bell signaling the end of classes had rang. Just like yesterday, Kamael left without Asia and I, probably looking for Freed or investigating about the Excaliburs. Hyoudou-kun. And just like yesterday, Kiba came to our class. Again. Kiba-kun came to see Hyoudou again. It's true. Kiba Kongsharu is Ogi. No way. I'll say it again, it's Hyoudou Kiba-kun. That those comments are starting to get annoying. Asia. I called out to Asia, who is talking with Kiryu Aika. Kiba and I are going to Meta-sensei's place. Do you want to come with us? Asia shook her head. I'm sorry, Kiryu-san invited me to shop with her, so... I smiled at Asia, who had a depressed expression. It's all right, Asia. Go hang out with Kiryu. Just promise me you'll be careful and you know how to contact me if you have a problem. Yes. Asia nodded as she listened to my words. Hyoudou Issei POV. Kiba and I sat before Metatron-sensei and Yuzum-san. So, Metatron-sensei spoke. Continuing from yesterday, Degozu. Assuming that Deshi used transfer, Night-kun here should be able to use it to increase his speed, likely enough to surpass Excalibur Rapidly's enhancement, Degozu. And since you're a devil, you should be able to handle the boost, Degozu. Alternatively, Yuzum-san added, you can use the energy given by Issei-kun to enhance your sword birth, increasing the power of your sword or creating even more swords. Kiba nodded in understanding as he listened to the two. While I was a bit worried that Kiba would react badly when he see Metatron-sensei since he seemed to dislike Kamael, it seems that Kiba's hatred towards Excalibur surpassed his dislike for angels as he still listened to Metatron-sensei's advices. Though when he saw Metatron-sensei, he asked me a strange question. Haitin, do you know why the voice of God is here? I shrugged. Honestly, I never thought about it. That was strange. Now that I think about it, how does the biblical God speak if the angel who is supposed to be his voice is working as a ninja in Japan? Deshi, pay attention, Degozaru. This is important, Degozaru yo. Sorry. I apologized and returned my attention to Metatron-sensei. Issei-kun doesn't seem to be the type to pay attention in lectures. Yuzum-san managed to figure me out rather quickly. Rather than just discussing about it, why don't we do some practice instead? Practice? Hyoudou Issei POV. Before we begin, can you show me how fast your opponent approximately is? Yuzum-san questioned us as we stood in one of the dojo of the ninja mansion. Kiba nodded and then he teleported, at least to me. But looking at Yuzum-san and Metatron-sensei, who did not even react, they must have been able to see his movements. He seemed to be about this fast, Yungan, Kiba told her as he returned back to where he stood beside me. I see. Yuzum-san nodded. Certainly, both you and your opponent is quite fast. I doubt that Issei-kun will be able to help you fight him other than transferring power to you. 2 days ago, even after I boosted myself 5 times, I could barely see Kiba and Freed, and my hits rarely connect, though the punches that hit Freed dealt a lot of damage to him. Then, please wait a moment, I believe I found an appropriate Kagura for you. Kagura? Kiba saw my puzzled expression and spoke. I heard my sensei mention it once or twice. The Miko of Yaoyorozu faction in Japan can invoke divine abilities into their bodies after performing a ritual dance called a Kagura. The dance was based on Yuzum-san's dance in her legend. So that dance had a name? And it is actually a ritual dance. Somehow, my perverted imagination managed to supply me with many Miko-san doing that kind of dances. As we spoke, Yuzum took out a gohei and began her dance, keeping her eyes closed as her body moved to a melody only she could hear. To my disappointment though, the dance that Yuzum-san performed was, while beautiful, not artsy. It was an elegant, yet powerful dance, and some of the movements seemed like, she is fighting, Kiba observed. The way she moved made it seem like she is fighting against an invisible opponent with her sword. Then, before our eyes, the gohei Yuzum-san held in her right hand was covered by light and transformed into a katana. Then, several kanji seemed to be written by an invisible brush on the back of her haori. Bujin Takamikazuchi, Degozaru ka? Indeed, he is a suitable kami for this, Degozaru. Warrior god, Takamikazu kami? The god of thunder and swords. A month ago, if somebody told me I'll fight him, or in this case, aim no Yuzum with Takamikazuchi no kami's power, I'll probably think they are crazy. But here I am, fighting Yuzum-san as a part of my training. Kiba Hyoudou-kun, Issei-kun, Takamikazuchi-sama gave me permission to borrow his power for half an hour. You both should use this time efficiently, Yuzum-san told us as she raised the katana. Kiba and I nodded. Boost. Hyoudou-kun, I'll keep her occupied until you finished boosting. By the end of his sentence, Kiba's blade had already clashed with Yuzum-san's. All right. Yuzum-san seemed amused. You must be quite confident if you think you can hold me back alone, Kiba Hyoudou-kun. But that confidence might get you killed, boy. Before Kiba-san could answer, Yuzum-san swung her sword, breaking Kiba's. Then she used the back of her sword to hit Kiba. To my surprise, the hit sent Kiba flying towards me. I caught Kiba, but was almost blown away by the force of the impact. What was that? All she did was overpower Night-kun, Degozu. Metatron-sensei spoke from the side. Even if Night-kun is agile, his strength is lacking. Since Yuzum can't replicate the Excalibur rapidly, she borrowed strength from Takamikazuchi to compensate, Degozu-yo. I see. Since Yuzum-sen can't replicate the additional damage of Holy Sword against Devils and Excalibur rapidly speed, so she just increased her power to make up for that difference. Wait, where does that leave me then? I was nearly killed by a normal sword. If Yuzum-san's super strength hit me. Don't worry, Deshi, Degozar. Asia-chan's Twilight Healing can probably heal you once this is over, Degozu. Oh, alright then. That means everything is well. Wait, it isn't. Sensei, does that mean a hit from that blade is bad enough that Twilight Healing can only, probably, heal me? Well, you're only a human after all. A good hit from her can probably knock you out of this fight. That's why, hurry up and boost, Drake advised me. Right? Boost. After your third boost, transfer your power to the devil. That should be enough for him to surpass that Kami's speed. I nodded, as Kiba stood back up, a new sword in his hand. Kiba, sorry, can you distract her for a bit? Seeing the knight's nod, I jumped away, trying to get some distance away from Yuzum-san. I'm not going to let you go without a fight, boy, Yuzum-san spoke as she pursued me, but her path was blocked by Kiba, who created several swords in front of her. Your opponent is me, Yuzum-san. Yuzum-san sighed. Didn't I just prove to you that you can't match me alone? Kiba smiled bitterly. Unfortunately, though I just need to distract you for a few seconds. The goddess of dawn nodded. I suppose so. But that is assuming that you can survive those few seconds. Swords burst out of the ground where Yuzum was standing, but it did not harm her as she managed to leap out of the sword's reaches. For seconds left. Kiba attempted to pursue Yuzum-sen. Why? You just have to stall for a few seconds, right? There's no need to attack Yuzum-san. There is, Drake answered me. That devil's defense is really weak. He can't endure that Kami's attacks, so he has to keep attacking or, at the very least, keep moving to evade her. But if he gets too far away from her, she can attack you. Yeah, now that I think about it. Kiba seemed to rely on his speed most of the time. Unlike in RPG where knight characters usually have high defense, Kiba seems more like a monk or assassin with his high agility. That aside, Kiba! I shouted at the swordsman and he nodded. Boost. I ran towards him the moment I felt the energy rush through me. The question is, can you reach him? Yuzum-san questioned Kiba as she attacked him with a flurry of slashes. Kiba responded with his swords, deflecting Yuzum-san's sword with his own and creating swords from the ground to deflect the attacks he couldn't guard on time. As they fought, I've almost reached Kiba and he leaped towards me. Just before I was about to transfer the boost to him. Ikazuchi! Yuzum-san disappeared and then reappeared a few feet away from Kiba and I. What just happened? I heard dripping sounds. My eyes moved towards the sound. Red liquid fell to the ground in front of me. Blood? Anxiety filled me as I saw the source. Kiba slowly fell before me. Countless cuts covered his body, his face frozen in expression of shock as if he could not believe what happened to him. In fact, it seemed as if he didn't even register any pain. Naive, Yuzum-san spoke coldly. It was different from how she usually spoke. Her eyes were stern as she gazed at Kiba and I. You did not consider the possibility that I wasn't using my full speed against you. Her eyes focused on me. Isen, why are you rushing towards us? A single strike from me can kill you. What were you thinking? The moment you transfer your power, you will lose all of your boosted power and you will not be able to protect yourself while Kiba Hyoudou-kun and I clash. Then her eyes moved to Kiba, who was barely conscious. Kiba Hyoudou-kun, your performance is adequate, yet you let your guard down at the end and you did allow Issei-kun to act so rashly. Please do not forget that Issei-kun is not a devil like you. Clearly, the tone of her voice sounded like a teacher who is scolding her troublemaking students. You both need more training. Fortunately, DiGozar, we are available most of the time, so feel free to come back here when your wounds are healed, Devil-kun, DiGozar, Metatron-sensei told Kiba. Then his eyes seemed to glint as he turned towards me. As for you, Deshi, let's continue our training, DiGozar. That I wanted to cry imagining the amount of eroge I would have to repurchase by the end of the training. Kemail POV. So. 3 of the Excaliburs are stolen. I questioned the power before me. An angel clad in red armor and helmet nodded. Yes, Chief Kamael. I sighed and scanned the area around me. I was high up among the clouds, with 4 angels of the power's choir. We are high enough to be considered outside the devil's territory. This area, the sky above Japan, belongs to Fujin. Fortunately, Lord Metatron befriended Fujin during his journey in the land of rising sun, which is why the powers and I are allowed to convene here. Which ones? Another power answered, wearing the same armor and helmet as the power who answered my question before. The stolen Excaliburs are Excalibur Rapidly, Excalibur Transparency, and Excalibur Nightmare, Chief. How troublesome. Rapidly is bad enough, yet Transparency is also stolen? That Excalibur allows the user to become invisible for a time. Combined with Nightmare that allows the user to create mirages and Rapidly that grants enchanted speed, the user would be a dangerous assassin. But then again, according to Issei, that stray exorcist wielded only Excalibur Rapidly. Perhaps there are 3 wielders? No, before that. How did Michael react? I questioned them. They tensed. One of them seemed to be trying to hold himself back from saying something. Speak. I motioned for him to do so. He nodded, his expression angry as he spoke. The Archangel forbid us from pursuing the thief. Instead, he appointed 2 exorcists, one of Vatican Church and the other of Protestant Church. They are the wielders of Excalibur Destruction and Excalibur Mimic. Of course he would. Honestly, the blatant favoritism Michael and the other great seraphs to the Christian faction can be annoying. There were 7 Excaliburs, one of them missing. Yet, Michael divided the remaining 6 between the 3 Christian factions, 2 for Vatican Church, 2 for Protestant Church, and 2 for the Orthodox Church, leaving none for the Jewish faction or Islamic faction. Seraphiel and Azrael had voiced their displeasure over this, yet the Archangel remained firm in his decision. However, I could understand the reasoning Michael gave. Indeed, the number of exorcists within the Christian faction surpassed the other 2, they would be able to protect the Excaliburs better. If possible, I would prefer to store the Excaliburs in heaven than leaving it to any members of the churches, be they Jewish, Christian, or Islamic, but with the current situation up there, it is not possible. Not bringing the powers into this mess is also a good decision on Michael's part. Some of my zealous companions might take this as a chance to judge the devils of that town. He should be contacting me soon, most likely to ask me to keep my interference minimum. For now though, who stole them? The Excaliburs were stored in secure locations. While it is not as secure as I might have liked, there is a reason why no one has succeeded in stealing them before now. The powers seemed to hesitate, then one of them spoke as he bowed his head. It's Kokabeel, sir. In hindsight, I should have seen that coming. That warmongering fool is as rebellious as ever. Return to your posts, I commanded them. The powers seemed surprised, but return to your posts. There is nothing you can do. The city below us, the city where Kokabeel is hiding, is a devil's territory. You are not allowed there. Sir, with all due respect, your power is limited in that city. One of the power attempted to convince me, though it is incomparable to his army in the past, Kokabeel's legion is still massive, you will not be able to. The power trailed off when he saw my expression. Indeed, his words are true. I am not allowed to call down the full might of the flames of Gavura while in that city. It is part of the agreement between the current Lucifer and I. I am allowed to stay in that city and protect the humans there, yet I am not allowed to unleash my full power, nor can I call my legion. In the past, Kokabeel commanded an army of 365,000 fallen angels. One of the largest among Grigori. They had believed themselves to be unstoppable, unconquerable. In their hubris, they challenged one of the archangel to a battle. Anael, being both young and eager, advanced with her Elohim. Proving herself worthy of the position, Archangel of Victory, Anael led her legion and destroyed Kokabeel's army, humiliating the proud Angel of Stars. What remained of his legion then fought against a squad of exorcists led by Vasco Strata in the Second World War. The exemplary human managed to corner and defeat Kokabeel, an achievement that no other human could boast of other than Lord Enoch and Elijah. Now, a mere shadow of its former self, Kokabeel's legion numbered about 1,000. While normally it would hardly be a threat against the powers and in that city, it is another matter. Alone and weakened, I would not be able to crush them and ensure Issei's safety at the same time. Fortunately, there is no need to concern yourselves with me. Lord Metatron is currently residing in a place near this area. If necessary, I would plead for his assistance. Hearing Lord Metatron's name, the powers relaxed. Even while absent, the voice of God still held a special position among us, both as the highest of all angels and as the one closest to him. We understand. We will return to Shemaim. Please do not hesitate to summon us should you need us, Chief Kamael. I nodded as they flew away from me, returning to their positions in guarding the Garden of Eden in the fourth heaven. Now then, how should I handle this mess? Hyoudou Issei POV. Ayan, are you alright? Asia asked me with a worried expression as she, Kamael and I made our way to our home. Well, it's not actually Kamael's home, but he's sometimes come to my house and Asia is basically adopted by Dad and Mom. I grinned as I gave her a thumbs up. Don't worry, Asia. Thanks to you healing me, I'm fine now. She still seemed worried. But your injuries were? She trailed off as she tried to find a good way to say it. That they were quite terrible. Kamael was the one who ended her sentence. My apologies for that, Issei. I waved him off. Don't worry about it. You did it because you want me to be stronger, right? Today's training was unlike the usual. When Kamael returned from his investigation, he spoke with Metatron-sensei privately and then he took over my training. Then Kamael sparred with me countless times, not giving me a single chance to rest. While this happened, Kiba was still healing from the wounds inflicted by Yuzum-san. Yuzum-san said that her attacks are imbued with purifying powers, which cause non-divine beings to heal slower than usual. When Asia came to the mansion, she healed both Kiba and I. Before we had a chance to prepare, Kamael attacked us again, telling Asia to join us too as healer and telling Kiba and I to protect Asia. That for some reason Kamael is really zealous today. I tried asking him about it. His reply was that the training is an insurance. Insurance for what? We talked a few more, mostly Asia asking Kamael to take it easy on me, saying that she doesn't like seeing me get hurt. I'm glad to hear that, Asia. But if Kamael is acting like this, there must be a reason. So it's alright, I told her that. Besides, you can heal me, right? Asia frowned but nodded while Kamael had a frown on his face, but it was not directed at me or Asia. It was directed at the house in front of us. The house of the Hyoudou family. I opened the door. I'm home. Both Asia and I said that as we entered the house. My apologies for the intrusion, Kamael spoke as he followed us. His eyes kept on moving around the house, as if looking for something. What is it, Kamael-san? Asia asked him. His answer made me freeze. There is an Excalibur near us. I rushed towards the kitchen. During this time, Dad should still be working and Mom should be preparing dinner for us. I felt fear as I did not see her anywhere in the kitchen. Could it be Freed? Had he found out where I live? Memories of the room filled with blood came back to me and my anxiety grew as I imagined my mother lying on the pool of her own blood. The boosted gear materialized itself on my left arm as I tensed. My mother could be dead. The urge returned to me, stronger than the time I fought against Freed. Stronger than the time I battled the Oni. But then I heard my mom's laughter from the living room. Immediately, both the urge and the boosted gear disappear. Ayan, are you alright? Asia sounded worried as she and Kamael reached me. I nodded. though I just realized that my body was tense, that I was trembling in fear and worry. Yeah, Mom is in the living room. Since she laughed, I think that she's safe. We walked towards the living room and saw my mother talking with two unfamiliar girls. One of them had brown hair and the other blue hair. While blue hair was not exactly common, what caught my eyes the most were their attire. Seeing them, we had different reactions. I was surprised. The rosary around their neck and their white robe made me assume that they were members of the church. Asia had a startled and anxious expression when she saw them. I placed myself between them and her. She was excommunicated after all. I don't know what they will do to her. Kemael's reaction was just a single raised eyebrow, though he seemed to be moving closer towards Asia as well. If not because of the situation, I would let out a smile. Unlike the time when we first met Asia, Kemael seemed to be protective of her. "Hello, the one with brown hair spoke to me. That I have no idea who she is, so I just gave her a polite smile. Nice to meet you." The girl seemed confused. "Huh? Don't you remember me?" That she is a beautiful girl, so I doubt I would forget her if I ever met her, but Mom gave me a photo. To me, it was a familiar photo of my childhood friend and I, sitting beside an impressive-looking sword. Mom pointed at my childhood friend, Hyoudou. "It's this child, Hyoudou Irina-chan. That time, she was like a boy, but now she is a proper lady, so even I was shocked." Wait a second. Hyoudou is a girl? Seriously? I've always thought she was a boy. Long time no see, Issei-kun. Did you mistake me for a boy? It can't be helped since I was a troublemaker just like the boys. But her eyes went to Asia and Kemael. "Seems like we have a lot of stories to tell each other, don't we? That looks like I'm going to get dragged into something crazy. Even though I have to help Kiba as well." Hyoudou Issei POV. Because my mom was there, we couldn't talk about the supernatural business, and after talking about Hyoudou's trip overseas and my family's life in Kuo for about 30 minutes, she and the blue-haired girl left. It appears that they are the exorcists assigned to retrieve the Excaliburs. Kemael told Asia and I that both of them are Excalibur wielders. From that, I guessed that we would be seeing them soon. That's why I wasn't surprised when Kiba told us that Gremory-senpai called us to the occult research club. Opening the door to the clubroom, we were greeted by a tense situation between Gremory-senpai's group and the two exorcists inside the clubroom. Kiba is glaring at them, looking as if he would attack them without any hesitation. Yeah, he probably would. Assuming that the enemy Kiba spoke about is the Excalibur, I can understand his reaction. What I don't understand is why. Why does Kiba hate the Excalibur? He said it killed his friends. Recently, the holy swords Excaliburs that were kept by the Vatican Church, Protestant Church, and Orthodox Church were stolen. Hyoudou began the conversation with this revelation. Gremory-senpai's eyes widened slightly, but she kept her features calm. Himejima-senpai gave a slight frown when she heard that, so did Tuju-chan. Kiba on the other hand, that glare really makes him look like a demon. Oh wait, he's a devil. From where she sat, Gremory-senpai shot a curious look at me, probably because she thought I wouldn't know about the Excaliburs. I gave sheepish smile and pointed at Kemael, indicating that I learned about them from him. Senpai seemed to have figured out what I meant, so she nodded in understanding. What does that have to do with this town? Gremory-senpai asked them as she returned her attention to the two. The thief stole 3 Excaliburs, one from each of the churches, and he escaped to Japan, bringing them to this town. The blue-haired one answered Gremory-senpai. .3 of those swords? Seriously? I have only fought against Excalibur rapidly, but I can already tell that they are dangerous. Gremory-senpai put her hand on her forehead and let out a sigh. My territory is full of incidents, it seems. So, who stole them? Who stole the Excaliburs? Did I get the feeling that she was talking about Asia's incident when she said that, and maybe mine too. We managed to hide Amaterasu's trip from her though. Putting those thoughts aside, I turned to the two exorcists. I was also curious about who stole the Excaliburs, since I doubt that Fried could do it alone. The ones who stole them were the Grigori. For a moment, Senpai seemed surprised, but then she nodded in understanding. Certainly, the devils have no interest in Excaliburs, as we couldn't even touch it because of the holy energy inside the swords. The fallen angels seem like the best suspects. Camael had a frown as he listened to their words. The leader of Grigori is Camael's friend after all. We know the main culprit behind this, one of the cadre, Kokabil. Kokabil, the Star of God. One of the cadre and survivor of the previous wars. An angel whose name is recorded in the book of Enoch. Gremry-senpai had a smirk as she mentioned that, her eyes moving towards Camael for a moment. Wow, he sounds like a final boss character. I don't know what this book of Enoch is, but I guess it's part of the Bible? I wonder if he is as strong as Camael. Is that why the exorcists are here? To ask for Gremry-senpai's assistance against Kokabil? Our request. Our order is to not to have any devils intrude in the battle between us and the fallen angels for the Excaliburs. In other words, we came here to tell you not to interfere with this incident. Senpai's eyes became cold when she heard the blue-haired girl's words. Do you believe that we will collaborate with the Grigori? The Vatican Church believes that it is possible, the blue-haired girl answered. That Senpai's eyes were scary as she glared at the girl, as if daring her to continue. Ignoring Senpai's glare, the girl continued, the higher-ups from our churches believe that the devils can benefit from the theft of Excaliburs. Thinking that devils and fallen angels will form an alliance is not weird. That is why we are here to give you a warning. If you form an alliance with Kokabil, then we will slay you all. Even if you are a sister of a Mao. No, that aside, this girl is really confident, or maybe she is stupid. She basically came to an enemy's territory and declared that she would kill them if they act suspiciously. Zenobia Quarta, is it? If you know that I am a sister of a Mao, then you must have connections with the higher-ups of the church. Then I will declare, I will not form an alliance with the fallen angels. In the name of Gremry clan, I will never do something that tarnish the name of Lucifer. The blue-haired girl, Courtesan, laughed. Hearing that is good enough. Since Kokabil hid here, we have the obligation to warn you. We won't ask for your cooperation though, since a cooperation with us will throw off the balance between the three factions. Especially since you are Lucifer's sister. Gremry-senpai seemed to calm down hearing that. I don't understand what they are saying since I'm unfamiliar with this whole politics between devils, angels and fallen angels, but I guess that's good. Where is the exorcist from the Orthodox Church? Gremry-senpai questioned. That person is not here. They will protect the last Excalibur blessing, should Irina and I fall, Courtesan answered. So it's just the two of you? Senpai seemed surprised as she asked them. You are planning to challenge a cadre with only 2 exorcists? How reckless, are you trying to die? Hyoudou was the one who answered, yes. Hyoudou? What happened to you? I knew that Hyoudou was a devout Christian, but I didn't expect to hear that she would be willing to die for this. I have the same view as Irina. But if possible, I would prefer not to die. Gremry-senpai shook her head. You came here prepared to die? The belief in your teaching is as extreme as ever, I see. Don't insult our beliefs, Rias Gremry. Hyoudou seemed offended by Senpai's words. The churches decided that it would be better to destroy the Excaliburs than allowing fallen angels to use them. Our objective is to ensure that they cannot obtain the Excaliburs. For that, it is okay for us to die. The only way to fight against the Excaliburs are Excaliburs themselves. That their faith is too strong. Honestly, are you guys that willing to die for your god? I couldn't understand their views at all. That I see, but even with your Excaliburs, I doubt you will succeed, Gremry-senpai commented. So she already knew that they are Excalibur wielders? Maybe they told her that before Camael, Asia and I arrive. We don't plan to die in vain, Courtesan answered without any fear. How confident? Do you have a secret weapon? Perhaps. I will leave that to your imagination. After staring at each other for a while, Gremry-senpai spoke. That's all then. Anything you want to say, Chief of Powers? Hyoudou and Courtesan whipped their heads so fast that I was afraid they would break. Their eyes stared at Camael in surprise and shock. That he's an angel? Courtesan seemed surprised. Now that I think about it, we never introduced ourselves to each other yesterday. Chief of Powers? Hyoudou seemed excited. Perhaps the Lord has sent Chief Sama to assist us in this journey? Lord, thank you for your mercy. She started praying. What are you doing, Hyoudou? I can see Gremry-senpai's eyes twitching because she started praying among devils. Kamael spared them a glance and sighed. Did I have nothing to do with this, Gremry? I have no interest in this matter pertaining Excaliburs. At this, we were surprised. I thought that Kamael was also investigating them. The two exorcists seemed to be really shocked that Kamael would say that. However, Issei has shown interest in investigating this incident. Therefore I shall assist him. If I inadvertently assist them in the process, then so be it. When eyes went to me I paled. Kamael, please don't make me the target of these scary people's attention like that. Hyoudou, you are interested in the Excalibur? Gremry-senpai asked me with a curious look. I don't know how I should answer this. I mean, I just want to help Kiba and ensure Fried doesn't kill me, but I can't say it since Kiba asked me not to. Wait, that girl behind you, isn't she the witch, Asia Argento? Fortunately for me, Corda-san changed the topic. Unfortunately, that topic is this. Wow, that's right. Hyoudou seemed surprised. She was with Aiden yesterday too. First an angel, now a witch and devils. You sure have interesting companions, Aiden. Witch? That memory of Asia crying in the park came back to me. Crush them. Boost. Don't you dare call her a witch. I raised my arms, the jewel on the boosted gear glowing. Calm yourself, kid, Drake spoke to me. You're letting your emotion control you. I know that, Drake. What's wrong with that? Cordis. Eyes narrowed. She is a witch. The fact that she healed a devil made her one. Even though she is a holy maiden, she betrayed the believers' trust in her. What the F is that? You guys are the ones who selfishly made her a holy maiden. And then you abandoned her just because she was different. Those believers you speak about are nothing but scums. None of them befriended her. They are the ones who betrayed and abandoned her. The holy maiden has no need for friends. They simply needs the Lord to live. Then where is your God when Asia needs him? Corda's reply was immediate. If the Lord did not extend a hand to help her, doesn't that mean her faith is weak? Or perhaps, it is nothing but a false faith. Asia trembled as she heard Corda's words. Boost. I swung my fist. At that moment she took out her weapon. Clang. Kiba stood between us, a jet-black sword in his hand. The sword broke apart the moment it deflected Corda's blade. This is a good timing, isn't it, Hyoudou-kun? We can put what we have learned to the test. Kiba's words were light and his face had a smile, but I could tell that he was trying to hold back his anger. I guess he couldn't hold himself back. That's all right, Kiba. This time, I also want to fight. Who are you? Corda asked Kiba. I'm your senpai. Though I apparently was a failure. Countless swords appeared in the clubroom with that declaration. Hyoudou Issei POV. Kiba and I stood before Corda and Hyoudou on a field near the old school building. Himejima-senpai used some kind of magic to create a barrier around us so we can fight freely without troubling others. This will be a spar between Kiba and I and the exorcists, though from Kiba's killing intent, it is clear that he wished it wasn't just a spar but a battle to the death. Gremry-senpai asked me what Kiba meant when he said, put what we have learned to the test. I was trying to avoid answering it but she kept asking. Fortunately, Kamael saved me by answering that Kiba saw me training with him a few days ago and decided to join our training. Kiba, don't be reckless, alright? I warned him. Yuzum-san told me I should do this before we fight someone with Excalibur since Kiba's anger can dull his skill. I've mostly calmed down from before. While I'm still a bit angry, I could at least control myself now and the urge is mostly gone. He nodded, though he still trembled, either from excitement or anticipation, I don't know. I recalled what Kamael told us on our way here. Corda wields the Excalibur Destruction and Hyoudou has the Excalibur Mimic. Excalibur Destruction can destroy anything it touches and Mimic can transform into any shape, weapon and material. Kiba seemed to be considering our options for the moment. While Excalibur Mimic can be dangerous, our main problem is Excalibur Destruction. My swords are all demonic swords. They will be destroyed if they clash with Excalibur Destruction. I can try to cut her without clashing swords with her, but it will be difficult. I shook my head. I'll fight Corda. I have a weapon that should be able to fight with Excalibur Destruction. Yeah, this would be a good chance to do that. Seriously? You're seriously doing it? Even after I told you not to? Shut up, Drake. There's a time when one's got to do what one's got to do. And that time is now. Hearing that, Kiba smiled. Is that so? If you are so confident, then I will leave her to you then. I will fight the other one. After the four of us went to our positions, Kamael and Gremory-senpai went to the middle of the field. This is just a sparring match, so try to avoid any crippling blows, Gremory-senpai stated. And Kiba, be careful. Kiba seemed surprised by Senpai's words, then he nodded with a smile. If I deem an attack to be lethal, then I will interfere, Kamael told us, and I will not hesitate to use force. After the two left the field, we moved. Boost. That I see, so it really is the boosted gear, Korda commented. I guess your reputation precedes you, Drake. Longinus, Hyoudou observed the sacred gear on my left hand. Your life must be really interesting, Ain. They were standing in their battle clothes, which is basically what they were wearing, but without the white robes. The battle clothes didn't really reveal anything, but because it was quite form-fitting, they looked quite artsy. Shaking my head to get rid of such thoughts, I wordlessly placed my hand on Kiba's shoulder. Transfer. Then he disappeared, rushing towards Hyoudou while I ran towards Korda. As I did so, memories rushed through my mind. This is a weapon that Azazel created. It possessed the capability to create a blade of light or a blade of darkness. Using this weapon's blade of light and the boosted gear, you should be able to fight against the Excaliburs. Normally, you wouldn't be able to use this weapon as it requires spiritual energy to use, but I put my feather inside it. At the very least, the energy in that feather should be enough for a month of continuous use. As I grew closer, Korda took out her strange blade, the Excalibur Destruction. The two-handed sword had 3 pointed blade and 2 axe-like guards. After swinging the weapon a few times, I grinned. This weapon is awesome, Kamael. Does it have a name? My mind went through of possible names I can use for the weapon. Even with a Longinus, do you think a human can match me? Whatever you did to the devil weakens you. A single hit from the Excalibur Destruction will defeat you, she commented as she rushed towards me. Yeah, Azazel gave it a name. Kamael gave me a bitter smile as I answered, its name is... Immediately I took out a cylindrical object from my pocket and made a henshin pose just like Kamen Rider Ichigo. Boost. Awaken. Blazer Shining Aura Darkness Blade, prototype. The light blade of justice manifested from the weapon I held in my hand. I swung it a few times and struck a pose like Kamen Rider Black RX, finishing move, and prepared myself for Korda's assaults. But none came. Blinking, I realized that everyone on the field are staring at me. Even Kiba and Hyoudou stopped their sword clashes to stare. From the side, I heard sounds of clapping from Kamael and Asia, though while Asia seemed excited, Kamael seemed resigned. I can't believe he actually did that. My host is an idiot. What's that supposed to mean, Drake? Gremory-senpai chuckled. It seems that Hyoudou-kun is as interesting as ever. I don't know why they seemed so surprised, but I'm not about to waste an opening. Boost. I swung the sword of light towards Korda, who reacted immediately and met my sword with hers. At the same time, Hyoudou and Kiba continued their battle. The sword of light lost its shape for a moment, being destroyed by the Excalibur Destruction, but I continued swinging my weapon. Since it has lost its blade, it passed through Korda's blade, and as it grew closer to her, the sword recreated itself and continued its path towards Korda, but with inhuman speed, she moved her body, avoiding it, and then counterattacked me with her sword. Yua, that's really dangerous. I barely avoided the sword by tilting my upper body. Is this girl really a human? I mean, I'm 4 times stronger and faster than my normal state, but she reacted to my attacks as if they were nothing. It seems that I underestimated you. You are more resourceful than I thought. Korda spoke. What is your name, wielder of boosted gear? Haven't you heard my name from Hyoudou? I asked her, confused. Yes, she nodded, but I want to hear it from your own mouth. Heh, that's actually a cool answer. My name is Hyoudou Issei, Isha's friend. The exorcist nodded. I am Zenobia Korda, an exorcist of the Vatican. After that exchange, we rushed towards each other again. I swung the blazer shining aura darkness blade, prototype, once more and it clashed with the Excalibur destruction. I could see my light blade dissipating because of Excalibur destruction's effect transfer. The blade glowed brightly as it received my boosted power. I grinned as I knew that my plan worked. The Excalibur destruction's ability only destroys a portion of the blade, which immediately regenerated before she could cut through it. Even then, her pure strength surpassed mine and I could see my blade being pushed back. Boost. With the boost, I managed to decrease the difference of strength between us, but I might need a few more boosts to match her. Knowing that I would lose in a strength contest, I deactivated the sword, attempting to surprise her. While it did surprise her, she kept her balance and instead of stumbling, she attacked me. Dimminute. My hand went to my pocket and I threw a smoke bomb that was part of Meta-sensei weapon set. I thank the fact that Metatron-sensei's custom smoke bomb doesn't need me to lit the fuse to work as smoke covered my form and Quartus. Using the smoke I put some distance between us, hoping to buy enough time for another boost. But not even a few seconds later, there was a sound of explosion and smoke was blown away. Around where Quartus stood was a crater, the result of the Excalibur destruction being stabbed to the ground. Seriously, that ability is too dangerous. What if I failed to escape in time? Don't use petty tricks, Hyoudou Issei. Fight me fair and square. Korda rushed towards me, swinging her sword once more. No way. I'll die. I threw a kunai towards her from my other pocket, she blocked it with her Excalibur destruction and the kunai was destroyed instantly. That she's really scary. If I fought her without the blazer shining aura darkness blade, prototype, I'll definitely die. Ignoring or perhaps not noticing my fear, Korta continued her advance. I activated the blade once more and blocked Korta's downward swing. Boost. In an instant, I dissipated my light blade and avoided the exorcist's blade by tilting my body slightly. As she attempted to raise her blade, I kicked her away, causing her to release her blade. Alright now, that the sword didn't budge at all as I tried to raise the Excalibur destruction from the ground. Only those with certain level of holy energy inside their body can wield a holy sword, Issei. Kamail told me. Learning that, I gave up that plan and put a distance between me and Korda. If that doesn't work, then Highton, Kiba interrupted my thoughts as he appeared beside me. I winced as I realized that smokes were coming out from several cuts on his body. It was similar to what happened when Freed's attacks grazed him. The additional damage of Holy Sword against devils. I need another boost. We'll end it with one strike. I nodded. Irina, you haven't beaten him yet? Korda asked Shidu, who went to her side. That's surprising. Shidu shook her head. Don't be like that, Zenobia. He's actually quite skilled and fast, you know. He managed to avoid my attacks even when I changed mimics' shapes as I moved. Boost. That seems like they are planning something, let's beat them before they can do it. Shidu rushed towards Kiba and I, Zenobia following behind her. Kiba! I shouted at him as he rushed towards the two exorcists. I know, you'll have your 10 seconds, Haichin. Not that. Use this. I threw the blazer shining aura darkness blade, prototype, at him. He caught the blade and immediately used it to deflect Korda's attacks, using another sword to block Shidu's. The blade that clashed with Excalibur destruction was immediately destroyed by the blazer's shining aura darkness blade, prototype, generated another one in an instant, blocking Excalibur destruction again. At the same time, swords appeared on the field, attacking the exorcists while at the same time, preventing them from moving freely. This is Sword Birth? The sacred gear allows its user to create any demonic swords they imagined in their mind. This is quite an unique sacred gear, even amongst the demonic sword-related sacred gears. I heard there is a single subject that avoided the fate of being disposed among the Holy Sword Project. Is that you? Shidu seemed surprised by Korda's words. Really? I've heard rumors about it, but are you really the lone survivor of that project? Kiba didn't answer them. Instead, his attacks grew more intense. But it also became more sloppy. Even someone as inexperienced as I in sword fights can see that Kiba is slowly being pushed back by the two exorcists. Kiba! It's time! I shouted at him. Understood. Countless swords shot towards Korda and Hyoudou as Kiba rushed towards me. Oh no you don't. Hyoudou's katana grew in length and advanced towards Kiba, who deflected it with his jet black sword, the Holy Eraser. For a moment, the Excalibur mimic's growth stopped thanks to the effect of the demon sword, but it immediately recovered after a moment. It was enough. Kiba extended his arm as he almost reached me. Boost. I caught Kiba's extended arm. Transfer. Sword birth. Countless swords exploded from the ground, all rushing towards the two exorcists in waves. Korda let out a grunt and swung her Excalibur destruction, destroying the first wave of demonic swords, but the next wave almost reached them. Hyoudou created a sphere using the Excalibur mimic's transformation ability. As it was made by a holy sword, the demonic swords Kiba created failed to penetrate it. After a silence, Hyoudou and Korda burst out of the sphere. As it transformed back into a katana, Kiba wordlessly threw the blazer's shining aura darkness blade prototype towards me and rushed to meet them in battle, with me following behind him. Boost. I felt the rush of energy and we were moments away from reaching each other. That's enough. A wall of flame appeared between the exorcists and Kiba and I. Kamael. I turned towards him, intending to complain, but when I saw his stern eyes, I did not say anything. This match has ended. Any more of this and it will turn into a real battle, Kamael stated. Should any of you wish to continue the fight, you will fight me instead. The two exorcists put away their weapons and I deactivated the blazer shining aura darkness blade prototype. Kiba seemed like he was about to disagree, but near where Kamael was standing, Gremory-senpai frowned at him, causing him to be silent. In an instant, the swords disappeared, leaving the four of us standing on ruined grounds. Korda and Hyoudou both grabbed their white robes and put them back on. Chief Sama, we will take our leave now, won't you help us? Hyoudou asked Kamael, clasping her hand together as if praying. Seeing that, Kamael let out a sigh. As I have stated, I am assisting Issei in this matter. Because of that, I am helping you. Just not directly. The two seemed to perk up hearing that. Well, they were sent here for suicide mission, but with Kamael's help, I'm sure they have better chance of survival. While the two of you are pursuing the Excaliburs, I am investigating Kokobeel's whereabouts and plans. Then he turned towards Korda. Zenobia Korda, I recognize you. Even if you use that, you will not be able to win against Kokobeel. Do not throw away your lives so easily, leave Kokobeel to me. Hyoudou smiled happily. Thank you, Chief Sama. I hope we can complete this mission God gave us safely. Amen. Korda nodded, though she seemed to be thinking about what Kamael told her. But then she turned towards me. Sekirudai, that means me, right? You are quite skilled, but you are just a normal human, unlike Irina and I who are blessed with holy energy or the reincarnated devils. That is why you should be careful. After all, the vanishing dragon has already awakened. With that ominous warning, the two exorcists left. But in reaction to that warning, I felt a surge of surprise, excitement, and joy from the boosted gear. The vanishing dragon is referring to Albion, right? The white dragon? Your rival? Yeah, to think he has awakened. Looks like you're going to have a fight for your life soon, kid. Give me a break, I just want to focus on helping Kiba right now. I'll worry about my unknown rival later. Well, that aside, Kiba and I managed to fight against Korda and Hyoudou to a draw, and since they both wield Excaliburs, that meant the training Metatron-sensei, Yuzum-san, and Kamael gave us worked. That should calm Kiba down. Now, all we have to do is find out where Freed is and beat him. Or so I thought. Hyoudou Issei POV. That's so, why did you call me here, Tuja-chan? I questioned Tuja-chan, who called me out to the roof during our lunch break. Tuja-chan looked down as she spoke to me. Hyoudou-senpai, please help Hyoudou-senpai. I'm jealous of Kiba since Tuja-chan called him by his first name, but I guess that's because they are quite close, being members of a cult research club and all. What do you mean, Tuja-chan? I asked her if she meant I should help Kiba concerning the Excaliburs. I'm already doing that. Tuja-chan handed me a piece of paper and I felt a surge of anger seeing it. On the piece of paper was a single word. Goodbye. Tuja-chan had a sad expression as she looked up to me. I felt my frustration grew. Diamenit Kiba. Kiba Hyoudou POV. I felt a twinge of guilt as I continued my path. This morning, I left a message for Bucho and the others and left Kuo Academy. Yeah, it is a cowardly thing to do. But what else can I do? If I see their faces, the faces of those I consider as family, I would hesitate, I wouldn't be able to leave. Bucho can't interfere as it might be seen as the sister of Lucifer making a move. Be it to help the exorcists or to stand against them. A slight movement by Bucho can be twisted into an offense by other factions. That is why I left her. That is why I betrayed her. I rebelled against my master and savior, against the master who gave me a name, who gave me a new home. Sensei would be disappointed. After all of his teachings about honor and loyalty, I betrayed my master to pursue my revenge. But what else can I do? Every time I close my eyes, I could recall their faces, their expression full of pain as they died. My friends, my comrades, my family. We were orphans, we were taken in by the church. They gathered us for a project which we did not understand at that time. Even when they experimented on us, we thought it was fine. After all, they told us that we would be special, that we would be chosen by God. In that place we lived together, we ate together, we sang together, we prayed together. But then that day came. We were gathered in one place and they gassed the room with a poison. My hands were paralyzed, I could not move my legs, my whole body was consumed by pain. I was crying. I was dying. I watched as my family died one by one, their sufferings, their deaths, they were carved into my mind. Through that, all I could hear were the prayers of the priests who killed them. At that time, I thought I would share their fate, and perhaps I would accept it. That after all, we are family, we live together, so we die together. But then, one of my brothers pushed away one of the researchers. No, he pushed away one of the murderers. Go. At least you survive. Yeah, I survived. I survived thanks to this chance you guys gave me. I abandoned you guys that day. I escaped without looking back. But now, the time has come. With this life you gave me, with the strength my master gave me, that I will destroy the Excaliburs. Hyoudou Issei POV. Kamael is absent today for some reason and I don't want to involve Asia in this, so I decided to help Tuju-chan alone. Tuju-chan and I tried to leave the academy to look for Kiba, but we were stopped by a student council member, Genshuru Saji. Considered escaping from him or knocking him out, but then Tuju-chan said something that surprised me. Genshuru-senpai, please let us go, this is an urgent business concerning our club. That's a strange excuse, but Genshuru seemed to understand. I guess you wouldn't lie about that. What about him though? He motioned towards me. Tuju-chan didn't hesitate as she answered, Hyoudou-senpai is a sacred gear wielder. He is helping me. What are you saying to a normal What? Genshuru seemed surprised. This guy? Seriously? Oh? He knew about the supernatural world? Hyoudou-senpai, please show Genshuru-senpai your sacred gear. Hurry, Tuju-chan seemed to be anxious to leave the academy. Well, more time wasted here means that Kiba is getting farther away. I summoned my boosted gear. Though Genshuru seemed surprised when he saw it, he nodded. Alright, I'll speak with Kaicho about this. Genshuru-senpai, we are in a hurry, Tuju-chan protested. But Genshuru remained firm. Sorry, rules are rules. I'm going to need you two to wait here while I count a dash. Without any hesitation, Tuju-chan punched him, knocking him unconscious. That's scary. Tuju-chan's strength is scary. I've seen it during one of the stray devil's hunts, but seeing it this close really drives the point home. Let's bring Genshuru-senpai with us. Tuju-chan lifted Genshuru easily. I'll carry him, I told her, and she wordlessly put Genshuru on my back. What's his relationship with the supernatural anyway? I asked her as we made our way out of the academy. Genshuru-senpai is part of Kaisha's peerage. He is a reincarnated devil. What? Hyoudou Issei POV. On our way, Tuju-chan explained to me that Shirtorai Saunakaishu is actually Sona Citri, a high-class devil. She is a member of the Citri clan, just like how Gremory-senpai is a part of the Gremory clan. Her job is to rule the city during the day while Gremory-senpai rule the night. One of their duties is to ensure the devils of Kuo Academy do not cause any trouble or break the rules. Since the devils can hide any evidence with their abilities, she assigns several members of her peerage as patrols. One of them is Genshuru here. Speaking about Genshuru, he woke up and was quite angry by how he was knocked unconscious. But seeing Tuja-chan's sad face, he immediately gave up and now is a member of our party. So, what are we doing anyway, Hyoudou? Genshuru asked me. I think he's a bit scared of Tuja-chan. We're looking for Kiba, I answered him. That Ikemen? Why? Yeah, Kiba is an Ikemen, right? That's why I disliked him since I first met him. I think Genshuru had the same opinion as me. Short version is that he wanted revenge and left Gremory-senpai to do it. Tuja-chan got worried about him and asked me to help her look for him. That I don't really get it, but are you saying that Kiba is becoming a stray devil? Genshuru asked me. Tuja-chan turned towards us and glared. Hyoudou-senpai is not a stray devil. We both were frozen by that glare, and we only moved once Tuja-chan turned her head away. That like she said, Kiba isn't a stray devil. I think he's just trying to distance himself from Gremory-senpai so they don't get involved with his problem. I told Genshuru that. He nodded. You're probably right, he doesn't really seem like the type to betray Ria-senpai. That why are you calling her so familiarly? I wanted to ask to Genshuru, but since I don't know Citri-senpai's relationship with Gremory-senpai, I decided not to. Maybe Genshuru is just like that. As we walked around, looking for Kiba, I had an idea. Tuja-chan, have you called Kiba's phone? My underclassman turned towards me and nodded. Hyoudou-senpai answered it. But he hung up when I asked him where he is. Yeah, I guess he wouldn't be giving away his location that easily. We need something that would catch Kiba's interest, Genshuru suggested. Interest? That what if we search for Shido and Quarta instead? Tuja-chan turned towards me, as if waiting for me to explain further. If we find them and say to Kiba that we are with those two, he'll definitely come, I explained to Tuja-chan. Who are they? Genshuru seemed confused since he hadn't met Shido and Quarta. They are exorcists and wielders of Excaliburs. Hearing that, Genshuru's face became pale. Since Kiba wanted to destroy the Excaliburs, if we find those two, it'll be easier to convince Kiba to meet us. No way, I'm going back to the academy. Genshuru turned around. I'm fine with helping you guys look for Kiba, but there's no way I'm going to fight exorcists with Excaliburs. Calm down, Genshuru. They are allies, I told him. He seemed to be skeptical, but since he stopped, I guess that means he's willing to listen. Tuja-chan and I then explained to him about how the Excaliburs got stolen and how Shido and Quarta got the job to retrieve or destroy them. My plan is to have Kiba work together with them and destroy the stolen Excaliburs, I explained to Genshuru and Tuja-chan. That way, the exorcists can complete their mission and Kiba gets his revenge. After that, he should come back to Gremory-senpai, right? Tuja-chan and Genshuru agreed to my plan, though Genshuru did it reluctantly. Wait, in the end we're fighting against Excaliburs anyway. You realized it too late, Genshuru. For now, our problem is finding the exorcists. They might wear unique clothes, but they are in an undercover mission. It would be hard to fin. Please give blessings to the lost lamb. Please give charity to us on behalf of the Father in heaven. That we found them easily. Hey, is this all right, you exorcists? Aren't you guys supposed to be secret agents or something like that? That we were prosecuted against? That no, people are giving you odd glances because of your attitude? Is this the truth of Japan? This is why I dislike going to countries without any faith. Don't say that, Zenobia. We lost all the money we had. That how did that even happen, Shido? So we have to rely on charity from these heretics or else we can't get food, you know? We can't even buy a single loaf of bread. Are they seriously asking for charity with that kind of attitude? No, in the first place, it is pathetic that you guys are asking for charity. Again, aren't you guys supposed to be secret agents? It all happened because you bought that fake-looking painting. Zenobia pointed at a painting of some guy that was drawn really badly. The hell is that painting? It had a foreigner wearing poor clothing and a baby angel on the background with trumpet. That what kind of idiot would believe that this painting is real? What are you saying? This painting has the drawing of a saint. That's what the person in the exhibition said. That apparently, my childhood friend is an idiot. Then do you know who the person in the drawing is? I certainly don't. That I'll be even more surprised if you guys can figure out who that is. That I think it's Peter. Don't joke around. St. Peter wouldn't look like this. No, he must have looked like this. I'm sure about it. Ah, why did my partner have to be someone like you? Lord, is this also a trial? Hey, don't hold your head down. You really get depressed when you are down, don't you? Shut up, Protestant. You guys have no respect for traditions. And now you're buying a painting that is clearly an insult to our saint. Show some respect to the saints. What? Aren't you Catholics the ones who add your own rules freely? The Bible is enough. There's no need for a pope or things like that. What did you say, heretic? What did you say, heretic? Those two started to argue by banging their heads against each other. That they are idiots. Then I heard rumbling sounds coming from their stomachs. The two exorcists dropped to the ground with their stomach rumbling continuously. First of all, let's do something to fill our stomachs. Without it, we won't even be able to try to retrieve the Excaliburs. You're right. Do you want to get money from the heretics by threatening them? I think God will forgive us if we threaten the heretics. That no, your God is definitely not like that. Aren't you guys the ones who are spreading heresies? Do you plan to attack the shrine? Or do you plan to steal their offertory box? Let's not do either one of those. Let's use our swords to put on a performance. An entertainment like that should work in all kinds of country, right? That's an excellent idea. If we make a show of cutting fruits with our Excaliburs, then we can gather money. What kind of thing are you using the holy swords for? Aren't they supposed to be priceless relics? Well, we don't have fruits. It can't be helped. Let's cut that picture. No, you can't cut this picture. That they are idiots. I realize deep in my heart. My childhood friend and the girl I fought against yesterday are idiots. I'm no usum POV. That can you see them, Angel? I asked my companion. We are now standing near the enemy's camp, hiding behind a barrier I made using Chigeshi no Ukami-sama's ability. Kageshi-sama's ability was used by Izanagi no Mikoto-sama to block the path between Yomi and Nakatsukuni at Yamatsu Hirasaka. The ability I channeled worked the same way. The area where Chigeshi-sama's seals are placed are considered a different world. Depending on the seals, Chigeshi-sama can create different rules for the other world. The ones I am using now allows Kamael and I to hear and see what happens outside, but the beings outside cannot hear or see us. Yes, the red-haired angel nodded. As expected, the remnants of Kokabiel's legion have gathered in this place. There are also yukais among them. Do you have an explanation, no Uzum? Yukai? Why are they here? I shook my head. Unfortunately, I have no idea why yukais are helping fallen angels. I will ask Amikami-sama once we return. Kamael nodded. Unexpectedly, for an angel, he was quite trusting of me. Though he did state that he trusted me just because Metatron trusts me. It's still a lot better than my past interaction with the few angels who negotiated with Amikami-sama during Shimabra Rebellion in the past. Most angels are not so friendly. In fact, they would not even acknowledge us as gods, preferring to call us beings, or even creatures. In case they do acknowledge our divinity, they would call us pagan gods or something like that. That honestly, what a troublesome bunch. Kamael and Metatron are different. Metatron is just eccentric. But I guess Kamael is a weird angel as well, just in a different way. He seemed more sane than the other angel, but he is too obsessed with Issei-kun. Hey, I called out to him. He turned his head towards me. What do you think we should do about them, angel? I motioned towards the army of fallen angels and yukai gathering a few feet away from us. Kokabiel is not here. Assuming that he is the mastermind behind this, destroying his army without slaying him would solve nothing. It would only cause him to hide, perhaps taking the Excaliburs with him. I don't get this problem with Excaliburs. As far as I am concerned, they are just slightly powerful swords, but nothing too special. Certainly nothing worth stealing or worth bringing an army for. I shrugged. That city is not a part of Yayorozu no Kami's territory. So what happens there is not my business. Unfortunately, I still have to fight against them for two reasons. One is to investigate the reason why there are yukais among them, and the other is to ensure Issei-kun's survival, as Amikami-sama has commanded. So we just leave them be? Kamael nodded, yes. We can't do anything until they make their move or Kokubile reveals himself. That's a bad move, I commented. The moment they enter the city, it's over, you realize that, right? He sighed, that if possible, I would ignore all the politics and call down my legion. However, the situation is not that convenient. The moment I did that, the devils would consider it as a hostile act. Yes, I suppose they might do that. It could be a trigger to start another war between angels, devils, and fallen angels. And since it happens on this land, the Yaoyorozu would probably get dragged into it as well. But your power is limited, right? You mentioned to Metatron and I about an agreement you made with the Lucifer. The reason why they accepted someone like you in their territory. Kamael nodded with an annoyed expression. Yes. Should I fight in Kuo, my power will be restrained. In your terms, my limited strength is about equal to a lesser kami. Should I fight one-on-one against Kokubile, it would end in a draw. Adding his legion to the equation, my chance of victory is almost nil. That sounds quite pessimistic, but I can't deny it. According to him, Kokubile is 8 times stronger than a normal, fallen angel. Using the fallen angels here as a standard, 8 times of their power is around Kamael's restrained power. He's correct though. If the army joined their battle, Kamael would lose. But you have allies, don't you? The devils and Issei-kun, I told him, can't they help you? Hearing my words, Kamael frowned. Not possible. My flames are indiscriminate and unlike my siblings, Issei and the devils have no resistance against my flames. If they attempt to assist me while I fight against Kokubile, they will, most likely, be killed by my flames instead. Can't you control it? I questioned him. It is rare to hear supernatural beings not able to control their own powers. For most of us, our powers are part of us and we can control them like we would control our own limbs. The angel had a bitter smile as he replied, as I am right now? I cannot. Controlling the flames while it is weak is one thing, but against Kokubile, I will need to unleash as much power as I can. Trying to maintain my control over the flames of Gavura in that state is difficult. What if we destroy them all at once? Using an attack that would not harm others assisting us. One of Kamael's eyebrow rose. Do you actually believe we can do that? Against this army numbered in thousands. I shot him an amused smile. If we can't do it, then we'll just have to ask someone who can, yes? Realization flashed in his eyes. Let's go, Angel. We have preparations to make. And I have to report to Amikami-sama about this. Hyoudou Issei POV. Hyoudou Issei, wanted to cry. The spectacle before me is something beyond anything that I have ever seen. These two beings before me performed feats beyond human limits. As if to mock me further, with each of their accomplishment, a proof of their victory was placed in front of me. Delicious. Japanese cuisine is delicious. Yes, this is it. This is the taste of the food of my homeland. Indeed, before me were 2 towers. Towers made of empty plates, the remnants of their great battle against the foods of this family restaurant. When I tried to approach them in the street, their hungry eyes met mine and I felt fear. Primal fear or an animal that is about to be eaten by another. That's why I said to them, we're going out for a lunch now, do you two want to come with us? Words that I regret saying now. The amount of foods they ate is abnormal. It's too much. It's certainly not in a level where I, a normal high school boy, can pay. I could feel tears in my eyes. My wallet definitely won't survive this battle. Tuja-chan offered to pay, but since I am her senpai and it would be uncool to let her pay, I recklessly said, don't worry, I'll pay. Even though I got paid a lot by Yuzum-san as a thanks for finding Amaterasu Amikami-sama, I already spent some of them to restock my games that were destroyed by Metatron-sensei, that BSRD. And now I have to spend the rest of them to pay for these gluttonous monsters. Diminikiba. This is all your fault. I'll make you pay for half of this when I find you. How am I supposed to restock my games now? No, thinking about it, this is all Metatron-sensei's fault. Damn you, Metatron-sensei. Finally, after what seemed like forever, the two exorcists ended their food massacre and made a cross. Thank you for the meal. O Lord, please grant blessings upon these kind souls. Amen. Hyoudou prayed for us. No wait, why the hell are you praying for devils? Genshuru and Tuju-chan looked like they were taking damages. Ah, sorry. Hyoudou seemed to notice Tuju-chan and Genshuru's reaction. I did that without thinking. Korda then faced us with serious expression. So, why did you come to us? That I don't think you have the right to act that cool since I had to pay for your meals. Hyoudou, Korda. We want to help you destroy the Excaliburs. I told them straight out. They both seemed surprised for a moment. Then Hyoudou asked me. Why he couldn't? I want to help a friend, I answered her, though I doubted my own words since I don't know if Kiba and I can be called friends. He's not just an acquaintance, but I don't think we are friends. Korda seemed to have realized something. This is because of that night, correct? Yeah. I nodded. For a moment, Korda and Hyoudou were silent. Well, we are technically being helped by a human and not a devil, right? Hyoudou asked her partner. The blue-haired exorcist nodded, yes. If the human happens to be assisted by devils, then there's no helping it. Since Chief Sama seemed to be allied with him, it evens out. That last part is strange. How can it evens out? Your faith is weird, Zenobia. Korda shrugged, probably. Either way, there's no reason to refuse Hyoudou Issei's offer, right? Hyoudou thought for a moment. Yeah, I guess. All right, Ase-kun and the two devils, welcome to the team. She told us that with a smile. Oh, and Ayin, it's okay to call me Irina, you know. We're childhood friends after all. You can just call me Zenobia. Hey, Issei, Zenobia told me as she offered me a handshake, which I accepted. All right, now call Kiba. Before I could tell her to, Tuju-chan already took out her phone and contacted Kiba. Hyoudou Issei POV. I understand the situation. Well, the bait worked and Kiba is now sitting on one of the empty chair around our table. When Tuju-chan said that she and I are with the two exorcists, Kiba immediately rushed here without complaint. To tell you the truth, I am not too pleased that Excalibur's wielders like you two are giving me permission to destroy it. That's a rude way to speak, devil. If not because of your master's position, I would have cut you down already. Kiba and Zenobia are glaring at each other. Hey, you do. Save it for later, after we're done with the Excaliburs. So you do hold a grudge over the Holy Sword Project. A grudge against the Church and the Excaliburs. The Holy Sword Project. I still don't understand what it is. I decided to ask Kiba once we are done with this discussion. Kiba's eyes narrowed at Irina's words. Obviously, his reply was cold. But Kiba-kun, thanks to that project, the research on holy sword wielders showed results. The Church managed to create people like Zenobia and I who can wield holy swords. Does that justify the murder of test subjects your Church deem as failures? The murder of my friends. Murder? The Church murdered Kiba's friends? Because they were failures? Irina did not respond to Kiba's words as he glared at her with hatred. Zenobia was the one who answered Kiba. That incident that befall you and your fellow orphans are deemed as a tragedy by the Church, and the man in charge of the project was charged with heresy. From the reports, it seemed that he has defected to the Grigori. The Grigori? What is his name? Kiba questioned Zenobia. Valper Galilei, the man known as the genocide archbishop. Valper Galilei. Kiba muttered his enemy's name. Damn, looks like I have to figure out how to stop him from pursuing this guy once we're done. In exchange for that information, Kiba spoke to Zenobia and Irina. I will share information as well. A few days ago, Hyoudou-kun and I fought against someone wielding Excalibur. Zenobia and Irina were surprised, and Tuju-chan moved her gaze between me and Kiba, as if wondering why we stayed quiet about it. Genshuru, on the other hand, seemed to be surprised by another reason. He seemed to be staring at Kiba and I with respect. The person we fought was. I wondered for a moment if they would recognize the name Fried Selzen. Zenobia and Irina narrowed their eyes hearing that. Their faces full of distaste. I see, so it is him. The mad prodigy Fried Selzen. A former exorcist of Vatican. The genius who became an exorcist at the age of he was quite well known for eliminating many devils and mythical creatures. But he went overboard. He killed his own allies. It seems that Fried never actually believed in God. The only thing he had was fighting instinct and killing intent towards monsters. He had an abnormal obsession for battles, and because of those factors, he was charged for heresy and was excommunicated. That's so he's that famous, huh? I can understand their dislike, at least. Since Fried wants to kill me. That for now, Zenobia took out a memo and a pen. After writing something on it, she handed it to me. It was a phone number. We will search for Fried. If you guys find him, contact this number. I nodded. Thanks, then I'll give my number too. I was about to borrow her pen when Irina spoke. Don't worry about that. Your mom gave me your number, Hekin. What the hell is mom doing? How can she just give my number like that? Well, in this case, it's fine since Irina is friendly, but what if she thought I'm an enemy because I'm friendly with Gremory-senpai's group? Then that's it then. We will repay you for the foods one day. Hyoudou Issei, Zenobia told me as she and Irina stood up. No, I doubt you guys can do that, if what I saw today is any indication. Thanks for the meal, Leikuan. While you are not a believer, I'm sure God will help you since you are kind to us. Amen. No, I'm already helped by your God, to be exact, I'm helped by Kamael. I don't think it has anything to do with treating you guys food. After the two exorcists left, Kiba turned towards us. Kaneko-chan, Hyoudou-kun, Genshiro-kun, I thank you for this chance. Thanks to that, I figured out the name of my enemy. But, why are you doing this? This idiot. Tuja-chan was the one who replied to him. Hyoudou-senpai. She clung on Kiba's uniform and spoke with a sad expression, something that I had never seen on her face, that I would be lonely if senpai disappeared. I said nothing as she continued her words. I will help you. She looked up to Kiba with eyes that looked like they were going to cry. That's why, please, don't leave us. Kiba seemed to be surprised for a moment, but then he put on a kind smile and patted her head. I give up. If Kaneko-chan says that to me, I can't just go and be reckless, can I? All right, I'll work with you all, even with the exorcists. But since we're doing this, we should make sure that we defeat the Excalibur. Tuja-chan smiled hearing Kiba's words. It was a smile full of happiness and relief. Yeah, it doesn't seem that Kiba will leave again, but... Kiba, can we talk? In a more suitable place, that is. For a moment, Kiba was surprised, but then he had a resigned smile. Lead the way, Heitan. Hyoudou Issei POV. I brought Kiba, Tuja-chan, and Genshiro to the grounds near the ninja mansion. To ensure there won't be any problem, I contacted Metatron-sensei using my phone and asked him for a permission to use the empty ground. I also asked him not to let Yuzum-san and Kamael come here, since I don't want to be interrupted. Isn't this far enough, Hyoudou-kun? Kiba asked me. Genshiro seemed confused. Far enough? For what? This. I turned towards Kiba and swung my fist. Kiba allowed the fist to hit him and he fell to the ground. Tuja-chan rushed to Kiba's side while glaring at me. Hyoudou-senpai, what are you doing? She raised her voice because I punched Kiba. Sorry, Tuja-chan, but this is something I have to do. Genshiro, sorry, can you subdue her somehow? I decided to ask for his assistance, since I doubt I can restrain Tuja-chan. Genshiro had face full of shock. No way. Why should I help you? Because I have to beat Kiba up for making Gremory-senpai, Himajima-senpai, and Tuja-chan sad. From the start, back when we first fought Fried a few days ago, I helped Kiba not because he is my friend or anything like that. The Occult Research Club helped me a lot. They saved me in my first real fight in the abandoned church. When I explained about my urges, my instincts, they helped me train by taking me with them to hunt stray devils. Since they helped me a lot, I decided to help them back. Beating you up and making you understand their feelings seemed like a good idea to me. I told Kiba that as the boosted gear materialized itself on my left arm. Still lying on the ground, Kiba gave me a fake smile. Isn't that just your self-satisfaction? I grinned. Yeah, it is. It's the same as when I helped Asia. But if my selfishness can save a few people along the way, it's worth it. You know, Hyoudou-kun. It's quite late but... Kiba stood up, a jet-black sword appearing in his hand. I can't get along with you after all. Right back at you, Bisudi. I ran towards him, taking out the blade Kamael gave me, and activating its darkness blade. As I did so, Tuja-chan seemed to have decided not to interfere, stepping away from Kiba. Boost. You used darkness blade so that I can't erase it with holy eraser, Hyoudou-kun? Seems like you're smarter than I thought, Kiba commented as his light-devouring demonic sword, holy eraser, clashed with my blazer shining aura darkness blade, prototype. I shot him a glare. Aren't you looking down on me too much, Kiba? Kiba shook his head, still with that annoying smile. No, I think I overestimated you. He disappeared. Nightspeeder? But you're not the only one with tricks, Kiba. I took out a smoke bomb and threw it, just as Kiba appeared before me with his sword raised. Transfer. The empowered. Smoke bomb exploded, creating enough smoke to cover the whole grounds. I dashed away from where I stood moments ago. It might be cowardly, but the only way I can win against skilled people like Kiba is by stalling for time while boosting myself. This won't help you much, Hyoudou. Kiba spoke to me, though we couldn't see each other because of the smoke. I can just create swords from the ground. If I keep doing that, you'll run out of place to hide. Try it, BSRD. I taunted him. You'll hit Tuja-chan too. There was a silence and no swords came. It's a cowardly move, but this way, I can make him understand that he'll hurt people around him if he do something reckless like that. Boost. Then I just have to find you and cut you down directly, Kiba declared. Wordlessly, I deactivated my sword and closed my eyes. Just like that time with the Oni, I have to concentrate. Let that rush of energy run through me. If I don't kill him, he will kill me. That's why. Found you, I heard Kiba's voice coming from behind me. I heard Kiba gasp in surprise and he jumped away from me. I can't believe you're actually using your uncontrollable instinct to create killing intent, Drake commented. Impressive, kid. Yeah, killing intent, or bloodthirst is something impossible for me to create normally. But with this urge to kill rushing through my body, I was able to replicate Freed's bloodthirst. Even if it is just to surprise Kiba for a moment, that is enough. Freed showed to me that murderous intent can be useful. Most people thought that killing intent came from aura, or anything like that, but from what I see in Freed and other opponents I fought, killing intent actually came from behaviors. The easiest way to explain it is Freed. The hatred and insanity in his eyes, the way he speaks and moves, all of them made me wary, and while that wariness can be useful since that made me focus my attention on Freed, it can also make me too cautious. Just like what happened to Kiba. He must be quite surprised since he didn't expect me to be able to create this bloodthirst. Boost. Again I moved, picking a random spot away from the source of his voice. This should be far enough, I thought as I stopped moving. That was a good trick, Hyoudou-kun. I guess that bloodthirst came from the killing instinct you mentioned to Bucho. He's really smart. He figured it out instantly. I guess that trick is useless now. But do you honestly think that something on that level is enough to help you win? Kiba asked me seriously, all trace of lightheartedness gone in his voice. Kiba, I called out to him, of course, I couldn't see his reaction. Don't worry. I'll reach you soon enough, I declared to him. Yeah, just like that time with Rainer. The boosted gear is a fitting sacred gear for me. For a human among powerful beings like you guys, the boosted gear gave me a fighting chance. At the very least, it allows my fist to reach you. I see, his voice came from the same place as before, looks like he's not moving. I guess I should end this game soon. I heard sounds of things bursting out of the ground. No, not things, but swords. BSRD. Don't you care about Tuja-chan? Kaneko-chan is safe, behind me. Kiba's voice was cold as he replied to me, as for you, I will make you pay for using her to threaten me. Even though the situation seemed bad as the sounds of swords grew closer towards me, I grinned. Yeah, he might be a BSRD, but the way he's protecting Tuzhichan proves that he consider her as precious. Boost. I rushed through the attacking swords, wielding the activated blazer shining aura darkness blade, prototype, in my right hand. From the direction where the swords are coming from and his voice, I can make a good guess of his location. I swung my sword when I saw a figure hidden in the smoke. Clang. There was a sound of my darkness blade hitting steel. The figure wasn't Kiba but a massive sword he created. Sorry, you missed. Kiba's voice came from the right and he rushed towards me from the smoke, blades in his hands. One of them I recognize as Holy Eraser while the other is a sword made of ice. I grunted and swung my blade, clashing with one of his sword. He tried to hit me with the ice sword but I drew a kunai with my left hand and deflected the other blade with it. That's not a normal kunai, he observed. Yeah, good guess. It is a kunai blessed by the voice of God after all. It should be able to withstand a few hits from a demonic sword. It isn't. That's all I told him as I deflected his blades with my kunai and tried to stab him with the darkness blade. Kiba swung his blade towards mine, deflecting my stab, but I wasn't done yet. Transfer. Blade of light bursted out from the blazer's shining aura darkness blade, prototype, replacing its dark counterpart. I swung the empowered weapon at Kiba who tried to deflect it with his holy eraser. But it cut through the light-devouring blade easily. Kiba gritted his teeth and the ice sword in his hand disappeared. He put both of his hands together and created a jet-black two-handed sword. It looked similar to the holy eraser but it seemed stronger. He swung it downwards towards me and I raised my blade to meet his. The swords clashed, neither managing to cut through the other. That I won't lose. Kiba muttered, that you alone. I don't want to lose against you. As I heard Kiba's voice, filled with an emotion I could not understand, I saw the two-handed holy eraser slowly cutting through the light blade. Boost. Transfer. I transferred the power I received to the sword instantly, increasing its power and stopping Kiba's sword. We glared at each other for a moment, but then, I released my blade and allowed myself to fall to the ground. Kiba's eyes widened as his sword cut through the air. I took the chance and uppercut the knight. Since my strength wasn't boosted at all, it just made him flinch a bit, but that was enough as I spoke to him. That told you I will reach you. Stop making your friends worry about you, Bisudi. For a moment, Kiba did not react, he just stared at my fist blankly, but then he chuckled. The chuckle soon turned into laughter as he fell to the ground, his sword disappearing. Kiba is laughing? I stared at him blankly, and judging from Genshu's comment, he was as surprised as I am. Ha. Kiba's laughter finally stopped as he looked at me with a sad smile. Yahaken. You reached me. As we were resting, Kiba told us his story. He was one of the orphans, gathered by the church for an experiment to create holy sword wielders. All of the orphans possess sword-related sacred gears, in his case, the sword birth. Even though they were experimented on, even though they were not treated as humans by the people there, they were happy. Because they found friends, no, not friends. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them a family. They were told that God loved them and that this experiment would turn them into special beings. So they dreamed. They dreamed of becoming holy sword wielders, to be considered special. But that dream did not come true. The church deemed them as failures and they were disposed of. Kiba, no, the man who is now known as Kiba Hyoudou, is the only survivor. Everyone died. They were killed. Killed by those who serve God. No one saved us. Just because we couldn't use the holy swords. Other boys and girls were put under poisonous gas while still alive. They put poisonous gas on us while saying Jin. We vomited blood and suffered on the floor. Even so, we were seeking help from God. Kiba told us how his friend sacrificed himself to save him. How he lay dying because of the poisonous gas. It was by pure chance that he was found by Gremry-senpai who came to observe Italy, to observe the Vatican. He was saved and was given a new life, but I want to fulfill my family's wishes. I don't want their deaths to be in vain. I need to keep on living in their place and I have to prove that I am stronger than the Excalibur. Ooh. Sob. While we were listening to Kiba's past, one of us was crying. It was Genshu, tears falling out of his eyes as he spoke to Kiba. Kiba. It must have been horrible. It must have been painful. Minute. There isn't any God or hope in this world. Right now I feel so much sympathy for you. Yeah, it's a horrible story. I understand why you hold a grudge against those people from the church and Excalibur. Yeah, I understand what Genshin mean. Those were the same feelings I had when I listened to Asia, and now, to Kiba. To tell you the truth, I didn't like you before because you were a good-looking guy. What is this person saying in this situation? But it's different now. I will also help. I'm willing to receive the punishment from Kaicho. But before that we have to destroy Excalibur. I will also work hard. You also have to live on. Don't ever betray Ria-senpai who saved you. Then Genshin continued, though he seemed a bit shy, he declared with glittering eyes. But it's a good time. I want you guys to hear my story. You guys should know about me if we are working together. Is he going to tell us how he became a devil? I admit, I'm a bit curious since Gremry-senpai offered me a place in her peerage. My dream is to... He took a deep breath. Make Kaicho and marry her. But, you know, making a girl PRGNT and marrying her is hard for an unpopular guy like me. There aren't any girls that I can make PRGNT to begin with. But I will one day make her PRGNT and marry her. This guy is an idiot. I didn't meant that in a bad way. It's like seeing myself from a few months ago, actually. Seeing myself before he met Rainer. So we just smiled wryly as Genshin declared his dream. Genshin, I called out to him. He turned towards me, seems like he's a bit embarrassed by the declaration as his cheeks were red. That's a good dream. But you shouldn't be too optimistic. You should focus on making her happy first before thinking about marriage. One step at a time, you know. He nodded. I know, Hyoudou. I swear I'll make her happy. Tuji-chan, Kiba, and I watched as Genshin became fired up with varying emotions. Hyoudou Issei POV. I was silent as I made my way home. Kiba's past. It is similar to Asia's. Kiba and his family were also people abandoned by the church. Someone who God did not save. I felt a familiar feeling of guilt over being saved, in my heart. That I won't lose. That emotion I felt from Kiba during that last clash is. That you alone. I don't want to lose against you. That envy. That it would be natural for him to felt that. I was saved. Unlike Asia, unlike his family, I was saved. I did not believe in God, but he saved me. He saved me while people like Kiba, while people like Asia, suffered. I stopped walking as I saw someone standing on the side of the road. Kiba, what are you doing here? I asked him. Kiba didn't answer me, he just looked up to the evening sky. Hey, Hein, can I ask you something? What is it? I had a feeling that I know what he would ask me. What makes you special? Kiba asked me, turning towards me with a smile on his face. The same sad smile he had at the end of our fight. Why did he save you, but not us? I don't know, I answered him truthfully. Kiba nodded. I suppose you wouldn't know. But that's fine. Haiten, will you listen to my confession? I'm not a priest. I won't be able to help you. Yeah, I'm not like Irina's father. The kind uncle who would listen to his problems and give a good advice. I'm just a selfish kid. That's all right, Kiba kept his smile as he spoke to me. I envy you. No, not only you, I also envy Asia Argento. When we first met at that church, when I first saw that angel with you in Asia. Why them? Why didn't he come for me and my friends? It might be childish to you, but to me, it was a question that haunted me for a long time. Why didn't God save us? I listened to his words, his feelings, without saying anything. When I heard from Bucho that you were saved by that angel, and that you fought to save that nun, that ugly feeling came back. I envied you who were saved by God. I envied Asia who were saved by you. Why can't the same happen to my friends? I was saved by Bucho and I am extremely grateful, but she couldn't save my friends. Since I saw that angel with you, I wondered if it wasn't Bucho who found me, but an angel, would they be able to save my friends? Would they be able to bring me to see them? The first time I actually talked with you was when we met Fried a few days ago. At that time, You told me you'll help me so Bucho and the others won't be sad. Back then, I wanted to punch you, ask you what you know about us. You are blessed by God, while we are devils. You were saved, while I was abandoned by him. That's so he felt like that? I didn't even realize. But then, you didn't say anything to Bucho about Freed. And you even brought me to Metatron-san and Yuzum-sen. While part of me still hated you, I was glad. Because I can see that you are really trying to help me. And today, after I left Bucho and the rest, you helped Kaneko-chan find me. You spoke with the exorcists and involved yourself further into this mess for us. That's why, I'm really grateful. I need to know why. There's no need for him to continue, I know what he wanted to ask. That I guess, like you said, it's just self-satisfaction, I answered his unspoken question. That I was supposed to die when I met Rainier, but Kamael saved me. I thought it was normal that angels would save people from fallen angels and devils. But then I met Asia and I realized there are still a lot of people who are suffering. In this world, even if angels exist, there are still people who aren't saved. I still thought that it's not my business, that I don't have to do anything. This time, he was the one who listened to me quietly. That when I saw your reaction to the Excalibur days ago, I thought that you might act reckless and get yourself killed. Imagining the pain Gremory-senpai, Himejima-senpai, and Tuja-chan would feel if that happened makes me sad. That's why I helped you, so I won't feel that sadness. So I don't feel guilty because I was saved. Today, Tuja-chan came to me with a sad expression. The Occult Research Club helped me a lot and Tuja-chan is a good girl but you made her sad. I don't like that. That's why I helped her. That's why, even when you made up with Tuja-chan, I still challenged you to a fight. That's stupid, right? I laughed, but Kiba did not say anything. That I acted so cool, saying this like I wanted to make you understand Gremory-senpai, Himejima-senpai, and Tuja-chan's feelings. But I actually did it just because I don't like you making them sad. That's fine. I turned towards Kiba with a shocked expression. That I said, that's fine, Issei-kun. Kiba had a smile as he said that, even if you did it out of selfishness, even if you did it just because you don't like what I did, you still helped us. That's why it's fine. Is that really fine? It is fine. I'm really glad that I have met you, Issei-kun. He gave me a reassuring nod. Then Kiba offered me a handshake. I accepted it, shaking his hand with my own.